Yep. What's up? Tired. Didn't really sleep. Signed off. Ended up staying up, tried to go lay down and go to sleep. Wasn't happening. And I had a dentist appointment in the middle of the day. I was like, fuck it. I'll just stay up for that. It sucked because I put it in like the middle of the day though. Usually I'm able to like get to sleep. Usually I'm able to get to sleep and but I wasn't. So I pretty much stayed up till like 3 something. Went to the dentist appointment. It was pretty good, pretty quick. Not really painful. Tiny bit. Not really. A little bit. No more than the usual. Yo, when they go like all the way in the back to like, scrape out any like plaque and stuff, like that shit always sucks. It wasn't that bad though, honestly. And they didn't even use any kind of like numbing agent or anything like that. It wasn't really needed. So, so that was good. Um, while I was there, was it there? While it was there, I heard about how, well, not heard, I saw an article about how Elon Musk was trying put in a bid for freaking put in a bid for Chat GPT, OpenAI. That was ridiculous. Yo, get the fuck out of here. That bitch is trying to fucking find his way into every form of like social media that like he could get. Like, yo, Elon having Elon Musk take control of AI or Chat GPT is like, bro, it would be over. It would be over. It will be over. So many people look to Chat GPT as like something that they could use for the future. It will be over. You may as well give it to like fucking Nazis. Like you may as well give it over to like freaking just some. Ugh. I saw that, but then I saw how Mr. Altman, the I guess he runs ChatGPT or OpenAI or him and his board. They're like, that shit's not for sale, bitch. That shit's not for sale, pussy. So that was good. That was good. Like you'd have to be really careful who you would put in control of AI. The AI board even kicked out Sam Altman at one time, and then they ultimately let him back. But hopefully the right people got in his ear, cause man. Anyways, I have a video. I can't not show you a video or two. I'll try to tone it down a little bit. Not even too much, to be honest with you. Not even honestly, not even really too much. Cause like what the fuck I look like letting Nazis take over and I don't like, put my middle finger up to them. You know what I mean? Like the fuck do I look like, bitch? Pussy. So that being said, check this out. We have a couple minutes for the next race. Oh my goodness, another commercial.
Even engaging in fraudulent activities. I'm simply stating that these guys are not actually tackling that, okay?
And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. Down and sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, you know, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else, and you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think, you know, that's an example. Like at a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity, is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so you increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet. So people nobody is quiet? What? I have detractors? I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a possible takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted, you have a majority of the public voted for President Trump. Won the House, won the Senate. People voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. People voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, you know, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for, and that's what democracy is all about.
The White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximum transparent. In fact,
totally. Virtually everything that they've tackled in terms of like combating weird spending habits or whatever are just things that the government spends money on that sounds stupid or is against like the Republican agenda, right? Or even if it's not something against the Republican agenda, the broader Republican agenda, they present it as though it is, right? They'll say like, oh, we're giving condoms to Hamas. That's like a great example of this, right? When that's not the case. Now, that is not going to be, like, you're not going to be able to put a dent in American government spending that way when you're finding, like, $200,000 or $46,000 that was spent on one thing or $200,000 that was spent on another thing. The American government is major. It's massive. It's incredibly costly, okay? And doing this in the stupidest ways possible without actually hiring regulators, ironically, that understand what these programs are, like with proper audits, with proper auditors, and trying to undermine it across the board is, of course, leading to all of these issues that you have seen so far with, like, mass layoffs or the threat of mass layoffs that don't make any sense whatsoever. Dude got checked by the judicial branch and called it a coup. Checks and balances don't exist with the guy. That's what I mean. And the last line of defense that barely exists now is the judicial branch saying, yeah, you can't just decide to lay off the entirety of the federal government labor force. Like, you can't do that. These are tens of thousands of people that rely on a paycheck from the government. It's so stupid.
Of interest. And We watch that also. It's a big business. Why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually
No, the
use,
condom
but in
story
this
wasn't
case,
just
fraud
condoms, and it
and
wasn't.
abuse.
It was Mozambique,
It's abusive because
and it
most
wasn't
of
just
these
condoms.
things are
It was a
virtually made up,
broader
or
anti-HIV. It was a
You know what?
broader HIV prevention initiative that exists in Africa.
but we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge.
Right. Their first
wants
order
to
of
try
business,
and
cut off
stop
help
us
for
from doing this. Why?
Africans.
Why would they
First
want
order
to
of
do that? I
business.
campaigned on
Let's
this. I
cut off
campaigned
help
on
for
the fact that I said government is
Mozambique,
corrupt.
Gaza.
And it is very corrupt.
Is it actually
It's
fraud though?
very,
No,
very,
it's not.
it's
That's the
also-
problem. You can't just declare something to be a fraud because you don't personally like it. Okay?
Keep paying them for the next
The simplest example is contraceptives. Let's say that there's enough people within the Republican government that consider contraceptives to be unchristian-like. And there are plenty of people who think contraceptives are unchristian-like. You can't just say, oh, it's fraudulent to spend this these pre-allocated funds on contraceptive programs in Africa in an effort to combat sexually transmitted diseases. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's fraud.
Dumbass.
It's ridiculous.
Fucking dumbass.
I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be deals made on both sides, you know, where the guy gets some money. He kicks. I think he has a lot of kickback here. A tremendous kickback.
This whole
Nobody
Musk
can be
purge
so
is built upon a
stupid.
rhetorical sleight of hand that everything is everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay is per se waste, abuse, and fraud. And no one in our media highlights this massive category error that is actually kind of important.
And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have.
Hey husbands, Valentine's Day is coming, and if you've found the love of your life, get her this. It comes in a heart-stopping red rose surprise box, and on the inside there's another hidden surprise. A beautiful necklace and a message that says, "To my wife, I didn't marry you so that I could live with you. I married you because I can't live without you. I may not be your first date, your first kiss, or your first love, but I just want to be your last everything." I squeezed this necklace really tight and filled it with my love and light. If ever I'm not here and you need a hug, just hold it close to feel my love. Love your husband. This beautiful message says it all, and the surprise eternal rose is sure to bring a smile. Supplies are extremely limited this year, and we will likely sell out early, so if you want to wow her this year, click shop now below.
We got elected to, among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find.
No, that part is completely ridiculous. You are not cutting $1 trillion of the government spending, okay? I wish.
I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings, and he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants.
Dude, additionally funny, Trump is saying this because he did this with the Trump hotels when he was president. He literally did this. He did this exact same thing with Trump properties while he was president. He would get Secret Service to stay in his own properties to pay exorbitant fees to his own fucking properties.
Now, 2 trillion is 1 trillion. And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized.
You will see it. America overspending issue is bad. You will think future later. Elon not perfect, but he's smart. Dog, I am not saying that the American government is not wasteful or even engaging in fraudulent activities. I'm simply stating that these guys are not actually tackling that, okay? If they were looking at genuine fraud, they would end up harming a lot of their, important corporate benefactors. So of course they're not going to do that. They're not going to go after, for example, the military. Okay? You want to know how I know that they're not going to go after the military and fraudulent extra spending for no reason? Because Donald Trump has already said he's signing off on additional billions of dollars in his contracts to the state of Israel, for example. Okay? If they wanted to stop, I like that he's picking his nose on camera. It's hilarious. Like, if they wanted to go after fraud and waste, they would not take out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Okay? How is that taking out fraud? That is an agency tasked with has helped consumers. They've recovered $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful expenses that these fucking criminal corporations have actually forced on the American public. For the price point of $1 billion, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has actually given back to the American public $21 billion, okay? You really think they're tackling fraud? Or do you think they're making it easier to steal from the American public? To make it easier for corporations to keep grafting you?
When you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good. And you can look at the title, and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. The public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Yeah, Trump is moving to reverse medical debt and overdraft protections implemented by the CFPB. Wow, how wonderful for the American public.
I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse.
If only there were people that wasn't... If only there were more people, and not just like random dumbass Twitch streamers like myself, actively talking about this every time they had an opportunity to talk about this, instead of talking about USAID and how we must defend USAID, and if we don't defend USAID, then China is going to take over. Instead of saying shit like that, maybe they should talk about this. I don't know. The only other media outlets that I've ever heard this kind of commentary from is myself, Michael from Pennsylvania, Chapo Trap House, TrueAnon, and fucking Majority Report. What is going on? Where is the Democratic Party? This is 100% an abdication of duty, okay? It shouldn't be up to Drop Site News, Majority Report, myself, and some others that are actively saying this is a ridiculous thing that they're doing. It is actually not beneficial for the American public. This is a horrible thing to do, especially when you have someone that is responsive to populist sentiment, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy to me that Hakeem Jeffries is not talking about this every goddamn day, okay? It's crazy to me that the Democratic Party is not going on every news outlet and saying, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. They claim to be on the side of the American public. Instead, they're just showing their bellies, dude. Chuck Schumer also said they're not going to put up a government spending fight as well, which I think is ridiculous. I think they are going to do that, I suspect. That would be insane.
Look, here's the bottom line. The Republicans are already shutting down good chunks of the government.
And no, this isn't hypocrisy baiting, chatter. What are you talking about? This is directly saying that the Republicans are currently actively doing harm to the American public. Okay? Do you understand? It's not about like, oh, look at the hypocrites. They said they care about the workers, but here's what they're doing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying communicate that they're harming the workers. This is more than hypocrisy baiting. Hypocrisy baiting is when you say that Trump's border wall is stupid and you're racist for defending it, and then turning around and being like, we are the ones who actually want to build the border wall. Trump doesn't want to build the border wall any longer. That's dumbass hypocrisy baiting. That makes you look like an idiot. Okay? That makes you look like you got caught, that Trump was right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and that you got caught, and now you're going, oopsie, I guess we want to build the border wall now. Everyone can see that you're the hypocrite in that situation. You're the dumbass in that situation. Saying that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is actually responsible for $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful and criminal expenditures that the American public had to pay for, the American consumers had to pay for, okay? And then turning around and abolishing that agency being an overall burden. Directly talking about medical debt on your credit card. Directly talking about overdraft fees. Things that every single American can understand. Because at a certain point, they have experienced this, okay? They've experienced these problems. They should remind people why they no longer experience some of these problems. It is because of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Same with Lena Khan and all of the initiatives from Lena Khan. Taking out Lena Khan is a massively consequential move. Anyway, let's continue listening to this dumbass now.
And we are moving fast, so we all make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So I think that there's some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what you said IND was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I guess that's a follow-up to the Pentagon contract. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that
we definitely need to do and are going to do.
Is that a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or something who's putting the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
Brent said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or you see right now in U.S. Treasury?
I think
whether you're buying or selling a pre-owned device, Gazelle.com guarantees a great deal, with no need to leave the comfort of your own home, or change out of your sweatpants, or even put on pants in the first place. Trading in your phone, tablet, or laptop is easy with Gazelle, and after all, don't they deserve more than just being thrown away or stored in some drawer? Just visit Gazelle.com, find your model, and answer a few questions about its condition. We'll tell you how much we'll pay you for it right then and there, so there's no need to negotiate or meet up with some rando from a classified site. We'll even send you a box so you can ship us your device for free. When we receive the box, we will check your device to make sure we're giving you the proper value for it. Then we'll send your payment. And that's it for you. No pants required. But your device is just beginning its journey to a new life. Every device we receive is given a thorough 30-point inspection. Then we refurbish and reset it. It's now Gazelle certified, guaranteed to look perfect and work flawlessly, and backed up by a 30-day return policy. You can find different makes compatible with most carriers with 0 strings attached, so you can find the perfect pre-owned device. Gazelle.com. We give new life to used devices.
I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills or Well, as I mentioned earlier, really the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting. Sorry for this. Although my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's been hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. The stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank, and you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an order? A decade ago, maybe? I don't know, ever? Really? And we want to, just in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization.
What?
But if you get on that payment, the general pay list, it means that this is to someone on pay list. It means that this is to someone that is just, it's like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop.
And by the way, on your team, and for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military, we're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas. But the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's
they cooked the stream. It's desync now.
And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, right away, are supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
So, personally guarantee that
Which one?
the buyout program, the offer to federal workers, can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid for
We're working with their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space that's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass. That for 5 years, you don't have...
I'm more conservative. Serious question, because I honestly don't know. Are liberals thinking what they're claiming to find in U.S. aid is lies? No. Liberals are saying that U.S. aid is a profoundly important aspect of American foreign policy that works to continue American dominance by doing soft power initiatives around the globe. Some of those initiatives are actually good for the overall for the overall public that receives these initiatives, like, reproductive health care in Africa is good. It's not a bad thing, okay? Even though it is done at the behest of the United States of America doing soft power in these countries, making those security cooperation agreements that come later down the line an overall easier one to sell to the broader public. Okay. Having said that, however, there is a lot of just insanity in the way that they're targeting things. Like, they'll just be like, oh, well, they're giving $40,000 to a Guatemalan transplay, and then you look it up, and it's actually like a joint partnership agreement to fund the arts. Okay, between a Guatemalan university and an American university. It's like, yeah, that's not fraudulent expenditure. I think a lot of these dummies also personally think that, like, anything that they're doing in terms of, pro-LGBTQ or whatever is not done at the behest of, like, later utilizing these existing relationships as a way to destabilize countries, or at least, like, to have some kind of civil society organization on the ground to develop a better understanding, to do espionage if necessary. But instead, it's just because we're woke, and we're doing this because we're truly woke. It's a way to believe the propaganda that liberals have put forth. Okay? It's ironic because that means you genuinely believe that the American government is doing things because they're kind. You have to be a real dumbass to think that the American government is doing things because they're kind. Okay? Yeah, the American government is woke and gay. That's why they were doing aid. Ridiculous. They're doing aid so they can eventually utilize the existing relationships that they've developed on the ground for whatever suits their purpose. Also, none of it is fraudulent. Okay? As Adam Johnson mentions here, everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay does not mean it's waste, abuse, and fraud. Do you understand? Like, oh, well, I don't like this personally, so I think it's stupid and bad and abuse and fraud is a ridiculous way to do this, okay? Unintelligent person alive. 3, if you're really implying that U.S. aid is not done out of pure goodness of the American heart, then name one thing U.S. did wrong in the last 50 years. I can't name one. It would be easier for me to name one thing that America has done that is, there's nothing I can name in general that America has done for the in the name of good, okay? Even Ukraine is a great example of what I'm talking about. Ukraine is on the right side in terms of morality, okay? Ukraine has an understandable moral position to rid its national borders of a military invasion. America's interest in Ukraine, however, which Trump basically revealed openly, is not so. You can't go wrong back in Ukraine. That's it. You have to look at the situation and truly believe that America is always doing good things around the world. For you to assume, that their intentions with Ukraine is good, even if they openly state that their intentions are not pure, their intentions are impure. It's also short-sighted policy preserves a funding after-school program for underserved communities, DEI and fraud, but the role of that program is to decrease incarceration, saving the state money. For example, it can also be self-serving. Yes, a lot of those things, a lot of the initiatives like that, after-school programs and whatnot, seem costly, wasteful, and stupid. Like, they'll be like, oh, dude, they're doing violin, they're doing, like, musical education lessons in the south side of Chicago or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that is an incredibly important initiative because as studies have shown time and time again, after-school programs actually significantly lower at-risk youth's likelihood to go and do crimes, okay? They're not doing it because they're woke and gay. They're doing it because it's obviously beneficial. It saves the government more money down the line as well if these kids are not doing crime and then doing crime obviously is chaotic, stealing cars and whatever, or obviously you don't want like property loss in general for the broader public. But it's also better overall for the government now that you don't have to like put a bunch of children in the system at an early age. But that requires you to, one, do a little bit of reading. In order to understand these initiatives and the long-term impact of said initiatives, that requires you to imagine an alternative. Instead of simply closing your eyes and going, nah, dude, I have these racist beliefs that these guys are intrinsically evil and inferior. I won't say that they're inferior because of their race. I'll say they're inferior because of their culture as a substitute for race. And that no amount of violent lessons is going to stop these kids from stealing Kias or whatever. Okay? When all evidence points to the exact opposite, that these initiatives are very helpful.
Running a small business? Create your invoices at skynova.com. Easy, but professional.
Yeah, that was your news fix for the day. The Utes. 24/7 free. Wait, does that really stream 24/7? What was that? ABC News. Oh, 11 hours, 24/7 free news context analysis. I might, might see what's up with that. Oh. Where is this article? That was a better race. Man, let's go across the pond. Let's go across the pond. Give me a mill so I can buy this car. Give me the mill. No, like a bit of caffeine. Nunce! Big dog nuts. I appreciate that, man. You know, I'm steady lurking. I always appreciate your consistency. Thanks for the raid, man. Shit has been a struggle. Big struggle. Over in the UK, if you look at the left, you'll see the different flags. Had to get up out of America for a bit. America's been too Trumpy, too conservative, too selfish, too fucking Nazi. So, you know, I just had to get up out of there for a bit. Not saying that the Nazis and conservatives and that bullshit doesn't exist over here in Europe, but what do you call it? They don't necessarily gut the education system over here in Europe, so people are a little bit smarter on this side of the pond. So I had to get up out of America for a little bit. It's just been so crazy, man. Like I pay attention to the politics. Oh man, drive your car right, Mike. Drive your car right. Disgusting. These motherfuckers voted in this dumbass, bro. Like these motherfuckers voted in a billionaire to take care of them. A South African white apartheid-loving billionaire. It's like, bro, this shit's so disgusting, bro. Order of business is literally cutting off a shitload of programs that help minorities. His first order of business. Homie did the Nazi salute right after the inauguration. Homie was like, we did it! We got them! We got them! The American government's ours! Fuck yeah. And I just found out today that that dumbass was trying to fucking buy OpenAI. This motherfucker already has Twitter. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what would happen if he fucking had access to AI? God. But like the CEO of AI, OpenAI came out and said AI is not for sale. And he's petty. I like him. He's like, yo, he came out saying that he feels for Elon Musk. He's like, Elon Musk is not he doesn't think Elon Musk is a happy person. He feels for him. Elon Musk bitch ass is trying to buy AI, OpenAI. Can you imagine if that Nazi-loving piece of shit got access to AI? Holy shit, bro. The only thing we can hope for is that freaking the CEO of ChatGPT doesn't like cave or some shit under pressure. You know what I mean? We got to deal with fucking 4 years of Nazi rule right now. These people voted in a billionaire, thinking the billionaire has their best interests at heart. And one of the first things he does is he starts to fire all the people that could keep him in check. All the people that could call him out on his bullshit. downsize the government. So he essentially, him and fucking Trump have free reign and can just do whatever they want. Cut whatever programs they think are corrupt. Absolutely fucked for the next 4 years. There's a really cool video I would show y'all, but like a daily show from the Daily Show. It's funny as hell, but like, you know, I multi-stream. I stream on YouTube as well. Damn, I wonder if I should turn down the video game sound a little bit. If I should turn down the video game sound a little bit, let me get a hell yeah. I know when people come on Twitch to watch video game streamers just to catch up, just to be up to date on their video games. I get it. I absolutely understand why someone talking about politics. It's like, bitch, I don't want to hear this shit. I just want to see you race that fucking NSX, shut the fuck up, and hit them corners properly. You know what I mean? I get it. I 100% get it. But bro, like, it's so hard to not want to talk about all the shit going on in the world, you know what I mean, or all the shit going on in America. Like, there's so much shit going on. Like, there's so much corruption going on right now, and just to like not even acknowledge it for me is like it's so hard not to be like, hey, what's going on with this, or what's going on with that. Like, it's near impossible. It's like, I wish I could just. I'm not in a position to. Oh wow, they did put me in that category. Dade County, fresh content is intended for certain audience and may contain politics and sensitive social issues, significant profanity, fuck yeah, or vulgarity, sexual themes, hell yeah. This content may not be appropriate for you to watch. Manage the types of content that you see in your content preferences. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's your boy. It's your boy. Grown up shit. Put the kids to bed. We ain't for kids. And we ain't for dumbasses neither. I'm actually proud of that. I'm actually proud of that shit. I should take a picture of this shit and put it as like my cover for like every last one of my fucking they said it. They said significant fucking profanity and vulgarity. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that follow, for real. You know, I appreciate everyone coming in, staying, chilling. You know what I mean? Stay as long as you want. I'm gonna be up all night playing a bunch of different games. I switch games all day. I'm switching games all the time. Like, I went heavy on the racing yesterday. I'm probably gonna be racing for a bit again today. It's despicable, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not the best one that is able to break shit down the best, explain why it's horrible, why it's stupid, you know what I mean? But I like to show videos of smart people who are able to do that. So I hope that helps. Yeah. Put the kids to bed. Grown folks talking. Grown folks talking, bitch, close your mouth. I mean, I could show, man, there's so much I want to show y'all, but I don't want to scare y'all away, but man. Actually, let me show this video. Let me see what I want to show you, oh no, not this. I want to show you yesterday's Daily Show monologue. I found it funny. Damn, I don't want to, dog. And because I did this last week, and they pulled my whole YouTube stream. They pulled my whole YouTube stream. I should sell a couple of these cars. But none of there's not. YouTube is so strict on that shit, man. Because they never used to care. I did it so many times before and they didn't care. But they got me like literally pulled my stream, and I was able to appeal it. But and they actually overturned it. They were like pretty immediately. They were like, oh, give us up to 72 hours, but they did it like quick. They did it really quick actually. And they're like, oh yeah, my bad. Like we might have overstepped a little bit. I just thought it was really funny. If they pull me, I'll know. But I don't think I got a strike, so I should be straight. I thought that this was hilarious.
Welcome to the Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart, and man, we worked almost all day on tonight's show. We've got a great one for you tonight. David Remnick will be joining me later. He is the editor of the New Yorker magazine. They're celebrating... What an erudite crowd. Celebrating their 100th year at the New Yorker, and he and I will be discussing the difference between umlauts and diuresis. Emphasis on the... I'll just go now. Let's just... But first, the Super Bowl was last night, and man... It was on television. It began with the teams being introduced from heaven. And it's just weird. And it ended with the Kansas City Chiefs in who? So, congratulations to the people of Philadelphia who immediately, I disagree, by the way, who immediately celebrated their victory by attacking their own city, killing their own city. Die, Philadelphia. They were mashing their own city, doing tens of dollars worth of damage. Yeah, that's right. I'm implying it's a shithole. Give Saquon back. But of course, my favorite moment was the inexplicable post-victory horse race, where the winner stands triumphant atop the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum. That's not Photoshop. That's the horse ran up the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum, reared up on its hind and went, Adrian! But here's, and I'm going to, drop some knowledge here. No one really cared about the game because of the earth-shattering announcement that had been made moments prior.
We're flying over right now. We're flying over a thing called the Gulf of America, and I'm signing a proclamation, and perhaps you could define that.
First of all, why do you fly around in a Hyatt hotel room? Second of all, define proclamation? You don't know what a proclamation... Or do you just want her to say what the actual proclamation... I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
This is a proclamation declaring today, February 9th, 2025, as the first ever Gulf of America Day.
And we're flying right over it right now. So we thought this would be appropriate. Even bigger than the Super Bowl.
Look at his goofy face.
It's true. Bigger than the Super Bowl. In fact, my favorite thing about Gulf of America Day are the commercials. It's very historic. I'm sure we'll look back on this day fondly when America is swallowed up by the rising waters of the Gulf of America. It turns out, it's kind of a weird thing. Airplanes might not be the best place to make bigger than the Super Bowl announcements.
Even bigger than the Super Bowl. This is a big thing. And almost everybody now has assented to that.
Attention on board. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please direct your attention now to the right side of the aircraft. Air Force One is currently in international waters, for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
First of all, oh my God, it shot you up even for just a second. I think airplane pilots must be the most powerful force in the universe. I feel like the Democrats have to get themselves an airplane pilot. Sorry for the interruption, but you can't do that. Maybe they'll let Schumer. Schumer will be the pilot. But forgive me, let's see, I forgot. What does calling it Gulf of America do? Do we get all its fish now?
Make America great again, right? That's what we care about.
Making America great again! Everything Trump does is all part of making America great again. Order one. Roll back everything from the previous not great administration. Regulations on the environment. Regulations on the Second Amendment. The Title IX guidance. And not just the big shit. You want to make America great again, you can't skimp on the details.
President Trump says he's going to reverse Joe Biden's mandate to phase out plastic straws, saying, enjoy your next drink without a straw that disgustingly dissolves in your mouth.
Okay, he's right on this one. He is right on this one. Those straws are f***ing terrible. Objectively terrible. I'm supposed to have some weird tissue paper dissolve in my mouth just because turtles can't figure out straws aren't food? No. Don't eat the tubes, stupid turtles. So Trump is making America great again. Taking us back to 2016. But honestly, if we're going to make America great again, we can't stop in 2016. We got to keep pushing to that place when America was truly great. How much further back do we need to go? So, looks like it's the 70s. What do you got?
We're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, the 70s won't fly. The 70s was all about women's lib and Stonewall. Now, my friends, we got to go back further to make America great. And ladies, when we do go back, don't worry. It's all going to work out.
You will no longer be thinking about abortion. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. Like everything else, it's a little bit different today. You're not allowed to say that because if you call a woman or a girl beautiful, that's the end of your career.
No. You can't even say, hey, sugar tits. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to the old days with regular tits. Not the ones that disgustingly dissolve in your mouth. Awesome. Jesus. Well, let's not stop in the 70s there, folks. Not even in the... Let's keep going. Because that sounds like the 50s, and the 50s are still too inclusive. I mean, by then, Italians and Irish were considered white. No, that's too far. Keep going back. America's greatness awaits.
We're the richest country in the world. We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were talent production.
1870s. Okay. There we go. 1870s. Pew, 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 pew. And of course, while America presently is still breaking the rift, apologies, Luxembourg. We'll take it. Who wouldn't trade our current environment for America's 1870s tariff-driven, becandled, tuberculosis-laden, pre-industrial heyday?
We were so wealthy, we had commissions set up what to do with all the money that we were taking in.
Good point of order. To the extent that we were at our richest from 1870 to 1930, it wasn't so much we as like four guys. And we called them robber barons as a sign of affection. Meanwhile, the rest of America, the leading cause of death was falling into a vat at work. And it got to the point where even the robber barons realized that the only way this glorious era in American history was going to end was either full-scale in revolution or reasonable compromise, which is how we ended up with stuff like income tax and labor laws and workplace safety guarantees. So let's really tread carefully in the greatness Wayback Machine.
Arizona House Republican Eddie Biggs introduced a bill this week that would abolish OSHA, a Department of Labor agency tasked with overseeing workplace safety.
To the vats! And fill mine with boiling tallow, boy! What? Why not just bring back child labor while you're at it?
When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that included that.
You were picking berries in the field before your bar mitzvah? I mean, by the way, how old are you if you were picking berries before there were child labor laws? Because is the key to good skin working the fields as a child? Now, I hate to bring this up, but if we are going back to the 1870s and before, does that include every diversity initiative?
Birthright citizenship was, if you look back when this was passed and made, that was meant for the children of slaves. This was not meant for the whole world to come in, everybody coming in, and totally unqualified people with perhaps unqualified children.
Don't bring us your tired and tore-huddled masses. Do you have any mathletes? Any Doogies Hauser? We will take all of your shelvings, young and old. For those of you at home who might fear that the president's desire to take us back to our nation's historic greatness may tread into unconstitutional action, fear not. Because the brilliant design of our nation allows for the co-equal branch of the judiciary to stand as a bulwark against tyranny, as judged in the landmark decision of 1803 Marbury versus Madison, which, as you know, is when James Madison lost the historic Supreme Court case to Stefan Marbury. Marbury ran him out of the building and established our foundational separation of powers.
Vice President J.D. Vance, he had some interesting words about the separation of power and government.
He's for it?
If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the Attorney General on how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power.
Of course they're allowed to adjudicate the boundaries of that power. That's the whole f***ing point of the judiciary, to interpret whether those powers are legitimate. You went to law school, brother. The alternative is acting. The only alternative is that the executive determines for himself what is constitutional, at which point there would be no guardrails against it. Hey, Congress. You got a little separation of powers problem. I was wondering any chance you might be reasserting your authority? Opposition party. Democrats, you ready to do some opposition?
There are some things we can do, but the Republicans are in the majority in the Senate and the House. We're going to need some Republicans, frankly, who are willing to lose, who are willing to be a Liz Cheney and say, I will lose my seat to do the right thing by this country, not the right thing by Donald Trump. I haven't seen it yet. Let's hope.
Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman of New York.
That's the sales pitch. We just need someone on their side willing to lose everything for progress, like a Russian dog being shot into space. You can see the Democrats' backbone on our new show, America Backslide, starring Dan Goldman as hopeful loser. But fine, we have to rely on Republicans in Congress to be a check on Trump. How's that go?
Republican Senator Tom Tillis says that while he believes Trump's actions run afoul of the Constitution in the strictest sense, he believes nobody should bellyache about that.
You're comfortable if he shuts those down without getting congressional approval. Congress will be involved at some point, but I think the country's comfortable.
They're using that authority right now in a way it hasn't been used in a long time, so it looks radical. It's not.
No, well, technically, yeah. I'm not, losing a whole lot of sleep.
It's been a good run, America. It's looked like we're becoming less like the constitutional republic it's been for 250 years, and more like the monarchy we all fought to escape from. But I think the important thing to
The prodigal son appears to have returned.
What? Is that, hold on, do my eyes deceive me? Is that young John Oliver?
Yes.
Are you here? to offer America your wisdom and counsel?
Oh, no, John. I'm here to gloat. America had its little fun, didn't you? Experimenting with democracy. You fought so hard to get away from us, acting up, throwing all that tea into the harbour. You still owe us for that, by the way.
How much was just tea, John?
It was just tea. You take that back. You take that back.
I know.
The point is,
it's a very sensitive beverage.
The point is, you told everybody that you were going to be different. You weren't going to turn out like your mean old dad who was so horrible to you when you were growing up. So we sat back. We let you spend your wild teen years experimenting with your ridiculous ideas of checks and balances because deep down we knew that once you got that nonsense out of your system, you'd be back. In fact, if I may sing from Hamilton.
I appreciate it.
That's fair. What I'm saying is, let me be the first to welcome America to its monarchy era. Congratulations, everyone. You can now take your place in the pantheon of great empires alongside the British, the Roman, the Klingon, Wakanda, whatever one Babar the elephant was the ruler of, I forget.
Hold on a second, Mr. Oliver.
Yes.
If I may.
Yes.
Ambassador Oliver.
Go ahead.
For a moment.
Please.
America, yes. We are having a bit of trouble with democratic governance, but I don't think we want to abandon our republic and go full empire.
Why not? You really prefer the system that you have right now? I need 51 votes for a bill to pass. Is the vice president in town to break a tie? Wait, is this one of the bills that needs 60 votes for no clear reason? Well, I'm sorry, little Timmy, no health care for you. All right.
It does not sound great when you put it.
Oh, you mean when I put it entirely accurately? It doesn't sound great. What I'm saying is don't fight being a monarchy, John. Embrace it. Kings get shit done. Now, is it stuff that you want done? Not necessarily, but they do move quick. They taste cumin at lunch, and they've taken over an entire continent by dinner time. That is how the British rolls, John. Everyone else, they're not like us. In fact, if I may say a line from Mr. Kendrick Lamar.
No. I really don't think you should do that.
I appreciate you for stopping me on that one. Yeah.
Not to be short-sighted, but spoiler alert.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
Things didn't end up so great for the British Empire.
First of all, how dare you? We are technically between empires at the moment. But we're keeping our castles warm and our crowns bejeweled for the day that we get back onto orbit.
Look, no offense, but I'm not sure the imperial model is for me.
Oh, really? The imperial model isn't for you, John. Have you seen anything America's done over the last 50 years? Because for a country that doesn't want to be an empire, you're doing a pretty good impression of one right now. Invasions, economic exploitations, and now suggesting turning Gaza into a beachfront casino? Even King George would have been like, I don't know, guys. Feels like the situation's a bit more complicated than that, and I'm literally dying of medieval brain disease.
You know,
he was doing that. He was dying. He was dying of a medieval brain disease. It drove him crazy, but he could see that it was an unreasonable request.
we really have become
And you know what, John? Don't be sad about it. We could be more proud. This shouldn't be a sad time. The arc of history is so long, it eventually becomes a circle. And you end up right where you started. You might even call it the circle of life. In fact, if I may sing the great imperial subject, Sir Elton John's opening Zulu chant from The Lion King. Please stop me, John. Please stop me from doing that. I do not want to do it. John, will you please stop me? Please stop me. I don't want to go out like this. Stop me, John. Stop me. Neither of us John Oliver, everybody.
I really like the Daily Show. How they're able to like bring things into perspective.
If you're only maxing out
like a really,
401k,
comedic
you
way.
could add a Robinhood IRA with a 3%.
But yeah. You know what I mean? Like, like turning the brain off now at a time like this is just not a good idea. I mean, I can't, and I can't promote that. I can't promote that. I don't want to promote that.
He came back. So he had a job at a party I was at. It was like the three.
Give my fingers a break. Ah. I was working on evolutions yesterday.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
'83.
Well, conditions really couldn't get any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this fine evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary. And we're very much the division rivals game. It's the Spartans, and they take on the Velvet Touches.
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them the final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one. Such a good chance, Guy, and she'll be frustrated with missing that. You really want to make a positive start.
Nice vision in that pass. Real opportunity. Any chance has gone for now. Well, no surprise to see who we're focusing on. 50 appearances and counting now. Sue, what have you made of her start at the club?
Yeah, it's not always easy when you first sign for a new club, but she's settled in well, seemed to get to grips with a new way of playing too. I'm sure she's got another 50 in her.
Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Here we go. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Eugénie Le Sommer. Given away by Velvet Touches. Zinedine Zidane. Le Sommer. Averted. Bale. Now with Bale. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. Gareth Bale. Turn to Bale. Konate. Spartans unable to retain possession. Both teams struggling to retain possession. No time to dwell on the ball. Paredes. Late pass or slow getting back. Offside either way.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. You've got to give her time to get back on side here.
Rodrigo. Spartans moving forward with purpose. Something on maybe. Too strong there. Will be a goal kick.
Come on.
Zinedine Zidane. Not so much given away as cleverly won. There could be something happening here for Velvet Touches. What a chance! Golden chance that's been missed.
Oh, she's got to be more composed in front of goal. It's a big chance missed to take the lead.
Zidane.
Hasn't he? Got to the byline, had the vision to pick out the teammates, and the movement is good to get on the end of it. And it's a simple finish in the end.
They could level it here. And that's not a bad save at all. Over it comes. What a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Counter looks on here. Options available. Have to get back at pace. Here, chance. Danger here. The danger is cleared. That's a top stop.
Well, the momentum is shifting and the fans can feel it too. The moves they have with the ball as well. Will they be able to capitalise on it?
Ball has been lost. In behind. Can he finish? And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. As we go, 1-1 now. Making decent progress here. There we go. Passing ball. Easily defended. And the referee's whistle brings the first 45 minutes to a close.
Yeah, I gotta add this video to the collection.
Like Republicans basically creating some semblance of legality for its actions, even if they're very obviously abusing a pre-existing structure. This was a banger from friend of the show over at Wisecracked. Capitalism is over. What's next is worse. Got 500,000 views in 4 days. We're gonna be taking a look at this video. But yeah, let's do Wisecrack.
Is over. So what comes next? Techno-feudalism. Now, if that sounds sinister, well, yeah, it should. Techno-feudalism describes an economy that is slowly regressing to medieval times, where we're becoming serfs tilling the digital land owned by our Silicon Valley feudal lords. And the end game of this project is replacing democratic governments with privatized and non-democratic digital spaces. One tech billionaire is already ahead of the curve in making this vision a reality.
This is what victory feels like.
I mean, come on, you had to see that one coming. Who was surprised with that? It's always him. It's always you, Elon. The world's richest man has been hard at work manifesting this dark new post-capitalist order. He announced his support for a German far-right party in an upcoming election and agreed with their leader that pro-Palestinian activists are basically Nazis. He accused the leader of the British Labour Party of covering up large-scale sex crimes and then argued that the US should liberate the UK. British friends, shout it out in the comments if you want me to come liberate you. I'll be on my way. And he's been acting like Trump's assistant regional manager, living in a $2,000 a night Mar-a-Lago bungalow and running a made-up government agency. Oh, and he's also using the social media platform that he owns to do hate speech. Now, it's easy to attribute this bizarre behavior to general billionaire megalomania, but that risks missing the point. All of his actions connect to the larger project of using...
Dude. This guy is so annoying. I don't like Musk either, but I wouldn't say we're slowly. This guy literally comes in every day to just be so goddamn annoying. Everyone's a Nazi. Bro, he's Sig Heil. He's actively collaborating with the AfD, which is the neo-Nazi movement in Germany. He's actively collaborating with the Reform Party, which is the fascist movement in England. He's also openly stated that in an AfD seminar that you shouldn't... It's ridiculous to say everyone's a Nazi, Pog. Like, this dude is basically openly stating that he is. I just don't understand what more you want, you know?
Digital space to subvert governments and command increasing control over our lives. Okay, so what is techno-feudalism? And how are folks like Musk using their influence to push not just the United States, but the entire world in this direction? Now, to understand, I first need to talk about feudalism, which is a pre-industrial system in which you were either born landed gentry, meaning that you owned land, or a serf, meaning that you worked the land. And because land was something you inherited, there was no way to climb the ladder from serfdom into gentry, no bootstraps in that world. There was no market price on the land. But with economic changes in the 19th century, land became a more valuable commodity on the emerging market. So landlords kicked the serfs out and invited them to come back.
I like that also the chatter came in here and immediately undermined the premise. Like, this guy's gonna spend 17 minutes making an argument, but chatter was like, stupid, right off the jump. How about you listen to the argument that he makes? Okay, calling AFD Nazi is like calling Biden a communist. That is insane. There are active Holocaust deniers in charge of the party. The AFD is so much of a prominent neo-Nazi force in Germany that other nationalist parties like Le Pen's party have actively said, we don't want anything to do with these guys. What an insane thing. I don't know what you want. Like, they have active Nazis. It's not like they hide it. They have to obviously maintain plausible deniability because it's literally illegal in Germany to openly be a Nazi. It is illegal in Germany to be a Nazi. So for that reason, they can't ride the swastikas yet. Why are there so many people taking the far center talking points? I just don't know where these people are coming from or how they have these opinions. Like, who else am I falsely smearing? This is Reddit. Bro, every single sub? No, I don't think Reddit is saying AFD is not Nazi. That's crazy. Yeah, what's next, bro? What are you going to say? Kanye West is a Nazi?
Back and exchange their labor for money, creating whatever goods were desirable on the beautiful market. Now, this marks the creation of enclosures, in which peasants were kicked off the land their family had worked for generations, fenced out of their previous homes. They now worked for wages and had to pay rent. In other words, it was capitalism time. Now, while we're not moving back onto parcels of land owned by feudal lords, much of our lives is spent on apps and in other digital spaces that we do not own. If you do own a digital space, however, just consider signing up for our Patreon. There's a link in the description. We would love to take your money. Now, this often involves digital forms of enclosures, and we're creating value for the owners of these enclosures every time we read the news, catch up with friends, or order dinner. Techno-feudalism describes this cloud-based way of life where we've become...
AFD isn't Nazi and wasn't established until 2003. Get an original opinion. Wait, what? Oh my God, this guy's back with the... Okay, take a week off, chatter. He keeps saying, he keeps trying to debate ad breaks. I'm not running ads. You can still subscribe if you want to support the show by, you can subscribe for $6 or you can subscribe for free using your Twitch Prime. I'm not running ads though. Subscriptions will still offer you some benefits, some meaningful benefits, such as the opportunity to be able to send me links that I will watch. It's not always a guarantee that I will click on them. Okay, but I am no longer running ads. No two-liners in the chat regardless. Even if I was running ads, we wouldn't allow two-parter debates. Subscription money goes to Jeff Bezos, a techno-feudalist lord, so no. Okay, but it's also going to me as well. What do you mean? It's like saying I'm no longer using the internet because, every website you go to is hosted on AWS, and therefore Jeff Bezos, the tech overlord, is making money off of it. All right, well, no using the websites any longer.
Serfs who live on the terrain of Silicon Valley billionaires. And
Silly.
Much like the serfs before us, we don't really have a choice, as so much of modern existence requires use of these digital spaces. Like, really think about it. If you were going to throw your phone away, get off the internet, not use apps, like, what would you do? A lot of stuff would be really hard. If you've done that, don't let us know because you're not here because you wouldn't be watching this. According to McManahan, Strachan, and Forno, techno-feudalism suggests our preferences are no longer our own. They're manufactured by machine networks. It's underpinned by the theory that the cloud has created a feedback loop that removes our agency. We train the algorithm to find what we like, and then the algorithm trains us to like what it offers. I don't know what this says, but I'm getting this Instagram ad recently that's like, how to be a good dad even if you have ADHD. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you're targeting me with a thing that's like, your specific neurodivergency is making you a bad dad, but you need to do this to be a good dad. It's crazy. So not only are we dependent on cloud-based networks, but the more we engage with them, the more we need them. And the more
come
they sort of
on.
own us. Now, you might think that President Musk's recent political activity indicates a desire to use traditional systems of government to gain power, but it's actually the opposite. He's using the government to undermine the very power of government. You know, Trump's even promised him his own government agency, DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency, with the precise goal of eliminating wasteful government spending. And this plays into the recent trend in which governments are giving up more and more of their power to private tech contractors. This increasingly looks like previously public services, everything from transportation, the post office, libraries, education, becoming enclosed by private corporations. And this isn't an exclusively right-wing move, as the guy who really married big tech to government is none other than Barack Obama, because he hoped that we could change America to be a Silicon Valley hellhole. Lucy Green writes that there was a revolving door between the Obama administration and tech giants. A host of ex-Obama staffers went on to work for Lyft and other...
Yes, and also, not only that, but also... What is this? Wow, you're seriously going to run an ad for a channel right now in the middle of another creator's video and then just leave? You're really going to tell your audience that if you subscribe with Prime for free, you can get special emails and a cool banner? Yes, that is what I did, isn't it? Not only is it Barack Obama that accelerated this process, it was, I think, what the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, is utilizing is also an Obama era protocol that gives them some semblance of legality, as far as I understand. Like, it's operating, DOGE is technically operating under, what is it? The United States Digital Service. The DOGE structure, a reorganization and renaming of the United States Digital Service. The United States Digital Service is hereby publicly renamed to be DOGE Services. The United States Digital Service was, or is also called as the United States DOGE Service, is a Obama era. The USDS was launched on August 11, 2014 by President Barack Obama. It provided consultation services to federal agencies on IT, information technology. Its mandate was to improve and simplify digital service to improve federal websites. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that they're utilizing it to the same way, but this is yet another instance where, remember how I always tell you about, like, Republicans love looking at, like, nascent, pre-existing rules or agencies or whatever. Anyone can edit Wikipedia, by the way. You already know that, though. All right, I'm done with you, dude. All right, take a week off, dumb.
Hard to believe you can get this and all of this in just 2 minutes, or that it arrives at your door fresh and full of flavor. You know what they say.
Like, this isn't, I'm relying on Wikipedia to summarize a thing that I know happened already. You think someone digitally altered this Wikipedia page? Like, this is a real thing. What are you talking about? Here, this is the White House also saying that they're reorganizing an existing service. Like, what is wrong with you? That guy got a little taste of being an annoying little shitter in the chat and hasn't stopped chirping every day, every single day, since I responded to him defending RFK Jr.'s, like, anti-vaxxer nonsense. Anyway, this is yet another instance of, like, Republicans basically creating some semblance of legality for its actions, even if they're very obviously abusing a pre-existing structure. Or another thing that they love doing is, like, pointing to, I don't know, some kind of law from 1847 to be like, guess what? Back then, it was illegal for women to wear pants on Sundays, which is why now all female congresspersons are in direct violation of this law. So we're just going to refuse to listen to female congresspersons or whatever. You know what I mean?
Silicon Valley giants, with some helping craft legislation that basically favors digital landlords while taking rights from the new serfs. In other words, it gives like companies a lot of power and makes it where if you're a Lyft driver, you don't have real labor rights. It's established an incestuous relationship between government power and tech influence. Green writes that Silicon Valley is now better positioned than most industries to wield political influence, and in ways we have not seen before. It is at once government vendor, collaborator, sponsor, advisor, communicator, rival, and enemy on any given day. More and more government contracts are going to Silicon Valley, especially in military and communications technology. Consider how NASA, rather than investing in its own R&D, now buys Musk's rockets and satellites. This turns the agency from something that is at least in theory about the public good into a mechanism for enriching Musk. According to Green, tech companies are exacerbating all the pressures on the government, which is both eroding revenues and undermining their strength. And Yanis Varoufakis notes that as with the original enclosures, some form of fence would be necessary to keep the masses out of such an important resource. In the 18th century, it was land that many were denied access to. In the 21st century, it is access to our own identity. This is because just to participate in this new cloud-based kingdom, we're constantly trading our identity and personal data for admission. This data is collected whether you're driving your Tesla or you're posting on the app formerly known as Twitter. And then you're fed ads that imply that if you have ADHD, you can't be a good dad. This means that Musk is completing a project that was initiated and endorsed by Obama and a whole bunch of liberal politicians. So don't say woke crack or anything, guys. I'm saying bad stuff about Obama and those guys, but then you'll just be mad at that. You guys are hard to please. But Musk is going beyond simply trying to make America Silicon Valley again. He's trying to take this project global. It's not dissimilar from the pre-industrial land grabs and expansions that would expand the territories of feudal lords to give them more power and control. France's president recently said this about Musk. 10 years ago, who would have imagined that the owner of one of the world's largest social networks would be supporting a new international reactionary movement and intervening directly in elections, including in Germany? He was joined by Norway's prime minister, who said, "I find it worrying that a man with enormous access to social media and huge economic resources involves himself so directly in the internal affairs of other countries." Sort of like the unmarried friend who gives you like marriage advice, or the person without a kid that tells you how to parent. It's like, just chill. Just chill. It's not your role. Musk has been a major power player in the Russian-Ukraine war via his Starlink satellites, which Ukraine relies on, and which literally give him the power to undermine their war efforts. In recent months, the most alarming part of Musk's European tour of terror has been his support for the far-right Alternative for Germany party. He recently warned the German people,
"Only AfD can save Germany. End of story." And people really need to get behind the AfD, and otherwise things are going to get very, very much worse in Germany.
Okay, let's take a quick look at this article. It's titled, "Musk Says Only AfD Can Save Germany and Talk with German Populist Leader." And if you just read this headline alone and knew nothing else, you might be like, oh, the AfD, that's probably a political party. Populism, that's just someone who claims to appeal to ordinary people. Surely nothing crazy is going on here. But if you were looking at a headline from a different source covering the same story, you could read something like, "Elon Musk to host X event promoting neo-Nazi AfD party ahead of German elections," and think, oh, that's a bad one. And how is it possible that the same story is completely different depending on which source you're getting your news from? Many media organizations, well, they prioritize
Ethical
clicks
reacts.
over clear, accurate information. They're reducing complex issues to simple sound bites. That article that I just shared, well, I found that on Ground News, which is where I read my news every day. They're the sponsor of today's video. Their app and website pull stories from across the globe into one place, and it gives you the full picture on every story. This story has been reported by over 300 sources, and we can check out where each one leans politically using their bias distribution chart. You can also check the factuality rating, which scores the reliability of reporting, and even lets you see who owns each source. These factors shape how stories are framed, letting you compare how bias impacts coverage, like we saw in the articles mentioned earlier. Now, one of the things I love about Ground News is their blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the political spectrum. I don't know about you all, I can get a little trapped in my bubble, following certain people on social media, talking to friends who have similar views as I do, and this feature really helps me step outside that bubble and both discover stories I wouldn't see otherwise. And
Your chatters are on my... You literally said that was an AI clip of Elon when it was not an AI clip of Elon. That's why chatters are on your dick, because you're stupid. Why are you taking this guy seriously? He's over exaggerating. We're not gonna be first. Him, you're the first to be the serf. You already got the peasant brain locked down
and also see how stories I know about are covered differently. Now, if you want to check it out for yourself, you can head over to ground.news/wisecrack and give it a try. If you use this link, you're going to get 40% off the Vantage plan and get unlimited access to all the features that are going to help you get all the information you need to navigate the news in this increasingly newsworthy time. Now, I think Ground News is doing important work. I do hope that you'll check them out. But for now, let's get back to the show. The party's leader, Alice Weidel, used their conversation to equate Hitler and the Nazis with contemporary communists and socialists, even though Hitler actually put communists into camps.
So he was nothing else than an anti-Semitic socialist. Yeah. And we are exactly the opposite. We are a libertarian conservative party. We are wrongly framed the entire time.
This isn't just more of Elon being oddly Nazi adjacent, it's an active continuation of the techno-feudalist project. And this was noted by the Green Party candidate from Germany, who said, with his billions upon billions of dollars and unbridled media power, Elon Musk's support for the AfD is not some ignorant whim. He's emboldening those who want to weaken Europe and its rule of law, the very regulations that limit unchecked power. Now, some of you Musk fanboys might argue that all he's doing is encouraging a more libertarian spirit and a sense of free speech absolutism. But according to political philosopher Willem David Blunt, Musk and co. aren't libertarian, they're authoritarian. They're primarily interested in shielding themselves from regulation. They're overlords, wanting to be free of constraint like feudal overlords of the past as divine rightful kings. They view themselves arbitrarily as geniuses, and we are buying into it one click at a time, affirming their power. And it makes sense that Musk would work to destabilize Europe with its historical social safety nets and more aggressive regulation of tech companies, including the recent Digital Markets Act, which bars companies from monetizing data collected on mobile apps to help advertisers better target individuals. But you might still be wondering, how does any of this end capitalism? Well, let's think back to the transition from feudalism to industrialism, when the enclosure of land turned everything into market relations. The early open access and publicly funded internet was, over the course of the 90s, sold off for commercial interest, and eventually enclosed by tech companies that consolidated services to extract maximum data and profit from users. But now the shift to techno-feudalism has more to do with power and control than it does market viability. Now, according to Varoufakis, techno-feudalism is qualitatively distinct from capitalism, and thus, as a word, it illuminates crucial aspects of the real world in ways that rentier capitalism, or platform capitalism, or hyper-capitalism cannot. In other words, techno-feudalism breaks from the pure market logic that has driven most tech development until recently. And just like how some of Musk's seemingly erratic political behavior makes more sense in light of the techno-feudalist project, so does his own use of and general encouragement of hate speech. Now, Varoufakis writes, because techno-feudalism's algorithms are known to reinforce patriarchy, stereotypes, and pre-existing oppressions, those who are most vulnerable, girls, the mentally ill, the marginalized, and yes, the poor, suffer the outcome most. In other words, if recklessly using R words and N words and F words on social media reinforces the strength of these platforms, then hey, why not encourage it? And in case you're gonna be like, he doesn't, he did the R one, I'm not gonna say it, but he did it. We recently saw this with Mark Zuckerberg pulling diversity programs out of Meta along with their content moderation program, which now allows for hate speech. And Zuckerberg has explicitly connected these moves with a renewed call for masculinity and aggression in corporate culture.
It's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone, and I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad.
And it shouldn't shock us that folks like Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Mark Andreessen are all getting in line to serve in Trump's anti-woke army. Now, Varoufakis writes that bigotry is techno-feudalism's emotional compensation for the frustrations and anxieties we experience in relation to identity and focus. He notes that even the most diligent content moderation can't stem all this hate because algorithms optimize for cloud rents, which flow more copiously from hatred and discontent. It's good for business to do hateful stuff, so they're going to keep making it possible to do hateful stuff. Now, Varoufakis also points out that another effect of the techno-feudalist revolution is that we no longer own our own minds. During our working hours, we become cloud pros, putting ourselves into various digital systems. My main one is YouTube. What digital system do you put yourself into? And then when we get home, we become cloud serfs, fueling our own distraction and exploitation. When I'm at home, I still largely fuel YouTube, sometimes other streaming apps, Reddit, Twitter, Instagram. Why don't I read books? I don't know. Now, he writes that while privatization and private equity asset strip all physical wealth around us, cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Whew, take that one in, guys. Cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Where we once both lived and worked on the feudal lord's physical land, the new serfdom takes place in the cloud controlled by the tech overlords, where our minds and very identities are extracted for value. Now, it might feel like we're totally screwed. At this point, that's how I feel. But, according to Varoufakis, the poison might also contain the cure. He writes that collective action is made harder when people have fewer opportunities to come together. But herein lies the great power the cloud capital presents to its potential rebels, a capacity to build coalitions, organize, and take action via the cloud. I guess that's what the comments are for. Get after it. So the very space that we're forced to work as both unpaid laborers and reproducers of the system is also a space where we can band together to rage against the machine. As Bernie Sanders pointed out in a recent interview with Hassan Piker, the techno-feudal takeover of politics disempowers working people as a whole and hollows out what remains of democracy.
You got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is.
So as Trump takes office, flanked on all sides by those with a clear techno-feudal agenda, the challenge is creatively using those feudal spaces to organize resistance against our new lords. Okay, please let me know what you think below. If you haven't checked it out yet, there is a link to our Patreon community in the description. It's a great way to support the channel, get early videos with no ads, extra perks, access to our Discord server, things of that nature. If you don't have that and you consider subscribing, liking, leaving a comment, it all really helps us. In the meantime, I don't know, try to be a little less surfy this week, and I'll do the same. I'll see you next time.
So we're all deleting Twitter and Instagram? Good luck. It's like saying during the time of enclosures that you would no longer utilize the land. Oh, I just won't live off the land no more. Especially because like there's still alternative platforms out there that you are utilizing. It's inescapable. The real goal here should be to make it more reasonable. Anyway.
Fellas, this year's NBA All-Star Game is going to be can't-miss entertainment. We've got a whole new twist on things.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready, Ernie.
This year, folks, 4 teams, single elimination. Each team plays one knockout game to determine which 2 teams will advance to the final game. And you guys are drafting the teams. This is going to be fun. Chuck, would you agree?
Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his freshness. Old Spice.
Velvet touches with the ball again.
That's why I was saying, can you imagine if they fucking sold OpenAI to freaking Elon Musk? Oh God, bro. They're trying to like re-enslave us. And these people voted in the fucking slave masters.
Jairzinho. He's done well to get past his man. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning.
It's kind of crazy.
Javi. Out of play for a throw and maybe just a lapsing. celebration.
Really just waiting for this game to end. This is a
Air
good
and
video.
water standard.
Let's start this from the beginning.
Out over a battlefield where thousands of they will remember whether we stood with President Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, who in 1863, looking out over a battlefield where thousands of people had died, thousands of soldiers died in the fight against slavery, and he stated that, quote, "This nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Do we stand with Lincoln's vision of America, or do we sit idly by and allow this country to move into a new vision? And that is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire class. But it is not just oligarchy that we should be concerned about. Not just the reality that today 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million. 3 people, more wealth than the bottom 170 million Americans. It is not just that the gap between the very, very rich and everyone else is growing wider, and it is not just that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we have ever had. On top of all of that, the reality is that today we are moving rapidly under President Trump toward authoritarianism. More and more power resting in fewer and fewer hands. Mr. President, as we speak right now, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, is attempting to dismantle major agencies of the federal government which are designed to protect the needs of working families and the disadvantaged. These agencies were created by the U.S. Congress, and it is Congress's responsibility to maintain them, to reform them, or to end them. It is not Mr. Musk's responsibility. What Mr. Musk is doing is patently illegal and unconstitutional and must be ended. President, 2 weeks ago, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans.
Oh, they couldn't as a keeper.
Outrageous and clearly unconstitutional
Ready to
act.
keep things moving.
And as I hope every 6th grader, every kid in the 6th grade in this country knows, under the Constitution and our form of government, the President can recommend legislation, he can support legislation, he can veto legislation, but he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding passed by the Congress. It is Congress, the House and the Senate, who control the purse strings.
That the goal is on the other side.
But in this move toward authoritarianism, it is not just the Congress that is being attacked. It is our judiciary.
They're starting to
this
move up.
weekend, the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law School, who clerked for a Supreme Court justice, said that, and I quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power." End quote.
Incredible save. The keeper has kept them in this one.
I thought that one of the major functions
of the federal courts is to interpret our Constitution and, when appropriate, serve as a check on the unconstitutional power of the executive. That's not just what I believe.
Kickoff taken, and we're back
That is
underway.
what I suspect every legal scholar and lawyer in America understands to be the case. Further, Mr. Musk, meanwhile, has proposed, and I quote, that the worst 1% of appointed judges be fired every year, end quote. And he demanded the impeachment of judges that have blocked him from accessing sensitive Treasury Department files. No doubt, under Mr. Musk's rule, it will be him and his billionaire friends who determine who the worst judges are. And no, Mr. Musk, I must tell you, you don't impeach judges who rule against you here in the United States. You may or may not know this, Mr. Musk, but under the U.S. Constitution, we have a separation of powers, brilliantly crafted by the founding fathers of this country in the 1770s. And it has worked pretty well throughout our country's history. We have an executive branch, we have a legislative branch, and we have a judiciary. Mr. President, what we are seeing now is not just an organized attack on the power of the Congress and the responsibility of the judiciary. Mr. Trump and his friends are not just trying to undermine two of the three pillars of our constitutional government, Congress and the courts. They are also going after the media in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country.
And that will clear the danger?
Trust me that every member of Congress will tell you that the people working in the media and media organizations are not perfect. We have all had our experiences with media. Media, like everything else, makes mistakes every day. But I do hope that every member of Congress understands
there goes the whistle, and it's a second yellow. They'll have to
that you cannot have a functioning democracy.
And that's what we call it.
You cannot have a free flow of information. You cannot have the pursuit of truth without an independent press. A press not intimidated by presidents of the United States, but a president who writes it and sees it the way they understand it to be. And in that regard, I want to mention to my colleagues what President Trump has done just in recent months. Mr. Trump has sued ABC and received a $15 million settlement. He has sued Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and received a $25 million settlement. He has sued CBS and its parent company Paramount and is right now in negotiations over a settlement. He has sued the Des Moines Register for a poll results that he didn't like, and his FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR, major news outlets in our country. In other words, we have a president of the United States who is using his incredible power and the power of his agencies to go after media in this country who are saying and doing things he does not like. How are we going to have an independent media if journalists are looking over their shoulders, fearful that their reporting will trigger a lawsuit from the most powerful executive in the world?
No chance for the keeper. What a great
Mr. President, in the midst of all of this, I think that now is the time to ask a very, very simple question. Something I think that is on the minds of millions of Americans. What do Mr. Musk, Mr. Trump, and their fellow billionaires
There goes grid on goal.
really want?
Strong.
No, it's not really taking over Greenland, Panama Canal, all that stuff.
For me.
The real question is, what is their end game? What is their goal? What are they striving?
Come away with it. That's a very dangerous
And in my view,
position here.
the answer really is not complicated.
That was an amazing effort.
It is not novel.
The keeper work nothing on that
It
play.
is not new.
Ball played short.
It is, in fact, exactly what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted.
And there's a chance to go on the break.
And have always believed to be their right. Their right. And that is more power for themselves, more control for themselves, and more wealth for themselves. And in their pursuit of more power, more control, and more wealth, they are determined to not allow democracy and the rule of law to get in their way. For Mr. Musk and his fellow oligarchs, the needs, the concerns, the pain, the ideas, the dreams of ordinary people are simply an impediment to what they, the oligarchs, are entitled to. And that is really what they believe. They are entitled to all of the wealth and the power they have, and they are determined to stop anyone who gets in their way. Mr. President, this process, this phenomenon that is going on right now is not the first time that we have seen this in our country's history. As I think many Americans understand, in pre-revolutionary America, before the 1770s, before the creation of the United States and the writing of our Constitution, the ruling class of that time governed through a doctrine called the divine right of kings. The belief that the King of England was an agent of God, that God appointed him, and that he was not to be questioned by mere mortal human beings. He was appointed by God. In modern times, we no longer have the divine right of kings. What we now have is an ideology being pushed by the oligarchs, which says that as a very, very wealthy group of people, often self-made, often the masters of revolutionary new technology, and as high IQ individuals, it is their absolute right to rule. In other words, the oligarchs of today are our modern-day kings. And Mr. President, it is not just power that they want. Despite the incredible wealth that they currently have, they want more and more and more. Their greed has no end. Today, Mr. Musk is worth $402 billion. Mr. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion, and Mr. Bezos is worth $249 billion. With combined wealth of $903 billion, these three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million Americans. And not surprisingly, since Trump was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer.
Muskrat.
And Bezos has become $28 billion richer since Election Day in November. Meanwhile, Mr. President, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in terms of health care.
I'm one.
25% of our seniors in this country are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. 800,000 Americans are homeless, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth.
Right. And they're trying to cut programs.
Inflation-adjusted wages for the average American worker has not gone up in 50 years. Does anyone really think that the oligarchs give a damn about ordinary Americans? Trust me, they don't. Musk's decision to dismember USAID means that tens of thousands of the poorest people in this world will either go hungry or die of preventable diseases. Tens of thousands of people. But it's not just USAID and what's happening abroad. Here in the United States, mark my words, if we do not stop them, they will soon be going after the health care, nutrition, housing, and educational programs that protect the most vulnerable people in our country, all so that they can raise the money they need to provide huge tax breaks for themselves and for other billionaires. As modern-day kings who believe they have the absolute right to rule, they will sacrifice without hesitation the well-being of working people in order to protect their power and their privileges. Further, they will use the enormous media operations they own to deflect attention away from the impact of their policies while they entertain us to death. Mr. Musk owns Twitter. Mr. Zuckerberg owns Meta, which includes Facebook and Instagram. And Mr. Bezos owns the Washington Post and Twitch. Further, they and their fellow oligarchs will continue within our corrupt campaign finance system to spend huge amounts of money to buy politicians in both major political parties. Bottom line, the oligarchs, with their unlimited amounts of money, are waging a war on the working class of our country, and it is a war that they are intent on winning. Now, I'm not going to kid anybody. The problems that our country faces right now are enormously serious, and they are not easy to solve. Our economy is rigged. The rich get richer, poor get poorer, and the middle class struggles. Our campaign finance system is totally corrupt. Billionaires can now pour as much money as they want into both political parties. And climate change is ravaging our country and the world with unprecedented levels of extreme weather disturbance, among many other crises our country faces. But Mr. President, in the midst of all of these crises, this is what I do know, and this is what I do believe. And that is that the worst fear of the ruling class of our country is that the American people, whether they are black or white or Latino, whether they are urban or rural, whether they are young or old, gay or straight, whatever. The fear of the ruling class is that the American people come together to demand a government that represents all of us, not just the people on top. The oligarch's nightmare is that we will not allow ourselves to be divided up by race, religion, sexual orientation, or country of origin, and will come together and have the courage to take them on. Will this struggle be easy? No, it will not. And one of the reasons that it will not be easy is that the ruling class of this country will constantly remind us that they have the power. They control the government. They own the media. But our job right now in these difficult times is to go back and remember the great struggles and sacrifices that millions of Americans have waged over the centuries in difficult times to create a more democratic, just, and humane society. Think about all of the sacrifices and the struggles that Americans went through to create a more democratic, just, and humane society. And think about trying to put yourself to where they were in those times of crisis. Think about what was being said at those times. Think about the 1770s, overthrowing the King of England, the most powerful person on earth, the British Empire, to create a new nation and have self-rule here in the colonies? Impossible. So many people thought it could not be done. Establishing universal suffrage, the right of all people, whether they were wealthy or not, to vote. Imagine that, what a radical idea, extending the right to vote to poor people. Impossible, couldn't be done, but it was done. Ending slavery and segregation, taking on all of the power of the slaveholders. Impossible, but it was done. Granting workers the right to form unions and ending child labor, taking on the power of big business. Impossible, but it was done. Giving women control over their own bodies, taking on sexism, taking on the powers that be. Couldn't be done, impossible, but it was done. Passing legislation to establish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, a minimum wage, clean air and water standards. Impossible, couldn't be done, but it was done. In other words, Mr. President, I think back to what Nelson Mandela told us. He said, everything is impossible until it is done. So in these difficult days, when we find ourselves arrayed against the wealthiest people in the world, the most powerful people in the world, people who want to expand the power of the oligarchy, people who want to move us toward authoritarianism, I know that people get discouraged, that we can't take them on, that we cannot create a government that works for all and not just the few, that we cannot do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, that we cannot raise the minimum wage to a living wage so that tens of millions of people do not earn starvation wages, that we cannot make sure that all of our kids get the quality education that they deserve, that we can't expand Social Security to lower the poverty rate among seniors. And I know that in this moment people say, well, that's an impossible dream, can't be done. But I think if you look back on American history, you will find that in very difficult and dark days, when people came together, they did the impossible. This ain't going to be easy. We're taking on enormously powerful people who really do not believe in democracy or the rule of law. But if we stand together, we're going to win this fight. And not only will we save American democracy, we're going to create the kind of nation that I think most of us know we should become. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
We're losing Charlie. They're taking C. Securing Zone A. We're losing Charlie. Taking Alpha. We lost C. Losing B. Securing Charlie. Securing Alpha. Taking A. Securing B. Taking Alpha. Zone Alpha captured. Taking Bravo underway.
Capturing this objective.
Taking C. Losing A. Locking down Charlie. Controlling Bravo. Securing C. We're losing Alpha.
Signal low running.
Losing A. Securing Charlie. Losing Bravo. We lost B. Locking down Charlie. Taking Bravo underway. Taking C.
Losing A. Securing C. Taking B. B locked down. All zones are being locked down. Securing Zone A. Your tactics aren't working. Find another way. Control Zone C. They're taking C. We're winning. Keep it that way. We lost Charlie. They've taken the lead. Securing Alpha. Big on. Rest and recuperate. Tomorrow you'll be running drills until you drop.
But yep. So it go. Shut up. Oh, that's what I wanted to do.
Face off, team deathmatch. Green light, go, go, go! We got the lead, now hold it.
Hostile spot. Iced him. Tally, shock charge. We're clear. Tally, thermal. Charge set. Hostile thermo. Enemy using shotgun. Body dropped.
shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
Hey.
Damn it, we've lost the lead.
Semtex front.
Tango neutralized. It's 5 in a row. Injecting stim. Enemy decoy. Eyes on hostile Semtex. Miss me? Damn, that feels good.
Enemy stun coming in.
Located shock charge. MU.
Hostile shooter.
They're gearing up for a final push. Hope you left someone to tank.
Revenge is my middle fucking name. Vamos!
Enemy thermal barrel.
Semtex front.
I don't believe in bad luck. Just bad aim.
Talk
Get
about a
that,
shit
sir.
show. Move out, Black Ops.
Haven't you heard? No one stays dead anymore.
Do you think they would have shot Donald Trump if he was in Inglorious Bastards? Because he's kind of like the equivalent of a Nazi. You think like Trump and Elon both would have got their heads blown off by the Inglorious Bastards? I think they would have. Hmm.
Pretty mad at that one. Fucking Jesse up. What happens? Fuck around.
Hostile kill confirmed.
Engage.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Eyes on enemy.
Threat neutralized. Using step shot. You're mine.
Press. Going on. EVA 1 down. Sensei, front. Trouble down.
System was eliminated.
Come on.
You got cocky.
Eyes on hostile Semtex. Molotov. Sighting in. What the hell was that?
Enemy appears KIA.
Planning on giving up, do it now. If not, get to work. walk all
Not
over
how the plan was supposed to go.
Win or lose, Trump is still a Nazi bitch. Probably would have got murked off in Inglorious Bastards. Elon too. Elon too, for real. Really think about it. Really think about it. They would have got murked off. Give me one sec. I gotta pee. Okay, I'm back. Why is it so dark? Oh, I know why it looks so dark. Better. Okay. I like this one. Now we download it. I haven't used P Collabs in a little bit. What they send? Here we are. Here we are.
Face off team deathmatch. Destroy the enemy.
Wait. My mic isn't, why's my mic not showing? Oh. It's not showing up because I muted it. It's showing up now, though.
Taking the lead. Stay on task.
Enemy.
The lead is ours.
It was only a matter of time.
Time short. Put your head down and secure the target. Hostiles reclaim the lead. They were already dead. Not realized it. Good job.
Fuck Donald Trump. Elon Musk. Wait. Check. Why is my mic not?
Face-off domination. Go time. Capture the objective. Taking A. Securing B. Taking C. Taking Bravo underway. We're losing Alpha. No Charlie locked out. They're taking C. We've taken control.
Last cap deployed.
Securing Zone A. Losing B.
Enemy impact grenade.
Taking Alpha. Bravo lost.
Molotov sighted.
We're losing Charlie. Securing Alpha.
Patching up. Hostile grenade.
Taking A.
Capturing the
Securing
objective
zone
as
A.
task.
Taking B. Controlling Bravo. Losing A.
Molotov.
Taking Alpha. Taking B. Securing Alpha. They're taking C. Taking A. We're losing Charlie. You've fallen behind. Securing B.
Molotov sight. Sending the Semtex.
Securing C.
Objective capture in progress. Hostile incendiary.
Securing Zone A. Taking Bravo underway.
Foot mobile. Hostile stun.
Controlling Bravo.
Tied down. Assist me on the objective.
Bravo is ours. Taking Alpha.
I'm on the OBG.
Molotov. Not this time.
Losing Bravo.
Molotov.
Securing Alpha.
Locking it down.
Securing B.
Target appears hostile. Take your head out your ass.
Bravo zone secure.
Molotov sight.
Destroyed your cookie system.
5 kills.
Target ID. Semtex on. Incoming grenade.
Taking A.
Armed hostile.
Securing Zone A.
One of them.
Losing B. Taking Alpha. Securing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
You do the same for me. Troops to contact.
Do we have a problem here? Hostile Molotov.
Molotov sighted.
I'm rolling now.
Taking A. You gonna let a bunch Securing Alpha.
Spring mine spotted.
Shot's good.
Guess I chose the wrong people for this job.
Crimson's day.
My bad.
Vulnerable. Let's make it ours.
He was so dead.
I've killed.
Trump is still a bitch, though. Trump is a racist Nazi bitch.
Face off, team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats.
What?
Lead down.
Prime the Semtex. Incoming flashbang. They had it coming. Eyes on hostile. Concussion grenade. That's a kill. That feels good. Hostile shooter. Semtex, back off. Eyes on Semtex. Sending the Semtex. Not this time. Promise. Sending the Semtex.
Front.
Semtex, front.
Clock ticking, Black Ops. Close this shit down.
You fucking blind?
Enemy in sight. This shit ain't working. Lost these in. Missing shit. I'm pulling the plug. Time to fade.
Not how the plan was supposed to go.
Trump is still a bitch.
Five down.
Importing this Nazi out, bro. That shit's so crazy. I really can't stand Nazis, bro. Dirty, stinking, filthy piece of shit Nazis. I really, really hate them motherfuckers. Am I right? Am I right?
Shut your ass up.
Trump is still a bitch, and I don't fuck with Nazis, so fuck Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Not over here. We don't take kindly to them kinds around
100%.
here. Oh yeah, man. Yo, y'all know Elon Musk was trying to buy fucking AI, OpenAI or ChatGPT. Can you imagine if that
Yes,
motherfucker had
bro.
control? Bro,
I know,
bro.
dude. I know.
Oh my God.
I love my Chat GPT.
I deleted that. I would have deleted it. I mean, whatever information they have, they already got, but I would have done shit. No more. I'd have gone straight to the Chinese one.
Dude, it's so good for school.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God. It's a
Elon
it's a
the
cheat code.
Room.
It's a cheat code.
Yes, bro, it does calculus, it does my code. I mean, it saved my ass, bro. It saved me so much time. I don't know how people did it without it.
It'll write your essay. Well, look, if you should definitely do school one time around without using it, you know, to exercise your brain and shit.
No, dude, here's the thing though. I don't just straight up use it for like cheating and shit. I go along with the notes. I'm at the point now. It is so complex. I'm like getting the steps. And I write it in my notebook. I got a full ass podcast full of ChatGPT notes.
Yeah, no, it really is amazing. It really is. It really is. It could cite your work for you. Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. It'll write your essays
I know,
for you.
Elon would ruin it, man. He just ruin it.
Yeah, he would. It's like how he ruins everything else, bro.
I know, man.
I can't believe that.
He just wants to buy it. Yes, bro, and he put a. It's like he got a bid on the miracle. He's just trying to do the same thing with AI and Tesla. He's not that smart, bro. He bought Tesla. He didn't invent nothing. He just used the same thing.
Yeah. Hold on. Why is this computer? This should come through my headpiece. There, that's better. Nah, I'm streaming right now. And like what I like to do is like when I'm streaming, like I'll just play videos, essentially just bashing the fuck out of Elon Musk and Trump and shit. But what sucks is freaking because of the Twitch policy now, I'm categorized as like political and shit. So it's like, you know, it's like you have to like, it warns people before they click on my shit, like this person's highly political and also like uses a whole bunch of profanity. And it's like, so? I think so. No, it does that. It helps so many people. It's like, bro, they have yet to do anything that has like helped us at all. Like they haven't lowered the cost of anything. They haven't put anything in place that actually like helps Americans. They literally have been cutting they've been cutting so much shit. Like you wanna get responsible and be like, okay, where's this government money going? Where's the tax dollars going? I 100% get that. I agree, right? Like, you know, being very transparent and letting us know where all of our tax dollars are going is great, but Trump and Elon are not the ones to do it. They are fucking no. Yeah, it's like that's what I. Oh. Nah, don't be mad. Light shit on fire, man. Like how Philadelphia did when they won the Super Bowl, man. Sorry, fuck, nah, tear it. Fuck that shit. Ain't nobody got time to be playing with these nuts. Huh? Yeah. 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 I agree. No, being cool and having good discussions about it, that's the best way to go. Like wilding out and fucking, that's obviously not good. I'm not trying to fucking have like a January 6th. Well, I only heard about 2 so far of like the January 6th rioters. Like one got arrested, I want to say maybe 3 weeks ago now. And on fucking soliciting a minor charges. So this man Trump let out fucking pedophiles, and then another one got shot down by the police. That's what they're saying. No, hell no. Hell no. And especially, it's like, why the hell would we ever think a billionaire would have our best interest? So we essentially gave control to a billionaire over our treasury. And apparently they gave him the same power, like he's not even a fucking citizen. Get the hell out of my goddamn country, Elon. I don't like you. You know what I mean? You stupid piece of you South African. Get your African ass up out my country. Hell yeah. I can't stand this bitch ass. I can't stand that piece of shit. Take your billions of dollars and your stupid Tesla. Get the fuck out. I'm right there with you, man. Get the fuck out. Fuck, man, a billionaire. I expect a billionaire to have our best interest at heart. He has yet to say shit. He has yet to do shit. How about he give us a little bit of those billions of dollars and fix our healthcare? And how about he gives us a couple billions of those dollars and helps student loan debt? Stupid piece of shit. I can't stand that piece of shit. I'm on PS. Yeah, and I'm streaming right now. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. No, not Kick. Not YouTube, Twitch, and this other website, Trovo. Have you ever heard of Trovo? Me neither. Like, I multi-stream. Anyways, you know, fuck Donald Trump, fuck Elon Musk. $15 and 32. Ooh. You are horrible though, Stretch. You need to focus up. Gotta be able to kill and talk shit. Let me add him. Let me add him. Yeah, he added me. I hope he's not an undercover. You never know. You never know, right? You never know. What was I doing? Oh yeah. It's so fun using my like racist country accent to hate Elon Musk. Oh, it feels so good. It's fucking cathartic. I've been trying to upgrade CapCut, but you tripping. We still can't use you. You're not letting us. See? You're still not letting us. Huh? What, CapCut? Why is CapCut not letting us? Oh yeah, fuck Elon Trump. Fuck Elon Trump. Yeah. Fuck Elon Trump muskrat.
Face off kill order. Another day in paradise, Black Ops. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. Our HVT has been eliminated. Friendly HVT on site. Keep them safe. HVT under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire. We took out their HVT. They got our HVT. Enemy HVT on site. Take them out. Alright. Eyes up. HVT.
We could really use some trophy systems, and anyone. I'm sorry about that, but it would be beneficial. I mean, do what you want to do, right? You know what I mean? Because this is America. At least for another couple of months before they about to destroy that shit. Remember when we had freedom? And the who knows for us. Them boys are bomb.
Our HVT's been eliminated.
Motherfucker voted for a tyrant, Nazi piece of shit, and then gave him access to our treasury. Gave a billionaire access to our money, as if the billionaire has our best interests at heart. If a billionaire actually had the American people's best interests at heart. I'm just saying, I'm streaming, I'm multitasking, bitch. But seriously though, if a billionaire had our best interests at heart, why the fuck would he be a billionaire? Yeah, but I'm 7 and 6, so I have a positive KD. That's really all I care about.
Hostile HVT located. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. Our HVT has been eliminated. Friendly HVT on site. Keep them safe.
My KD's in the positive.
Damn it, we've lost the lead. HVT under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire.
Huh?
Come on, you're losing this fight. They got our HVT.
Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle.
Stay alert.
I mean, I'm doing my best, unlike Trump and Elon, bitch ass.
Revenge is my middle. You're falling behind. Enemy HVT is down.
How do you think it, dog? What are you talking about? Nobody's good. Half of the country doesn't stop. Half of the country didn't vote for him. And no, I'm aware he has a popular vote right now. I'm aware. I did see the numbers. I'm not like fucking blind to what the numbers are. I do see that he's a popular vote. I don't give a fuck, bro. I give no fuck. So you're okay. So do you actually think? 200. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, right. So do you actually think, no, can I ask a question? Do you actually think Elon Musk has our best interest at heart? A billionaire. And, okay, so, okay. Fraud by who though? Wait, you're saying, right. Things that they call fraud. Things that they call fraud. Or things that are actually fraud. Have you ever heard of a website called Ground News?
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up. Our HVT's been
what are you talking about?
friendly HVT on site. HVT under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire. All operators to your nearest CCP. We just got our asses handed to us.
Okay. What do you... Right. Okay. What are you even talking about? What are you getting? Yeah, that Elon Trump Musk is a bitch and they're racist Nazis? What do you, dude? I should add you. Oh, I hope we get them again. Ah.
Face off, team deathmatch. You want to clear your name? This is where it happens. We've taken control. Come on, you're losing this fight.
Semtex on.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
Yo, check your fire. Good effect.
Fuck Elon Trump. Oh, I keep saying Elon Trump, but it may as well be. They're both dirty pieces of shit. Dirty, really racist pieces of shit. Nazi dirt ball pieces of shit.
Molotov.
It would be cool being able to continue the conversation. Because that's what I want. I want to get down to the nitty-gritty. I really want to find them Nazis that play this shit. Probably just, but I'm really trying to, like, you know, have like a political conversation with everyone who if it doesn't apply to you, you can just ignore the shit, mute. I won't take offense.
Promise Semtex.
None at all.
Backing up. Take your head up your ass and your finger off the trigger. Semtex front. Semtex thrown. Flashbang sight. Frag. Sending the Semtex.
Go fucking Zulu, Black Ops.
Hey, Woods, we'll take that victory now.
Man, I hope to come across those fuckers again. Anyways, GG's. Fuck Elon Musk. Fuck Donald Trump.
Hostile spring mine. Shock charge identified. You have a problem with your eyes? In the bag.
I'd give you a high five, bro. But physics. But physics. Fuck Donald Trump.
Face-off kill confirmed. We have our
Fuck
orders.
Elon Musk.
See it through. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Really?
Located shock charge.
No. Using the marksman in such close quarters. Pretty accurate. nasty. Kinda like the one.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
Enemy.
What the?
Take his stick.
All units prepare for exfil. This one's ours.
Okay, now.
Five in a row by my hand. You're dead.
Sure. GG's. Fuck Trump and Musk. Fuck Trump and Musk. Can't stand them Nazis.
Face off, domination. Secure the objective. Secure it, Zone A. Losing B.
Grenade.
Alpha secure. They're taking C.
Engaging.
No one wants to argue why they think Trump is actually beneficial for America. Yo, Daddy Trump. Yo, your whole screen name. You really love to suck Trump's cock, huh? I'm pretty sure you could give me a valid argument as to why Trump is good for America. I'd love to hear it. What cockamamie bullshit do you fucking know? I would love to know. No, he's a cis man from a pretty conservative island. Jamaica doesn't really do anything yet. They've come a long way, but he's old school Jamaican military too. And even he could see a Nazi from a mile away. Do you disagree? Do you think that Elon and Trump are not Nazis? Or have strong Nazi sentiments? Or maybe you are a Nazi yourself, so that's why you agree with them. Could that be the case? Could you be a Nazi, Monsieur Trump? You know what Americans did to Nazis, right? You know what they did, right? Come on, you know what they did. Everybody did. They had multiple movies about what they did to Nazis. You ever seen this? This is one of my favorite movies. You know what? As I'm streaming, one day I'm gonna stream not on YouTube because I'll get in trouble if I do it on YouTube, but on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stream Glorious Bastards, just to remind motherfuckers of the Nazis here in America. We don't take kindly to Nazis around here.
Not this time.
Right?
Losing A. Take it B.
Speechless Trump supporter is rare. They got all kinds of bullshit ass facts they love to spit out.
We're losing Alpha.
Eyes on hostile Semtex. Primary Semtex.
Securing Charlie. Controlling Bravo.
I actually want to know. I actually would like to know. Somebody who's still a Trump supporter, like, what has he done in your eyes that is beneficial for?
Losing Bravo.
Molotov.
I like Bravo. He tried to give us
Taking Bravo underway.
Tried. You know what's so crazy? A black man in America tried to give everybody else in America help. We've had, and he's a first black one. We have had so many white presidents, and now one of them wanted to give the rest of America health care. But the one black guy made a strong push. And a bunch of conservative whites. That's weird, ain't it? I mean, listen, there's room for improvement, but it's a start. We're the richest country in the world. We have a multi-billionaire running our treasury. How is it that we can't figure out universal health care for everybody? Black, white, Asian, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? If we're the richest country, how come we can't figure that out? if we're the best country. Has Trump or Elon Muskrat said anything about, you know, helping out healthcare and ensuring that everyone's able to get to a good doctor and you know what I mean, they won't be saddled with crazy bills or maybe like, you know, student loan debt, you know, like have they come out with anything? Said anything? Huh? I mean, I'm okay with paying higher taxes if I as long as I know what it's going for, right? You know what I mean? I don't mind. Yes, bro, because we're a team. Like we're on this big ass rock with a whole bunch of other people. And if my neighbor is doing well, I'll be doing well. If my neighbor is healthy, I'll have a better chance of being healthy. If my neighbor's going through shit and is having a hard time paying taxes, I have a higher chance of my neighbor trying to rob my house. And it's not like my neighbor can't get guns. I live in Florida. We get guns quick down here. Quick as fuck. I actually saw a video recently of a blind man getting a gun. Like he had the walking cane and everything. I'm serious. It's like I can't remember what I was watching. I think it was like actually regular news. It wasn't even like, you know, one of those comedy things. It was like regular news, and then at the end of it, the anchor was like, how did he able to get it? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind paying more, and I'm broke. Like, trust me when I tell you, I am broke. And still, I don't have a problem paying a little bit more in order. So you, if you have kids, your kids, you know what I mean? Your kids' kids. Like, I don't have a problem paying a little bit more in taxes if it's gonna give everybody access to healthcare. Why can't bitch-ass Nazi Elon Musk figure that shit out? And he's a billionaire, a multi-billionaire. He fucks way more bitches than me. That's all I'm saying. Crazy a black man try to give everybody else fucking healthcare, especially when Americans did it to black people for so long. Anyways, good talk. You sound pretty cool. Fuck Trump though. Fuck Elon Musk. What's going on, Premiere?
Face-off domination. Secure the objective. Securing Zone A. Controlling Bravo. Losing Bravo. We're losing Alpha.
You know what? Yeah, saying fuck Trump, fuck Elon Musk, it's not good enough. It's too divisive. We actually should be friendlier and be able to have conversation with dumbass Trump supporters. I'm streaming. I can't agree really. No, you good shit. Hey, but hey, say it loud and proud. I just put a mature rating on my shit. No, I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Trust me. I'm honestly here just like trying to poke at fucking Trump supporters. Trying to get them to say something.
Losing Bravo. Securing Charlie.
Yeah. No, shit. You know, shit, saying anything, you know, I'll conversate with anybody. But like, I specifically playing this. I've been playing Call of Duty for years, and there's one thing I know about Call of Duty. It can have a whole bunch of racists on it. So I just be like trying to antagonize people. But honestly, people have been a lot more quiet lately. No, you good. No. Focus up right now. I'm 8 and 9 right now. This fucker keeps, with this green helmet and shit, keeps catching me. Again.
Losing B.
I mean, if you're accurate, shit, go. Yeah. I'm trying to level up my AK there. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Losing Bravo.
My favorite is the M10. What do you have to do to hit Darkfire? Bro, I don't think I've killed this. You have to.
Securing Zone A. Securing C.
Yeah.
Taking A. Taking C.
True.
Securing Alpha.
Using snipers in a map like this, you crazy. I mean, you crazy. Bro, I don't think I've killed this fucker yet. This fucker that's running around with a knife. I don't think I'm 17 and 15. I've not been able to get him. And I'm hitting him with FMJ. Oh, okay.
Locking down Charlie.
True. Yeah. No, I stream 4 days a week.
Taking Bravo underway.
17 and 17. Oh, you play NBA 2K?
Securing C.
I didn't get it this year. I've spent too much money in NBA 2K.
Securing Zone A.
Which one's your best one? Which one's your best player? Which position?
Taking A. Securing B.
Right. Yeah, I made a
Taking
fire
Bravo
point.
underway.
I skipped this
Securing
year.
Alpha.
No, year before last year.
Securing Charlie.
Yep.
Taking Alpha.
I know that. Okay. Yeah.
You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
How's the gameplay this year?
Report to the nearest extraction point. I have to make a call.
24 and 25. I hate it. I hate it not ending in Positive KD. That shit was. Oh, two of them. Dude, I guess I could level up the snipers in this map, but it's just like shit. This fucker was 51 and 27. Hold up. Let me he's doing hardcore. I'll be RB. Snack break. Oh, he probably signed off. All right, well, snack break.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one. Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
Okay, I'm back. Did he sign up? Okay. Well, oh, nice. Here we are. And there we are. And there we are. And there we are. And that's all. I wonder if I'll get into trouble for... I bet I'll get in trouble for showing MSNBC shit. Only one way to find out. Is my YouTube thing still up? It is. Oh, after this.
Face off kill order. Let them have it, Black Ops. HPT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. You're falling behind. They got our HPT. We took out their HPT.
Heads up. Molotov inbound.
Protect our HPT. Hostile HPT located.
Incoming grenade.
HPT under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire. Our HPT's been eliminated.
Seriously? That's great.
Friendly HPT on site. Keep them safe. HPT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. They got our HPT.
DDA-1 down.
Protect our HPT. HPT under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire. Damn it, we lost the lead.
I'm on your side.
Our HPT's been eliminated. Friendly HPT on site. Keep them safe.
Oh, wait. Oh, is it loud? And my bad. I can turn it down.
HPT is taking
And
fire.
no, I
Keep
can't
the
be
package
myself.
safe.
Because I actually was trying to find out who here's Trump supporter so I can argue with them.
They got our
Tell me
HPT.
how stupid they are. But I also can't be so inflammatory because I actually gotta have a conversation and not be so divisive.
HPT under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire.
Eyes on hostile Semtex.
Our HPT's been eliminated.
Located shock charge. System online.
Friendly HPT on site. Keep them safe. HPT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. They got our HPT.
Molotov sighted. Semtex, front.
All right. Eyes up to the HPT.
Motherfucker, down.
Booker.
Eyes on hostile Semtex.
Repeat, HVT under fire. Our HVT has been eliminated.
Yo, how many bullets does it take? Thank you. Shit.
Friendly HVT on site. Keep it safe. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe.
Enemy's got a shot charge.
Sighting in.
Enemy HVT is down. They got our HVT.
Shit.
Protect our HVT. Enemy HVT on site. Take them out. HVT under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire.
Take your head out your ass and your finger off the trigger.
HVT taking fire. Keep the package safe. We took out their HVT.
I really would like a Trump supporter to please explain to me what they think he's done that's actually done.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up.
Hostile
HVT
grenade.
under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire. Our HVT's been eliminated. You fucking mean? Activate back-to-back protocol.
Not
Get
how
your
the
ass
plan was
back to
supposed to
base.
go.
So we're all in agreement. Trump's just a stupid piece of shit, and you guys are dumb for voting for him. Oh, I was wondering where you were. I need to add you, dumbass. Look, I'm adding you. Me and you gonna be real good friends. Is that you? Wait, I didn't mean. No, I'm not trying to be you. There you go. Is that him? No, it is you. I'm adding you. You better accept that friend request. What the fuck? It won't let me. Why? What the hell is going on? Oh, there we go. That's what I needed. No, I want like people I just met. Oh, there we go. That's what I needed. Oh, we did. And in the meantime, let me go ahead and play this video. Boop. Yep. Yeah, no worries. First of all, why were you arguing that like I don't live on my own? Where does that even come from? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I do sign on to Call of Duty to antagonize Trump supporters. Really just, but I realize just saying fuck Trump isn't good. It's just, but it's kind of just like what the hell is going on? Or fine match. Oh, okay. Yep. Hang on, you just cut out right there. Like I didn't hear what. Oh, there you go. You're good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Why do you get specific? Why are you saying third world country? Tell, where are you from? Oh, nice. Okay, go ahead. Right. Yo, something is. Hang on. I'm gonna close the app and reopen it. I'm gonna send you another invite because the game is acting a little off right now. So I'm gonna just give it a quick reset. Yeah, I'm just gonna close app and just give it a fresh restart. I'm coming right back. I'm streaming. I stream for another. I'm Eastern time and it's 3 a.m. by me. I'm streaming until about 4 a.m. Hold up one sec. I'm not 4 a.m. I'm sorry, like 7 a.m. Oh, you're Eastern? Oh, okay. Hold up one sec. Okay, nice. Yeah. That's a way better state than I'm in right now. Hang on. Okay, bet. I need to stop eating so much salt and vinegar chips. That shit is not good for my sodium. Um, yeah, no, Jersey's better than Florida. I live in Miami, so it's where if we're not already probably at your level of expense, we're getting there. Like I live in Miami, so like it's very expensive in Miami. It's very expensive here in Miami. Right. A military town. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I found out because I'm a paramedic, I work in the ER, and talking to Filipino nurses, I found out why there's so many Filipino nurses. I didn't know that they had a contract, I guess, with America in World War II to pump out nurses. So like nursing is like a part of the culture there. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, that my I have an auntie. She's been a dentist for goddamn probably 30 plus years. But my parents come from Jamaica, and when she came up here, goddamn, she was a janitor for like college students, and like worked her way through fucking, you know, dentistry and you know what I mean, or dentist school or whatever the fuck. Yeah, like no, it's yeah, America, like yeah, I mean, like if you don't like, and that's where a lot of my argument comes from. It's like America's all about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but the top 1%ers are consistently finding ways to take money out of our pockets and finding ways to like not help us in any way, shape, or form. They could figure out a way to not help us, they're gonna do it. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not blaming. Yeah, you know, but you were wild. You were probably too lit. You were wild. It's like, oh, do you even live on your own? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying fuck Trump, and I feel like because of your accent, you probably have some fuck Trump shit too, because he don't really like your kind. You know what I mean? But shit, you know what I mean? Like, it was like fuck. But yeah, no. So I just come on here to really just try to have conversations with people who like Trump to just see where their mind's at, why they think he's beneficial for America, and how they don't think that Elon Musk is a straight fucking Nazi, especially after he gave the Sig Heil. Right. So in other words, he bought their soul. So he bought their soul. Right. But those principles will come to a halt when it starts affecting their pockets. Right. No, I mean, hey, what's up, Quad? Right. Agreed. I agree. But the thing is, like, it's like, how the fuck do they think Elon Musk, Alright, wait, go to my stream. Like, I'm streaming right now, because I like to show, let me show you this video and let me get your perspective on it. And also, well, two things. One, go to my stream so I can show you this video. And two, have you ever heard of this website called Ground News?
Damn, that feels good.
Yo, you there? I don't even know what to call you. Oh, okay. I don't like. What am I supposed to call you? Like, I mean, you don't have to give me your real name or whatever, but because your name is literally like a freaking underscore. So what? So should I call you? Should I just call you underscore? Lines? Okay, Lines. Nice to meet you, Lines. Call me Fresh or Dade or County. Or Chad. That's my real name. You know, whichever. What do you call it? There are a couple videos I would like to show you, and I would love because you seem like a high functioning, you know, individual. Like you seem like you're well thought out. You know what I mean? And you have a good grasp of what's going on, and you know how to your brain's able to critically think, especially if you freaking study to be. And trust me, I have nurse friends who love Trump. I have, you know, and I'm just like, how the fuck, why? And they have similar points of view. They're like, oh yeah, made more money with Trump. Yada yada yada. There's more to it. There's so much more to it than that. And there's just so many different aspects of how they've been dog shit. Like, did you see the Elon Musk Sig Heil when he literally gave the Sig Heil, like during, what was it, like right after the inauguration? Or... Oh, good. Go to grab your phone. Fuck this game. This game is dog shit. We have a bunch of losers on the team. Oh my God, you're actually so go to my stream on YouTube right now. It's the easiest way because on Twitch you have to. Twitch is commercials. I mean, you could follow me on Twitch. I would prefer people follow me on Twitch because Twitch actually is very based. But I multi-stream. So you could go to my YouTube, and I have a couple videos just to give you a perspective. Right. course I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Hostile stun.
Yeah. I will treat certain people with respect. Other people, I will push in front of a bus. It's a case-by-case basis. I don't like to hate.
MTC's in the red. It's now or never.
No, well, cause I'm. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, but I'm streaming. I'm active. I just saved you. I just saved your ass, son. What do you call it? I'm also streaming, and I have a hard time kind of turning my brain off, even though I'm streaming. It's like people are like, you know, even my mom tells me she's like, Chad, like, you're not gonna want to watch your stream if you're talking politics all the time. Like, they don't go to watch video games to talk politics, you know. And I'm like, I have a hard time doing it. Like, I can't really play video games and be online streaming and not kind of be like, hey, did y'all hear about this shit? Did you see? You know what I mean? Especially now more than ever, because it's so much shit they're trying to shove down our throat, and it's just like you know. Oh no, hush. You know what I mean? You're fine.
That's right, you shithead.
Hey,
nothing
Woods,
without us.
But yeah.
We'll take that victory lap now.
There's a couple videos I can show you. And oh, and also, have you ever heard of ground news? Wait, do you like? Okay, what are your thoughts on the news? Are you the type of person that prefers to just not even acknowledge it, or do you kind of, you know what I mean? Like, if on a weekly basis, what would you say? How much time do you spend like kind of digesting the news? Is it like, you know, 5 minutes to like a couple hours? You know what I mean? Like, what would you say your time of like news consumption is? Facebook, okay. Right. Dive in, yeah. And I'm not trying to attack you. Like, I'm just, you know, it's, yeah. You can feel me? Yeah. Yeah. And mind you, when it comes to cleaning shit, I want you to know, when it comes to literally cleaning human shit, I want you to know that you and me, mate, we are on par. Like, you and me, like, I'm a paramedic, I work in an ER, I assist nurses, so I clean human feces as well. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. I hate it. I feel like I should be paid more for it, but that's not, you know, we don't live in a country like that. You know what I mean? We're you know. I mean, I don't. They're on our team too. Like, you're talking about groups of people that, like, we're all on the low end of the totem pole. Like freaking bro, go to my YouTube. I'm telling you, like, I could. And here's the thing, like, okay, my news it's most likely will be biased. I'm left leaning, so, but that's why I asked you, have you ever heard of this website called Ground News? It's like really cool because they show the left and right wing articles, and they show articles like right down the middle, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So it's like you really get a better perspective of the news. It's not like one side or the other side. It's a website that literally shows like all sides. It's good. Yeah, I don't blame. I don't hate waitresses for my sights are on the billionaires who are doing everything in their power to keep the riches for themselves and not help us, the shit cleaners, in any way, shape, or form. Like, It's, to me, it's absolutely disgusting, and I can't, I hate it. I'm hating every second of it. And what's so crazy to me is how they were able to get essentially the shit cleaners to vote for them. I mean, I didn't vote for them, right? But they were able to get the bottom groups of people, the people that they give no fucks about. They were able to somehow get them to vote for them. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. But instead of me just saying that they're dumb as fuck and they're all Nazis, I really need to do a better job of like having a conversation. And you know what I mean? Just trying to figure out where their mind is, why their mind is like that, and are they just batshit crazy fucking buffoons? Or were they just, you know, victims of bad information? You know what I mean? Like, you'd be surprised how many people are like selfish, and it's like if it affects their pockets, they will literally throw the baby out with the bathwater in order to, you know, and they play to that. And people are also highly emotional, and Trump and them will play to that. Like they play to, like, oh, do you feel like shit? Are you angry because of whatever? And I'll you know what? I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you why you should be upset, and I'll tell you who to be upset. It's the Mexicans, right? Even though the Mexicans are right there with us in cleaning up shit, like they're right there with us. You know what I mean? All the immigrants, like you and I, we're both immigrants. We come from immigrant families. You know what I mean? And like these people will literally spend all their time getting like the vast majority of people to essentially hate the people that like help them, that they see day to day, that serve their food, that picks their vegetables, that wipes their fucking senile grandfather's ass because they ain't trying to do that shit. Yeah, man, if Kamala won, I probably wouldn't be going as hard, but like, nah, bro, like people need to wake up now, because they essentially voted a Nazi into power. And like it's like you can't vote a Nazi into power and then said, okay, I'm tired of the news, I've had enough news, and then try to turn your brain off for the next 4 years while he does everything he can to like line his pockets with more and more money, and literally take away programs and government take away programs that essentially helps people like us, and also takes away programs that can stop him from, you know, having like really horrible business practices. Like, bro, if you knew all of the shit that they say it's corrupt, it's so corrupt, oh, look at all this government money, but then when you actually look at what they're saying is corrupt, quote unquote corrupt or whatever the fuck, it's a shitload of programs that are set in place to stop billionaires and the filthy rich 1% pieces of shit from like essentially just taking advantage of the rest of us, and they're calling it corrupt, and people are not really paying attention to that, and as they're literally like stripping them of their rights. It's the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit that Americans, the rebels of the world, the free people of the world were able to essentially get duped and think that a fucking billionaire has their best interest at heart. It's crazy as fuck, but it's here, and it's the world we're living in now. Like, billionaire Elon Musk has his grubby, dirty piece of shit South African fucking racist hands on our treasury. Like, why the fuck would you think a billionaire gives a fuck about us? It's, oh my god. So, as much as it sucks, and it's really, trust me when I tell you, it is not good for my stream. I am well aware that talking politics on a video game stream is no bueno. Like, people do not come online to talk about this shit. People do not watch video games to talk about this shit, but It's like, listen, bro, if you're gonna come and watch me play, we're gonna play video games. I'm gonna play video games for hours and hours, and we can talk video games. But don't think I can't just sit here and not call out the bullshit that's going on, because it's a lot. It's coming fast, and there's one thing I really don't like, bro. I don't like Nazis. I don't like Nazis. Like, I really, really hate Nazis. So, yeah, like, you know, somebody has to say something. Did you get the best play? Nice. I think you're either muted or I talked your drunk ass to sleep. I don't even know how we lost that. Well, we had one person quit. 52 and 30. You see what happens when you're on the right team? Your KD goes way up. But that's crazy though. Over pressure. Aw, why'd he leave? Ah, he's not down for the cause. He didn't even give me a follow. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Fuck Elon Musk. Fuck Donald Trump. Who has the audacity to think otherwise? I'm here to argue. And just know that if you're oh, I'll wait. And just know that if you are arguing in favor of Trump and Elon, I kind of think you're a Nazi.
Remind those shitheads to deal with. Taking Bravo underway.
That's the kill.
Bravo's on.
And we don't like Nazis around here.
Losing Bravo.
Hostile shooter. Incoming grenade.
Losing A. Security.
Oh, come on. You guys already have the country. I know one of you fucks like Trump. Come on. Argue your case. Why do you like Trump? Or maybe nobody in here likes Trump. So we're all in agreement. Trump's a stupid piece of shit, and so is Elon.
Lock it down, Charlie. Take it A. Take it B. Securing Alpha.
Objective capture underway. Located shot tower.
Fuck out of here. Nope.
Securing Shield A. Taking Bravo underway.
Sending the
Control
Semtex.
Bravo. Losing A. We're losing Alpha. lost Alpha.
Your trophy system was eliminated.
Fuck out of here.
Take it Alpha. Losing Bravo. Zone Alpha captured. Losing B. Losing A. Securing C.
Ay, ay, ay.
Losing Bravo. Losing Alpha.
Fuck Trump.
Losing B.
Flashbang sight.
Losing Charlie.
Ain't gonna lose to that.
Bravo lost. We've lost Charlie.
Fuck
Taking
Trump.
B. Losing A. Securing Charlie. Securing B.
Fuck Trump.
Charlie secured.
I would just say that. That's gonna be the soundbite every time I kill someone.
Taking B.
Fuck Trump.
Controlling Bravo.
Fuck Trump. Fuck
Bravo
Elon.
zone secure. We're losing Charlie.
Fuck greedy billionaires.
Lost C.
Positive ID. Enemy.
Incoming flashbang.
Losing Bravo.
Sensor. Front.
Fuck Trump.
Securing Zone A. Zone A secure. We're losing all zones.
Fuck Trump. Damn, this stream has a whole bunch of fuck Trumps. Like, a lot. It's never really excessive, though. If you really think about it, you're pretty much just gonna be seeing it for the next.
Losing Bravo. Locking down Charlie.
Molotov.
Oh, fuck a Trumpa!
Objective still.
How do you say fuck Trump in Spanish? Does anybody hear Spanish? Can you tell me how to say fuck Trump in Spanish? Fuck Trump.
Flashbang sight.
We're losing Alpha.
Locating shot dog.
Lost A.
Taking the
Securing
objective.
C.
Watch my six.
Securing
One
Charlie.
hostile. Tally shock charge. Eyes on hostile.
Take it out. Securing C. We control Zone C.
Fuck Trump.
Taking Bravo underway. We're taking C.
You're down.
Fuck Trump.
Taking A. Alpha secure. Controlling Bravo. We're losing Charlie. Losing A. Damn it, they must have hacked our comms. Go dark. We'll
Not
pick you
how
up
the
later.
plan was
well.
supposed to go.
I got a whole bunch of fuck Trumps in there. Can't really ask for more than that. GG's for real. I mean, my KD was positive, so I guess. I guess so.
Just a handful.
Did you know there's a way to become your own bank with the right life insurance policy? It's called index.
Cutting the competition for Elon Musk's EV charging stations, to firing investigators who were looking into his refusal to reveal his contacts with foreign governments. Well, today the New York Times is out with new reporting that makes that list a whole lot longer and may help explain even more of some of the inexplicable firings and shutdowns that the administration seems to have prioritized in these first 3 weeks that they've been in power. For instance, we've talked here on the show about how Trump has hamstrung agencies that deal with workers' rights, including the National Labor Relations Board and the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. Why did he go after those agencies? Well, he fired top officials at those agencies and didn't replace them. That makes it impossible for those agencies to do their job. Why did he do that? Why do we understand why that got a priority action from this administration? Well, I don't know, but the Times reports today that those agencies are handling 24 workers' rights investigations and at least one big lawsuit alleging racial harassment at Elon Musk's companies.
Just saying.
In similar fashion, Trump has also fired FEC Commissioner Ellen Weintraub, Federal Elections Commission. That effectively shuts down the FEC, which polices campaign finance violations. It may be helpful to know that that's the same FEC that was overseeing complaints from this last election about Elon Musk giving people million-dollar checks to, quote, encourage voter registration. A lottery that he held, even though it is illegal to pay people to register to vote. Last week, we brought you the story of Phyllis Fong, the Inspector General for the Department of Agriculture. She was fired by Donald Trump. You might remember her story. After she was fired, nevertheless showed up to work the next day anyway, saying my firing was illegal and so I'm going to work. And marched her out of the office, apparently. Well, it turns out in 2022, Phyllis Fong, quote, opened an investigation into Elon Musk's brain implant startup company, Neuralink, stemming from allegations that Musk's company had, quote, mistreated dozens of test monkeys. Mistreatment that Elon Musk himself denies. Why was it so important to fire the Inspector General of USDA as one of your first actions? Well, I don't know, but that's what she was doing to bother Elon Musk. Trump has also fired the head of the Office of Government Ethics. That is the agency tasked with investigating right now whether or not the Doge project is itself a conflict of interest for Elon Musk.
What is I hate him.
Again, we don't know what is motivating or setting the priority list for this new administration in its first 3 weeks, but there is a lot of overlap between the administration has done and what you might imagine is a wish list for the president's top campaign donor who's been allowed to essentially have his way with the federal government.
And I also think that a lot of the like programs that he's cutting and he's saying is corrupt and stuff like that, it's either helping like everyday people, like working class people, impoverished people, or it's investigating his corrupt, like racist Nazi plans. Like in a nutshell, like I don't think he's good for America. I can't stand him. I really can't believe that they literally a Nazi power, and he went and got his South African apartheid-loving Nazi butt lover to join up with him, and then they gave a multi-billionaire keys to the American Treasury, as if a billionaire gives a fuck about the everyday man. That's pretty much it.
Enemy shot charge. Target removed.
It's fucked, but here's the thing. No, but we can shape the world. It's like, you sound pretty American, and if I'm not mistaken, you have a bit of pain in your voice. So I'm thinking you're black. What do you call it? Yeah. You have a minority pain tinge to your voice. That I hear. I am also black. And like the civil rights happened, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all like they changed America for the better. They fought for things that was trying to help like everybody, and like these people are trying to like essentially roll a lot of these programs back. Like how the fuck are people okay with them essentially disintegrating the Department of Education? What country in the world doesn't have a Department of Education?
We've taken the lead. Stay on time.
This is what?
Time's nearly up. Close it down.
Yes, I agree. But there is a way, but we're also at times, well, we were the most free as well. We were. There was a time where, I mean, I feel like we're moving away from that, unfortunately, but there was a time where we were free. I mean, it's what, taken from other people? Yeah, like I agree. Freaking brutalizing people, making them build the land, and then not giving them anything. You know what I mean? Like I have a friend. His dad went to Vietnam, and like back in the day, like the blacks, they would go to war for America, and they would come back and try to buy a house, and they would get denied just because they're black. Like all of these laws that got put in place to stop that type of like corruption, stop that type of racism, these Nazi pieces of shit are like getting rid of, like actively getting rid of. It's a lot. I stream. I play video games, and I like to talk politics. Fucking, I'm on YouTube and Twitch. Add me. It's the same screen name as you see there. And like we could talk, and I'm all for like researching shit. I'll quit a game just to go research shit. Let me add that boy. Social? Is it? No, it's not social. It's... Was it social?
Including a lot of elements of the federal government that were complicating his business life or cramping his style. Joining us now is Eric Lipton, investigative reporter at the New York Times, lead byline on that investigation into Elon Musk's companies and their interactions with these agencies that have been hamstrung and attacked by the administration. Mr. Lipton, I appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me.
So I spotlighted some of the things that you reported today in the Times. Let me ask if I misconstrued any of those, or if there are any other examples that you turned up that you feel like our audience should know about.
What we did was we sort of examined the breadth of Elon Musk operations across the federal government. And there are so many pending investigations, lawsuits, inquiries, and we looked at how many of them had been disrupted, and we were quite surprised at how many cases we saw where, we don't know, we never saw any evidence of Musk explicitly reaching in and, using his clout or powers to stop any particular investigation. But what we saw was that again and again, agencies that are targeting his companies have now had significant disruptions. The inspector generals, the quorums are gone. They can't therefore process any potential new lawsuits or settlements. And it just shows you how never before have we had a situation where someone has basically $13 billion worth of federal contracts over the last 5 years, $3.8 billion just in 2024. And at the same time has, dozens of ongoing investigations that same person would be given such incredible clout over the federal government. And that is a conflict of interest. And now we're seeing the implications of that, where there are more than dozens of investigations that have been potentially disrupted because of the broad disruption that's happening in the federal government. And that's something that we really felt we needed to drill down on and understand and identify as many cases as possible where these disruptions have occurred. And that's what we published in today's paper.
Yeah, and I mean, I know I'm just sort of cheerleading for your reporting here, but the examples that you found and that you document are really blunt. I mean, you say that you didn't find examples of him reaching in and directing the end of an investigation, but take, for example, him wanting to expand Twitter X so that it also involves a payment system. That is something that would be regulated by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, by the CPFB. He announces that, or CFPB. He announces that a few weeks ago, then gets handed control of a big portion of the U.S. government, and then announces CFPB RIP, in effect claiming credit for personally killing that agency, which takes the agency off the board as a potential regulator for this thing he has just announced he wants to do with his business. I mean, I know that I know that there's a lot of acronyms here, and I know that financial conflicts of interest sound like a sort of esoteric thing, but this is like a cartoon Western level of cartoon Western explication in terms of the simplicity of how much his action.
Trump and Elon Musk suck at AIDS dick. Yo, hey, you already know. Hey, Trump and Elon Musk could suck an AIDS dick. Fuck both of them Nazi pieces of shit. You know what it is, nigga. World War II, we killed Nazis, bitch. Now, I'm streaming right now. I've been saying fuck Trump for a couple hours. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Good stuff. I don't know who that was, but I should add that person. Ah, man. So much better. FYI, if you guys hear me say, oh, I'll wait. Oh, let's finish up this video.
Here have benefited his own business interests. I just feel
if you guys hear me say fuck Trump, it's because I got to kill.
Like it's very, very, very clear.
Are you tired of getting lowball cash offers for your house? Not only will we buy your home fast, we'll also...
Yeah, I've been a reporter for 3 decades, more than 3 decades. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen such a blatant conflict of interest. He is one of the largest contractors for the federal government. Again, $15 billion in contracts just in the last decade. And the notion that an individual who could be, in running or founding or operating, so many companies that have so many contracts with the federal government, and at the same time, deciding what the budgets of the federal agency should be or what regulatory powers they should have, and even, what investigative and enforcement powers they should have. And I mean, the thing is that even before the election, Musk was very clear that he had intense frustration with the Federal Aviation Administration, with the Securities and Exchange Commission. He wanted the FAA administrator fired. He called the SEC political. And he was very pointed in the Department of Interior. He was very frustrated with. He blamed all of these agencies for, we're never going to get, humans to Mars at this pace. And it was very clear that he wanted to have, the ability to clash with these regulators and to rein them in. And now he has that power. And now these same agencies are having their powers curtailed. Now, again, we don't have evidence that he has directly reached in, but there is a correlation that needed to be called out, and we've now called it out.
Eric Lipton, investigative reporter for the New York Times. Thank you for your reporting on this. Thanks for your clarity and for making time tonight to help us understand it, Eric. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It really is like, if you were a bank robber and you also had the power to zero out the budget of the police department that was otherwise going to arrest you for robbing the bank. Like, that's what this is. It's not complicated. This is our life.
Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No. Ah, somebody left. Somebody on our team left. Probably a Trump supporter. Oh, well, good riddance. Fuck Trump. Fuck. Almost had him. Oh, thank you for whoever finished that. A fuck a Trump. A fuck a Trump. A fuck a Trump. Honestly, saying it, fuck a Trump. I don't know why. Why do I find it funny? Fuck Trump. Oh no. Fuck Trump. Elon should get in on some of this fuck Elon. Fuck Elon, fuck Elon, fuck Elon. Oh yeah, fuck Elon. Oh yeah. I mean, he's fucking us. He's about to fuck us for the next 4 years. So at least we could just verbally fuck a Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
Where we want them.
Fuck Trump. Fuck Elon.
We have reports of an infiltrator. Watch your back. They were already dead. Just hadn't realized. Good job.
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Elon Muskrat. Ah, that was good. That was real good. Yeah, that felt nice. Real nice.
I'll be back.
Oh, this boy just base god out there fucking bully. Look at him. Base god fucking. Hell yeah. out there fucking them, man. Huh. What's another video? Okay, let's actually get some. Why am I saying that? Why am I saying fuck Trump, fuck Elon Musk? Let me see if I could find a video so we can all educate ourselves as we play video games, because, you know, we need to be aware of what's coming down on us the next 4 years. Oh, the ceasefire is, that shit's scary. That shit's scary. MSNBC. Okay, buddy. I don't know. I don't really want to rewatch a video. I mean, we could, let's look at this MSNBC one. Where was it?
Face off team deathmatch. You know what Langley expects. Get it done.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With Wix, you decide where they go. Put your ideas into play with AI and watch them shape every aspect of your website. Explore as many layouts and designs as you want. Then zoom in and dictate the mood and vibe. And when it all comes together, launch your idea into the world where it belongs. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix.
There's a way to get rid of your debt without having to make a single payment for 10 years. With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can get a lump sum of cash in exchange for a portion of the future value of your...
There are actually two sides to how Musk used Twitter, now X, that are relevant right now. One is the obvious total failure from a business perspective. He's supposed to be a business guy. He got a lot of money from banks on the principle and the expectations he would be good at business, but he lost a ton of money.
X is worth 71.5% less than it was at the time that Elon Musk bought it. The social media platform is still seeing a negative cash flow because of a 50% drop in ad revenue.
Numbers don't lie. That crash was the brutal economic reality. So Musk lost the company a lot of money. Ultimately, there are debts to pay even when you're that rich. So his partners, his business loans, whatever collateral he puts up on that, he is way down. But in terms of raw attention, it was a different story. Musk used X to make himself far more interesting and relevant and controversial. He won the attention war in 2024, as Axios put it. And the site under his management, while it lost all that money, remember, which all of his banker investors are mad about, also got 30 times the daily traffic than many rivals. Now, our colleague Chris Hayes has his eye on exactly this battle to control attention. And if you've noticed it from the tech inaugural to the way tech has been a central feature of our politics, Hayes argues it's a defining battle right now. Younger people, sometimes called Gen Z, are all over social media.
He like ran
Many
into
stay up late, just check. their feeds. And it goes beyond just your friends or youthful things. This type of internet, always online, always something new, and digital attention merchants using a business model to make young people and everyone else continue to feel that way. This is affecting not only how we live and how people are raised and how we communicate with each other. It's become a kind of a baseline of our life and politics. It's not a coincidence that this election cycle, if you noticed, had a heck of a lot more tech during the campaign and all the way up to the inauguration and all those tech billionaires. And this sort of constant internet life is something that not only Hayes diagnoses in this smart new book, I finished it, but it's also something comic Bo Burnham explored in a streaming Netflix special, Inside.
Welcome to the internet. What would you prefer? Would you like to fight for civil rights or tweet a racial slur? Be happy, be bursting with rage. We got a million different ways to engage. Could I interest you in everything all of the time? A little bit of everything all of the time.
Who are you going to call Chris Hayes, MSNBC host of All In, with the new best-selling book, The Siren's Call, How Attention became the world's most endangered resource. It debuted at #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, which is a big deal. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I can say I finished the whole book.
You read it.
You know that.
You were one of the first readers. I got you a galley and you read it right away.
So as they say, I have questions, you know that term, but before them, tell us what's important about your book right now for viewers.
Well, I think people right now, over the last few weeks, have been struggling with how to stay focused and how to deal with the onslaught of pulls on their attention from the news. And we've ended up in a scenario where the kind of private life experience of these constant siren calls, these constant compelled forms of attention on us with the buzz of the phone and the incoming, is now being mirrored in public discourse between Trump and Musk, who are doing the exact same thing at the macro level. And in the case of Musk, with the platform that he bought, it's like the Venn diagram of both of them. And the whole book is about the fact that attention is the defining resource of our time, that it's finite, that it's powerful, and that there is an incredibly sophisticated world of attention capitalism built to extract it from us, often essentially against our will.
So briefly, and then I want to play something. Does attention capitalism success, which we see in what the most valuable companies are in the world, is inarguable, require politics to be this way? Because that operates in many countries.
Well, I think we've seen much of what's happening in our country mirrored in other places. I mean, the kind of discourse that attention capitalism platforms select for is a discourse that is maximally attentionally salient and has no other value it's pursuing other than that.
Right.
The platform only exists for one purpose: to maximize the number and hours of eyeballs on the site so as to monetize it with selling ads against it.
Right.
And there is nothing else it's trying to do that you and I are trying to do, or that, you know, people who are making a movie are trying to do, right? Tell a story, get a message out, inform people. The pureness of that distillation of it selects for lots of stuff, lies, conspiracy theories that can be really, really toxic in aggregate.
Yeah, and your book does a very precise job with the political context that I think people will find interesting, of showing how that is baked in.
Yeah.
So if that's completely baked into most of those tools, there's no way to protest it within those tools, right? It's like a Black Mirror episode. I want to show how this evolved over time.
Yeah.
You write in the book about how politicians used to speak, how some things in the world have gotten better and others have gotten worse. And so in that spirit, we are about to show a lengthier history lesson that fits with your book that we think is interesting, but starts with, the first part is the slowest, how politicians used to speak to the country on a national basis, and then out from there. Let's take a look.
All right.
I know your phone can snap fix, but if you're chasing that legit CCD kind of feel, you seriously got to check.
We discussed tonight domestic issues, but I would not want that to be any implication to be given that this does not involve directly our struggle with Mr. Khrushchev for survival. Mr. Khrushchev is in New York, and he maintains the communist offensive throughout the world because of the productive power of the Soviet Union itself.
We should add that.
The things that Senator Kennedy has said
many of us can agree with.
Trump's your dad now about
There
to
is
be
no question but that we cannot discuss our internal affairs in the United States
No, somebody wrote me
without
a message. I'm just reading
recognizing
what they wrote.
that they have a tremendous bearing on our international position. There is no question but that this nation cannot stand still.
Taxes have been cut, and yet income is up to the federal government by 25% in the last 3 years. And so what I want to do is keep this expansion going.
You mentioned the Navy, for example, and that we have fewer ships than we did in 1916. Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets because the nature of our military has changed.
You defrauded the challenged on a point. Little Marco. He's defrauded.
You can't be for the mob on January 6th and for the officers. You can't. And it's not funny. When that mob came, Senator Cruz was hiding in a supply closet.
So one of the things I think you see there, and I write in the book about the Lincoln Douglas debates, a debate is what I call in the book an attentional regime. And this is really an important concept because all human endeavors, this interview we're having right now, your first day in preschool, the floor of the United States Senate, a business meeting with an agenda, have some attentional regime to guide the flow of attention. Right. A debate is an attentional regime created for the purpose of civic public life. And one of the things we've seen down is a total breakdown of these debates. I mean, when you get to the cross-shouting of Donald Trump and Lil Marco, or when you think about Donald Trump doing a debate, he doesn't actually debate. Like, compare Nixon and Kennedy to the way that Trump conducts himself. He basically yells over everyone, he interrupts, he avoids the topic. That is endemic now to our politics. This breakdown of attentional regimes, which then means that the most important thing is just to get attention and put attention on what you want, as opposed to genuinely engage with the other person.
Here's something I couldn't tell from reading your book, but I get to ask you. You know, sometimes you finish the book and you have a question, and you don't have the author. Does this problem happen basically this way without phones? Meaning you have laptops, we have a shortening of political discourse we just saw, even pre-phone. Does it happen without the computer going in your pocket and your kids' pockets?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I think the platforms are a little more important than the phones. Like the scale of the platform, the fact that it's so hyper-individuated, the fact that it has an algorithmic machine learning model being run over billions of users that's only selecting to maximize attention is the issue more than it's in your phone. But the phone, of course, is what gives it the ubiquity that means people spend 5 to 6 hours a day on it. You know, so, and that is increasingly one of the things that happen is whatever dividing line there used to be between journalism as content and other stuff,
forget it.
Completely gone.
Well, and
we are doing something, we're trying to keep people looking, right? We need to get people's attention. But we really are trying to do a different thing.
Yes, and
than what the algorithm is.
And in your conclusion of the book, you wrestle with this idea that in the old days, raising awareness and attention was something that was seen as a positive, right? Attention on this issue, this famine abroad.
Famine in Ethiopia, right? We are the world.
But implied in that was a certain quality of attention.
Yes.
Not just saying, oh, something funny or outrageous happened. Let me look at it for those 8 seconds and then leave the fam.
Yes.
Right? We have one lyric for your book, okay?
Oh, good. I was hoping.
Jadakiss, right? In the famous song Why, which asks all these questions, at one point he says, y'all let the Terminator win the election. Come on. Pay attention.
That's very good.
And I think he means that outcome is silly. You let an actor, man, imagine if he got to Trump, but this was a pre-Trump song. You let an actor take over the California governor's race, etc. And so he's saying, like you would say, pay better attention.
And pay attention to, you know, Walter Lippmann has this line in The Phantom Public he writes in the 1920s. He's covering the Treaty of Versailles. And he knows that Americans are not paying that much attention to it. And he says the American public have a great interest in what happens in Versailles, but they're not interested in it.
Love that.
Bars from Lippmann.
Bars.
And that point is, that's replicable. That was true back then. But this gap between what's interesting and what we have an interest in, between what grabs our attention and what we should be paying attention to.
Yeah.
The thing that you and I work very hard every day to kind of bring those close together, that in the gap is where I think democracy's in a lot of trouble right now.
walking all over you. Have some goddamn pride.
That's crazy they quoted Jada
We're
Waiter.
losing Alpha. B secured. Losing A.
Oh man, who was it that wrote that stupid ass shit? He wrote some message like, "Oh, I love this sub Trump's comments all the time." I'm a huge fan of letting Elon F me in the B. I don't know who it was that wrote that, but I need to just screen it, put it on the internet, just so people are aware. This guy likes to suck Trump's dick. He loves to deep throat Trump. Wait, who was that? ATF? AT_DF? AUTI_DF. Whatever you're into, buddy. No judgment, man.
I don't know what's happening. Spotted. Hostile. Target down.
Do I want to race? Do I want to get back to some racing? Yeah, I do. Be right back, and then we're gonna get into some racing. Really, I wonder if I should get into some Overwatch. Hold up, be right back.
The last line of defense that
accountability and transparency.
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, our actions, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's
totally.
been...
Virtually everything that they've tackled in terms of like combating weird spending habits or whatever are just things that the government spends money on that sounds stupid or is against like the Republican agenda, right? Or even if it's not something against the Republican agenda, the broader Republican agenda, they present it as though it is, right? They'll say like, oh, we're giving condoms to Hamas. That's like a great example of this, right? When that's not the case. Like you're not going to be able to put a dent in American government spending that way when you're finding like $200,000 or $46,000 that was spent on one thing or $200,000 that was spent on another thing. The American government is major. It's massive. It's incredibly costly. And doing this in the stupidest ways possible without actually hiring regulators, ironically, that understand what these programs are, like with proper audits, with proper auditors, and trying to undermine it across the board is, of course, leading to all of these issues that you have seen so far with like mass layoffs or the threat of mass layoffs that don't make any sense whatsoever. Dude got checked by the judicial branch and called it a coup. Checks and balances don't exist with the guy. That's what I mean. And the last line of defense that barely exists now is the judicial branch saying, yeah, you can't just decide to lay off the entirety of the federal government labor force. Like you can't do that. These are tens of thousands of people that rely on a paycheck from the government. That's so stupid.
And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use.
No, the condom story wasn't just condoms, and it wasn't.
Abuse.
It was Mozambique,
it's abusive because
and it wasn't just condoms.
Things are
it was a broader anti-HIV. It was a broader HIV prevention initiative that exists in Africa.
But we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is
Mozambique,
corrupt.
Gaza.
And it is very corrupt.
Is it actually
It's
fraud, though?
very,
No,
very,
it's not.
it's
That's
also-
the problem. You can't just declare something to be a fraud because you don't personally like it, okay? The simplest example is contraceptives. Let's say that there's enough people within the Republican government that consider contraceptives to be unchristian-like. And there are plenty of people who think contraceptives are unchristian-like. You can't just say, oh, it's fraudulent to spend these pre-allocated funds on contraceptive programs in Africa in an effort to combat sexually transmitted diseases. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's fraud. It's ridiculous. This whole Musk purge is built upon a rhetorical sleight of hand that everything is everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay is per se waste, abuse, and fraud. And no one in our media highlights this massive category error that is actually kind of important.
Fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find.
No, that part is completely ridiculous. You are not cutting $1 trillion worth of government spending, okay? I wish.
We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants.
Dude, additionally funny, Trump is saying this because he did this with the Trump hotels when he was president. He literally
the most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by Hers includes 1 weekly injection, app content to help you achieve your weight loss goals, and 24/7 messaging with providers through the Hers app. Start your weight loss journey today.
Red licorice or black licorice? I say both. Oh, you think you've had licorice? You buffoon. Only those who've experienced licorice.
He did this. He did this exact same thing with Trump properties while he was president. He would get Secret Service to stay in his own properties to pay exorbitant fees to his own properties. You will see it. America overspending issue is bad. You will think future later. Elon, not perfect, but he's smart. Dog, I am not saying that the American government is not wasteful or even engaging in fraudulent activities. I'm simply stating that these guys are not actually tackling that, okay? If they were looking at genuine fraud, they would end up harming a lot of their, important corporate benefactors. So, of course, they're not going to do that. They're not going to go after, for example, the military, okay? You want to know how I know that they're not going to go after the military and fraudulent extra spending for no reason? Because Donald Trump has already said he's signing off on additional billions of dollars in weapons contracts to the state of Israel, for example. If they wanted to go after fraud and waste, they would not take out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. How is that taking out fraud? That is an agency tasked with helping consumers and has helped consumers. They've recovered $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful expenses that these criminal corporations have actually forced upon the American public for the price point of $1 billion. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has actually given back to the American public $21 billion. You really think they're tackling fraud? Or do you think they're making it easier to steal from the American public? To make it easier for corporations to keep grafting you. Yeah, Trump is moving to reverse medical debt and overdraft protections implemented by the CFPB. Wow, how wonderful for the American public. If only there were more people.
Let me pause. You sound very American, right?
Eliminate the HVT, protect your own. HVT under fire. Repeat.
Okay. Oh, okay. I do hear your accent. Okay, so you love the country. Okay. I mean, that's cool. And you think that Trump and Elon Musk have what's best?
HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe.
Right. Okay.
HVT under fire. Repeat, HVT under fire.
Okay, I understand that. I've heard the argument. I've heard the argument where they say US aid is like a front. It's like they play like they're doing things to help other countries, but in reality it's like they're finding ways to, you know, I'm not saying that there's not corruption in the government, and you know what I mean, but do you really think that somebody who had Trump University gives a fuck about corruption? You've heard about Trump University, right? Why does that not matter? And like a follow-up, like, do you know what apartheid is? Like, and like freaking Elon Musk is pro-apartheid. Like, how do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
HVT under fire. Repeat.
Yeah, I'm listening.
HVT under fire. They got our charge. Protect our HVT. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. Hostile grenade.
You, being that you're from another country, I mean, you don't have to tell me what country you're from, but other countries are very, like, their education, they tend to be smarter than a good portion of America, because America doesn't really care about the education system. So I imagine, did they educate you at all about, Wait, say it again? I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say? No, go ahead. I was saying like, do you know about like American history? And like, you know, Civil War and Jim Crow? Okay. So, like, you don't think that a lot of these laws and stuff that are in place, they're not in place for a good reason? Like, do you really think like America's like not really racist? Do you think racism is gone in America, and misogyny and bigotry is gone in America or something? That these laws don't need to be in place so that businesses could be. Go ahead.
HVT under fire. We took out their HVT.
Right.
Enemy HVT on site. Take them out.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Been eliminated. Friendly HVT on site. Keep them safe. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe. They got our HVT. Protect our HVT. Enemy HVT is down. It's 5 in a row. Hostile HVT located. HVT under fire. Repeat. HVT under fire.
Okay.
Our HVT has been eliminated. We took out their HVT. All right. Eyes up. To the HVT. Good effect.
It's not really that bad. So we should eliminate all the programs. So we should eliminate all the programs that like kind of keep it like, you know what I mean? That people could be held accountable for the bullshit that they do. And also, and like another thing, what do you think about like when Elon Musk did that Nazi salute during the inauguration? You didn't think that was like a little bit weird? Like, if you know about it, that was a Nazi salute, bro. That was the Nazi salute. Like, and you do know, okay, so, and being that I feel like you were educated to an extent in like another country, you do know what that would be exactly. You were just telling me about that. So like, he did a Nazi salute twice. One time to the people, and then for whatever reason he turned his back and did it another time to the flag. You don't find that that's a little bit weird?
HVT under fire. Repeat. HVT
conversation.
You know what he did? You know what he did like a couple days right after that, right? Did you hear that he went to like Germany and like spoke at like a far right-wing like Germany convention, like a Nazi-ass convention? You heard about that, right? Like right after he did the Sig Heil in America. Where do you get your news from? Like, you don't trust media. So you don't. So where do you get? So where do you get your facts from? Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. I don't. Oh fuck.
People, and not just like random dumbass Twitch streamers like myself, actively talking about this every time they had an opportunity to talk about this, instead of talking about US aid and how we must defend US aid, and if we don't defend US aid, then China is going to take over. Like, instead of saying like that, maybe they should talk about this. The only other media outlets that I've ever heard this kind of commentary from is myself, Michael from Pennsylvania, Chapo Trap House, TrueAnon, and Majority Report. What is going on? Where is the Democratic Party? This is 100% an abdication of duty, okay? It shouldn't be up to Drop Site News, Majority Report, myself, and some others that are actively saying this is a ridiculous thing that they're doing. It is actually not beneficial for the American public. This is a horrible thing to do, especially when you have someone that is responsive to populist sentiment, okay? It's crazy to me that Hakeem Jeffries is not talking about this every goddamn day, okay? It's crazy to me that the Democratic Party is not going on every news outlet and saying, look at what they're doing. They claim to be on the side of the American public. Instead, they're just showing their bellies, dude. Chuck Schumer also said they're not going to put up a government spending fight as well, which I think is ridiculous. I think they are going to do that, I suspect. That would be insane.
Look, here's the bottom line. The Republicans are already shutting down good chunks of the government.
And no, this isn't hypocrisy baiting, chatter. What are you talking about? This is directly saying that the Republicans are currently actively doing harm to the American public. Do you understand? It's not about like, oh, look at the hypocrites. They said they care about the workers, but here's what they're doing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying communicate that they're harming the workers. This is more than hypocrisy baiting. Hypocrisy baiting is when you say that Trump's border wall is stupid and you're racist for defending it, and then turning around and being like, we are the ones who actually want to build the border wall. Trump doesn't want to build the border wall any longer. That's dumbass hypocrisy baiting. That makes you look like an idiot. That makes you look like you got caught, that Trump was right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and that you got caught, and now you're going, oopsie, I guess we want to build the border wall now. Everyone can see that you're the hypocrite in that situation. You're the dumbass in that situation. Saying that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is actually responsible for $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful and criminal expenditures that the American public had to pay for, the American consumers had to pay for, okay? And then turning around and abolishing that agency being an overall burden, directly talking about medical debt on your credit card, directly talking about overdraft fees, things that every single American can understand, because at a certain point, they have experienced this, okay? They've experienced these problems. They should remind people why they no longer experience some of these problems. It is because of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Same with Lena Khan and all of the initiatives from Lena Khan. Taking out Lena Khan is a massively consequential move. I'm more conservative. Serious question, because I honestly don't know. Are liberals thinking what they are claiming to find in U.S. aid is lies? Liberals are saying that U.S. aid is a profoundly important aspect of American foreign policy that works to continue American.
What's TrueAnon?
American dominance by doing soft power initiatives around the globe. Some of those initiatives are actually good for the overall public that receives these initiatives, like, you know, reproductive health care in Africa is good. It's not a bad thing, okay? Even though it is done at the behest of the United States of America doing soft power in these countries, making these countries reliant on the U.S., and making those security cooperation agreements that come later down the line an overall easier one to sell to the broader public. Having said that, however, there is a lot of there is a lot of just insanity in the way that they're targeting things. Like they'll just be like, oh, well, they're giving $40,000 to a Guatemalan transplant. And then you look it up and it's actually like a joint partnership agreement to fund the arts, okay, between a Guatemalan university and an American university. It's like, yeah, that's not fraudulent expenditure. I think a lot of these dummies also personally think that like anything that they're doing in terms of, you know, pro-LGBTQ or whatever is not done at the behest of like later utilizing these existing relationships as a way to destabilize countries, or at least like to have some kind of civil society organization on the ground to develop a better understanding, to do espionage if necessary. But instead, it's just because we're woke, and we're doing this because we're truly woke. It's a way to believe the propaganda that liberals have put forth. It's ironic because that means you genuinely believe that the American government is doing things because they're kind. You have to be a real dumbass to think that the American government is doing things because they're kind. Yeah, the American government is woke and gay. That's why they were doing aid. Ridiculous. They're doing aid so they can eventually utilize the existing relationships that they've developed on the ground for whatever suits their purpose. Also, none of it is fraudulent. As Adam Johnson mentions here, everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay does not mean it's waste, abuse, and fraud. Do you understand? Oh, well, I don't like this personally, so I think it's stupid and bad. And abuse and fraud is a ridiculous way to do this, okay? Unintelligent person alive. 3, if you're really implying that U.S. aid is not done out of pure goodness of the American heart, then name one thing U.S. did wrong in the last 50 years. I can't name one. There's nothing I can name in general that America has done in the name of good, okay? Even Ukraine is a great example of what I'm talking about. Ukraine is on the right side in terms of morality, okay? Ukraine has an understandable moral position to rid its national borders of a military invasion. America's interest in Ukraine, however, which Trump basically revealed openly, is not so good. That's it. You have to look at the situation and truly believe that America is always doing good things around the world for you to assume that their intentions with Ukraine is good, even if they openly state that their intentions are not pure. Their intentions are impure. It's also short-sighted policy because there's a funding after-school programs for undeserved communities, DEI, and fraud, but the role of that program is to decrease incarceration, saving the state money. For example, it can also be self-serving. Yes, a lot of the initiatives like that, after-school programs and whatnot, seem costly, wasteful, and stupid. Like they'll be like, oh, dude, they're doing violin, they're doing like musical education lessons in the south side of Chicago or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that is an incredibly important initiative. As studies have shown time and time again, after school programs actually significantly lower at-risk youth's likelihood to go and do crimes, okay? They're not doing it because they're woke and gay. They're doing it because it's obviously beneficial. It saves the government more money down the line as well if these kids are not doing crime and then doing crime obviously is chaotic. They're stealing cars and whatever, or obviously you don't want like property loss in general for the broader public, but it's also better overall for the government now that you don't have to like put a bunch of children in the system at an early age. But that requires you to, one, do a little bit of reading. In order to understand these initiatives and the long-term impact of said initiatives, that requires you to imagine an alternative instead of simply closing your eyes and going, nah, dude, I have these racist beliefs that these guys are intrinsically evil and inferior. I won't say that they're inferior because of their race. I'll say they're inferior because of their culture as a substitute for race, and that no amount of violent lessons is going to stop these kids from stealing Kias or whatever, when all evidence points to the exact opposite, that these initiatives are very helpful. Anyway, if only we could get Republicans to think that like the carceral state is woke and gay and incredibly costly. Anyway, here, there was a decent question here in terms of conflict of interest. But if there's a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you receive billions of dollars in federal contracts, is there any sort of accountability, check and balance in place that would provide any transparency to the American people?
There's a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself. For instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts. When it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president I know has directed you to look into. Yeah. Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Yourself.
Yes, but transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And we thought that we would not let him do that.
No, you wouldn't. No, you are doing that. You literally brought up fraudulent and wasteful spending, talking about how the federal government offered millions of dollars to New York hotels in order to house migrants. That's not wasteful spending. That's the federal government actually trying to fix the crisis caused by Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis by, without informing the local authorities, shipping, kidnapping, and trafficking tens of thousands of migrants from the state of Texas into the state of New York to play political football with people's lives. In that process, the federal government has to step in and say, okay, for the overflow, we have to, in the interim period, we have to make sure that these people are housed, okay? So what do? They pay hotels to house the migrants, okay? That is not wasteful spending or fraudulent spending. That's just an understandable thing that the federal government did. You know what is actually fraud? A conflict of interest? When you are the president and you own a bunch of hotels and you actually overcharge the federal government to stay in those hotels during the duration of your presidency, and you make money that way with federal funds. That's actually a conflict of interest. That's actually wasteful spending directly. That is a direct instance of fraud. That's what Donald Trump did. But of course, no one will look at that and go, what the f are we talking about? Also, you got this. Elon Musk's pushing into the financial services with a Visa deal, while immediately after taking out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It's crazy. Source, not doubting you, have just never heard of this till today. Which one do you want to source for? Donald Trump charging the federal government, or the thing that he just brought forward here? Trump overcharged Secret Service by 300% for accommodations at his hotels. House Oversight Committee's report further called the ex-president's term the world's greatest get-rich-quick scheme. It is such a transparent instance of corruption, too. It's crazy. Also, Donald Trump did a cryptocurrency rug pull, dude. What are we talking about? Elon admits he will tell some lies. Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, my bad. Yeah, we dominated the media cycle for like 48 hours nonstop, but here's where we're at.
$50 million of condoms were sent to Gaza. But after fact-check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct these statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms were sent there. And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you said?
Well, first of all, some of the things that you say will be incorrect and should be correct. So nobody's going to bound to that, essentially. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll have actively to correct any mistakes. So, if the, I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million to anywhere. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about.
lot of individual investors in the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before I leave?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right. Our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, we are doing it in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies, on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner. We're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing. Thank you for your time.
So let me get this straight. Let me see if I'm crazy.
You look nice.
Thank you very much. Who's the same next to naked?
No.
Podcasting.
No, you're wearing a button-down shirt. You look very professional.
I don't wear a button-down. I don't wear it.
No, sometimes you just wear a sweatshirt over it.
A little bit. Let me get this straight. Alex Carr, who's, by the way, you need to wear a hat. You look like shit, Alex.
Yeah, he's got, Trey Young hair.
Alex Carr can go on an earnings call, which I watched the whole thing. I mean, it's mostly PowerPoint, but yeah, I watched the whole thing. He looks like a slob. And he can get up there and he can talk about, our private company is so happy to be able to kill people. Hold on. But then Brace Belden, whose hair is normal, no receding hairline, no bald spot at the top, no weird, crazy, wacky thing going on, question the fucking clown. I can't sit here and say, we should kill you, because then I get in trouble. I just think that there's a
And we're a private company.
We are a private company. We're small business owners, the backbone of this country. We're free speech fucking warriors. But I can't sit here in the office that we have, which, by the way, nicer than their life.
Yes.
And say, we should scare our enemies and kill our enemies. I can't say that.
No, you can't say that.
We should kill our enemies. I can't say that.
Stop saying that.
I'm not saying that. He can say that. He can say we should scare our enemies and we should kill our enemies.
Yes, he is saying that.
He is saying that.
You're repeating what he's saying.
I'm quoting Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir. We should kill our enemies. Kill. That's an abbreviate. There's ellipses between those. I'm paraphrasing.
You're just reading.
Kill.
And there's quotations around each of those.
Kill.
And they're three separate quotes of the same quote.
I can't say kill our enemies, but Alex Karp can.
Yes.
Make it make sense. The whole damn world's gone crazy.
The whole damn world's gone crazy. Hello, everyone. I'm Liz.
My name is Brace. We're joined by producer Young Chomsky.
And this is the #1 liberal podcast in the world. True and on. Hello, everyone.
Hello. And we've heard your voice, by the way, your feedback from the last episode. No more Jews. We're not going to have any more Jewish people in the episode.
But this is a free episode, so they might not have actually heard that episode. So
we interviewed Eli Wiesel.
Oh my.
Me too.
Because we're not
cancel culture
interrupting me.
Because cancel culture is over. Eli Wiesel.
It has been defeated at the ballot box.
Elevator bound Me Too. We're saying it's done. He's like Louis. He's back.
He's like Louis.
Eli Wiesel, I would say, was the Louis of the
Those are the
camps.
kind of metaphors that you can't get anywhere else.
Can't get there anywhere else. But what were you saying?
I don't know.
You were interrupted?
I guess.
Yeah. But we've heard you loud and clear. No more.
No more.
How you feeling?
Not great.
You look great.
Thank you. I feel a little crazy. I feel a little crazy, a little cuckoo. We're gonna go through today, I guess, why. But everything seems bad. I don't know how else to say it. I feel, okay, to our listeners, I want to say this. We got an info hazard here.
Yeah.
Let's put on the little music for the info hazard, which I assume we have now.
I can see you thinking, yeah, we have it. Just say yes.
Info hazard music.
Info hazard here. This is going to be a little bit of a Black-filled episode.
Yeah. It is?
I think so.
Interesting.
You don't think so?
No, but I took a couple of blue pills with a serrated thing in the middle and 80 on one side of the full recording, so I'm feeling good.
Okay, I don't know what that one is.
Oxycontin, which Trump signed an executive order to bring back at 11 a.m. this morning. Oxycontin 80 is full strength.
No, he did
They are
not.
coming back, and they are going to be much cheaper, 50 cents a milligram. We've lost fun.
The podcast is over.
This is the last episode of the show.
No, we will fucking talk about USAID in a bit, and we actually will. Even I know I always say that. It's almost like, oh, it's okay, but we really will. We will. But first, we have to talk about the people who really fund us.
Benjamin Netanyahu came to America this week and, of course, flew in on Sunday. They rolled out the red carpet for him, a la Harvey Weinstein.
Which, by the way, I said this to you. The White House looks crazy right now. There's all these, like, golden trophies behind. Did you see this in the clip of Netanyahu and Trump sitting together? On the mantle of the fireplace were, like, these, like, gilded trophies and goblets. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, yeah, you're right. What are those?
I don't know. It looks like a high school trophy case, but with, like, chalices? Are those, like,
They might be
important?
golf trophies, Liz.
Are you kidding?
They might be golf trophies.
They look like the false grails.
Yes, they do. They do.
They
And
would have
perhaps,
false
yeah,
grails.
perhaps they are. Benjamin Netanyahu, the true president of the USA. Actually, that's not true. The true president of Philadelphia. Came to America. On Monday, he met with Steve Witkoff, who was credited with securing basically an immediate ceasefire in Gaza before Trump even took office. Remember that? He goes out to the Middle East. He says something.
Yeah, Sleepy was still here.
Sleepy was still here.
R.I.P.
By the way, put that dog down. No. I know. I'm telling Sleepy Joe, put your fucking crazy dog Major down.
Oh.
I'm not saying that Joe is a dog,
Okay.
but frankly, to Joe's family, let him
I
go.
think Sleepy should start a podcast.
Sleepy. He's gonna do something. I know he's signed a CAA.
Yeah. Let's get you on spot. Let's get you on the ringer.
I wonder if Obama's gonna.
We
block
need to
him.
know who your guys are.
Yeah. Who's your guys? He should go on merit. I think Biden should go on merit tomorrow. So, Witkoff is credited with securing this ceasefire, even while Biden was still in office. And I think the more astute people are like, well, okay, what's really going on here? Like, what did they offer? What were the deals made? Like, what went down? A little about Steve Witkoff. I was surprised to find out that one of his sons died from an Oxycontin overdose, which, interesting, seems like, just from my perspective, an issue in knowing your limits. I knew mine, and I am, unfortunately, not like a lot of my friends, and Steve Witkoff's son, still here. So, the other is a founder of World Liberty Financial, and I'm going to tell you, Liz, I'm looking down to the Belden Brood, right? And I say, my sons. And you're like, Brace, you have a choice between your son can either be a co-founder of World Liberty Financial or dead of an Oxycontin overdose. I would say, distribute the bills! Distribute the bills!
Can you remind everyone what World Liberty Financial is?
That is the cryptocurrency scam, one of the cryptocurrency scam projects that our piece of shit president. And you know what? There was some bleeps. We're putting in some bleeps there, but that's only to save me some for later.
We're liberal now.
We're liberal now, and I can't
There's
say
lots of
that.
things we can't say.
And I love everybody. I love
all
everybody. Our piece of shit, fake, drumpf-ass, fucking cocksucker president piece of fucking rolling around there is fucking lifting up his belly fat, and you can smell his fucking
It's like
belly button smegma.
It's just filet-o-fish sauce.
Disgusting fucking president. Disgusting fucking president. It's the cryptocurrency him and his fucking dysgenic sons have together, including his fucking clearly fucked up in the mental son, Barron, who, by the way, is being groomed to either do a mass shooting or become transgender in his fucking Discord groups, and I hope he does one of them.
Wait, he can do both.
He can do both. Well,
or she could.
Yeah, she could. No. Anyways, World Liberty Financial is started by Steve Witkoff and his child and Donald Trump and his children who he has fucking sex with. Fuck these people. Anyways, I'm trying to get some information across here. So Israel does the ceasefire like, oh guys, it's gonna be a 3-phase in ceasefire. Israel's like, all right, we're gonna ceasefire here in Gaza, which they're gonna do, but we're just gonna kill as many women and children as possible
on the way
West
out.
Bank.
Yeah.
We're gonna go send all our guys to the West Bank. So Israel's been brutally assaulting the West Bank.
Which the BBC is just calling Israel now, by the way.
Everyone's calling it Israel now, which we'll get to in just a moment, which I know you always say that, but only I sometimes do. We really will. The ceasefire is phased in. It's temporary ceasefire for 6 weeks until phase 2 of the ceasefire. And then I want to just put a little pinpoint here. A notable part of the negotiations for that ceasefire had to do with security around the Gaza Strip. The security around the Gaza Strip is going to be handled by PMCs, private military companies. I believe 2 of them are American and 1 is Egyptian, which probably means like Gulf Arab owned and
Probably
staffed
American.
and operated by like Air France or something. One of those companies, I can't remember who wrote this book, Bloomberg or one of those fucking rags which will soon be sued into oblivion and disappear, which, you know, huge deal for me. But 96 Green Berets have been, they're looking for 96 people with Green Beret experience to staff these. So these are American veterans. That
96?
I mean, I'm sure that they already have a bunch of guys on the docket. But I want to be clear here. So part of the negotiations for that ceasefire were the deployment of private military contractors. Now, oftentimes PMCs will be staffed with like maybe some Colombian mercenaries, like the Saudi ones that were sent to Yemen, or just like American veterans.
Yeah, we run out of Ukrainians.
Well, it does lead to a noticeable drop in mass shootings, wife beatings, and random rapes at bars when more veterans go overseas. But those are American troops and they're overseas. And so, to be clear, there are American troops, veterans, serving in Israel right now around surrounding Gaza. To continue. Notably, one of the first things that Trump did when he assumed the mantle of power, when he picked the crown up from Joe Biden's disgusting dog bowl and put it on his head, is he released the shipments of 2,000-pound bombs, almost as big as you, Donald, to be shipped to Israel. Now, Biden, our disgusting, pathetic, you know what? Much like the other guy, also dead-sunned, similar to Witkoff. Yeah. Well, no, that's the difference.
Hunter was doing scams too, but it was like more old school.
Hunter should have died of an overdose.
And he should have also done a crypto scam.
Yeah, well, he was kind of, actually.
He was like an in-between time where he's like, my scam will be on the board of a, Ukrainian
I'll be on
company.
Yeah, exactly.
For energy oligarchs.
But Joe Biden had, because remember all those people, see, they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. They're working tirelessly. We're going to get us a ceasefire.
Yeah.
I want to point out.
I think we read that wrong, and what she meant was like, he's tired. He's tired.
Yeah.
Tiredly. He's very sleepy. But, at some point, maybe he'll wake up.
I want to note here that myself and Monsieur Young Chomsky once yelled at Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez in person.
Yeah, I started that jam.
Yeah.
She was first on the scene.
She first came out. We yelled at her about Israel Palestine.
And she's trying to give us a whole. I remember she was talking about shoes, that she bought some new shoes, and I was like giving her a chance.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
This is not a very flattering story.
For us or her?
No, for her.
Oh yeah.
But it also was like, it sounds almost like too stereotypical.
No, this was like 2018.
Yeah. She was on stage talking about shoes.
And we started yelling.
And you're like, no Jews. No Jews, no shoes.
And then she kind of like recovered. She's like, I think it's an important conversation to have with the community.
Yeah.
The community.
I just laughed after that. I was like, oh, fuck, whatever, lady. Not with our community. But Joe Biden had the one restriction, besides delaying a single weapon shipment for like 2 weeks once, the one restriction he ever did was like, we're not going to send these 2,000-pound weapons over there. And that was like, I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he wasn't thinking because he physically cannot.
Well, whoever made that decision was just like, this is reasonable.
Yeah. And like, oh,
this is a reasonable red line.
Maybe this will ameliorate some. Oh, maybe perhaps this will mollify.
Then they'll just have to use 2,000 one-pound bombs.
Exactly. Which they did. Yeah. And quadcopters with machine guns playing the cries of children to lure people out of tents and massacre them. All with American money backing up your tax dollars. Trump is now like, all right, you know what? We love the quadcopters, we love the massacres, we love all this stuff. We'll give you the 2,000-pound bombs. Biden, I want to also mention here, approved $17 billion in arms transfers to Israel between October 2023 and 2024. But Trump and Bibi have a special pause relationship. I guess now I would do the pause. In 2019, famously, Trump recognized the Golan Heights, a legal part of the country of Syria, as part of Israel, which I found very odd because it's not a part of Israel, but I guess America dictates that, and moved the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing full Israeli sovereignty over the city.
Don't forget that Hegseth also wants to build the temple.
Yeah. Hegseth will...
I cannot believe that. That was a fucking cartoon character.
It's difficult for me to say what I think of Hegseth.
It's crazy how all of the Trump appointees, I'm thinking specifically about Kash Patel, and who's crazy looking, and Hegseth, but also RFK, and to be honest, kind of, what's her fucking face?
Tulsi,
thank you.
Yeah.
Are like cartoon characters of the office that they hold.
Yes.
Like extreme cartoon versions.
Like literally from Toontown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is what the cartoon version of the United States Secretary of Defense would look like. He would have white power tattoos, be like such an insane, like roided up, fucking zinned out freak that wants to, Dr. Strangelove the entire world.
Not to be whatever about it.
But to bring about the second coming.
This is one of the most, I will say, Trump is kind of a master here, because all of the people he's getting, not all of them, but many of the people that he's putting into his cabinet positions here, they can't be blackmailed. We all know they've raped. There's no video evidence that's going to change anyone's mind.
That's the jujitsu move against Israel.
Exactly. He's people. I know a lot of Trump's anti-Semitic supporters have been justified in their various ways of like, oh, he's doing 4D chess, oh, he's doing this to mollify them, or I criticize him for this only, about Trump's special relationship with Netanyahu. But you got to think, Trump is actually thinking 10 steps ahead. He's like, we have Lloyd Austin, first of all, was dying and in the hospital for 50% of his tenure as Secretary of Defense. Lloyd Austin was, I think, dead from 2023 to 2025. I think Lloyd Austin...
The White House looks crazy right now. Mm-hmm. There's all these golden trophies behind. Did you see this in the clip of Netanyahu and Trump sitting together? On the mantle of the fireplace were these gilded trophies and goblets. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh yeah, you're right. What are those?
I don't know. It looks like a high school trophy case, but with chalices? Are those important?
They might be golf trophies, Liz.
Are you kidding?
They might be golf trophies.
They look like the false grails.
Yes, they do. They do.
They would have false grails.
Perhaps they are. Benjamin Netanyahu, the true president of the USA. Actually, that's not true. The true last episode. No more Jews. We're not going to have any more Jewish people in the episode.
But this is a free episode, so they might not have actually heard that episode.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go through today, I guess, why.
Yeah, there's an episode you have to pay for.
But everything seems bad. I don't know how else to say it. I feel, to our listeners, I want to say this. We got an info hazard here.
Yeah.
Let's put on the little music for the info hazard, which I assume we have now.
I can see you thinking. Yeah, we have it. Just say yes, dude.
Info hazard music, yeah.
Info hazard here. This is going to be a little bit of a black-pilled episode.
Yeah. It is?
I think so.
Interesting.
You don't think so?
No, but I took a couple of blue pills with a serrated thing in the middle and 80 on one side of them before recording, so I'm feeling good.
Okay. I don't know what that one is. Viagra?
Oxycontin,
Okay.
which Trump signed an executive order to bring back at 11 a.m. this morning. Oxycontin 80s full strength.
No, he did
They
not.
are coming back, and they are going to be much cheaper, 50 cents a milligram. We've lost funding.
The podcast is over.
This is the last episode of the show.
No, we will fucking talk about USAID in a bit, and we actually will. Even I know I always say that. It's almost like, oh, it's so funny you always say that, but we really will.
We will.
We will. But first, we have to talk about the people who really fund us.
Benjamin Netanyahu came to America this week and, of course, flew in on Sunday. They rolled out the red carpet for him, a la Harvey Weinstein.
Which, by the way, I said this to you. The White House looks crazy right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these like golden trophies behind. Did you see this in the clip of Netanyahu and Trump sitting together on the mantle of the fireplace? Were like these like gilded trophies and goblets, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh yeah, you're right. What are those?
I don't know.
Are
It
those
looks like
always
a
there?
high school trophy case, but with like chalices. Are those like
They might be
important-
golf trophies, Liz.
Are you kidding?
They might
me?
be golf
I
trophies.
see. They look like the false grails.
Yes, they do. They do.
They
And
would have
perhaps,
false
yeah,
grails.
perhaps they are. Benjamin Netanyahu, the true president of the USA. Actually, that's not true. The true president of Philadelphia came to America. On Monday, he met with Steve Witkoff, who was credited with securing basically an immediate ceasefire in Gaza before Trump even took office. Remember that? He goes out to the Middle East, he says something.
Yeah, Sleepy was still here.
Sleepy was still here.
R.I.P.
By the way, put that dog down.
No.
No. I know. I'm telling Sleepy Joe, put your fucking crazy dog Major down.
Oh.
I'm not saying
they did.
Joe is a dog.
Oh, okay.
But frankly, to Joe's family, let him
I
go.
think Sleepy should start a podcast.
Sleepy.
He's gonna do something.
He's gonna. I know he signed a
Please.
CAA.
Yeah, let's get you on spot. Let's get you on the ringer.
I wonder if Obama's gonna.
We
block
need to
him
know
from
who your guys are.
Yeah, who's your guys? He should go on Marin. I think Biden should go on Marin tomorrow. So, Witkoff is credited with securing this ceasefire, even while Biden was still in office. And I think the more astute people are like, well, okay, what's really going on here? Like, what did they offer? What were the deals made? Like, what went down here? A little about Steve Witkoff. I was surprised to find out that one of his sons died from an Oxycontin overdose, which, interesting, seems like, just from my perspective, an issue in knowing your limits.
Oh my God.
I knew mine, and I am, unfortunately, not like a lot of my friends, and Steve Witkoff's son, still here. So the other is a founder of World Liberty Financial, and I'm going to tell you, Liz, I'm looking down to the Belden Broods, right? And I say, my sons. And you're like, Brace, you have a choice between your son can either be a co-founder of World Liberty Financial or dead of an Oxycontin overdose. I would say, distribute the bills. Distribute the bills.
Can you remind everyone what World Liberty Financial is?
That is the cryptocurrency scam, one of the cryptocurrency scam projects that our piece of shit, fat, gay president. And you know what? There was some bleeps. We're putting in some bleeps there, but that's only to save me some for later.
We're liberal now.
We're liberal now, and I can't
There's
say
lots of
that.
things we can't say.
And I love everybody. I love everybody. Our piece of shit, fake, drum-ass, fucking cocksucker president, piece of fucking drone around there is fucking lifting up his belly fat, and you can smell his fucking.
It's like
What were the deals made? Like what went down here? A little about Steve Witkoff. I was surprised to find out that one of his sons died from an Oxycontin overdose, which, interesting, seems like, just from my perspective, an issue in knowing your limits. I knew mine, and I am, unfortunately, not like a lot of my friends, and Steve Witkoff's son, still here.
I guess the next game will here. Oh God. I hope there's a whole bunch of Trump supporters in the next one. Fuck Trump. I'm saving this. I need to clip this, and I need to like just have it on repeat and fall asleep to it. Yay, yay! Wait till you hear this. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, I guess I could play it now.
So the other is a founder of World Liberty Financial. And I'm going to tell you, Liz, I'm going to tell you, I'm looking down to the Belden Brood, right? And I say, my sons, my sons, my sons. And you're like, Brace, you have a choice between your son can either be a co-founder of World Liberty Financial or dead of an Oxycontin overdose. I would say, distribute the bills. Distribute the bills.
Can you remind everyone what World Liberty Financial is?
That is the cryptocurrency scam, one of the cryptocurrency scam projects that are piece of shit.
Oh, so good.
Gay president. And you know what? There was some bleeps. We're putting in some bleeps there, but that's only to save me some for later.
We're liberal now.
We're liberal now, and I can't say that.
There's lots of things we can't say.
And I love everybody. I love everybody.
Love.
Our piece of shit, fake, drum-ass, fucking cocksucker president. Piece of fucking rolling around there is fucking lifting up his belly fat, and you can smell his fucking... It's like belly button smegma.
Which is Filet-O-Fish sauce.
Disgusting fucking president. Disgusting fucking president. It's the cryptocurrency him and his fucking dysgenic sons have together, including his fucking clearly fucked up in the mental son, Barron, who, by the way, is being groomed to either do a mass shooting or become transgender in his fucking Discord groups, and I hope he does one of it.
Wait, he could do both.
He could do both. Well,
or she could.
Yeah, she could. Anyways, World Liberty Financial is started by Steve Witkoff and his child, and Donald Trump and his children, who he has fucking sex with. Fuck these people. Anyways, I'm trying to get some information across here.
Sorry.
So Israel does the ceasefire like, oh guys, it's gonna be a 3-phase-in ceasefire. Israel's like, all right, we're gonna ceasefire here in Gaza, which they don't really, but we're just gonna kill as many women and children as possible
on the way
West
out.
Bank. Yeah, we're gonna go send all our guys to the West Bank. So Israel has been brutally assaulting the West Bank.
Which the BBC is just calling Israel now, by the way.
Everyone's gonna be calling it Israel now, which we'll get to in just a moment. Which I know you always say that, but only I sometimes do. We really will. The ceasefire is phased in, temporary ceasefire for 6 weeks until phase 2 of the ceasefire. And then I want to just put a little pinpoint here. A notable part of the negotiations for that ceasefire had to do with security around the Gaza Strip. The security around the Gaza Strip is going to be handled by PMCs, private military companies. I believe 2 of them are American and 1 is Egyptian, which probably means like Gulf Arab owned and
Probably
staff,
American.
like operated by like Eric Prince or something.
Yeah.
One of those companies, I can't remember who wrote this, but like Bloomberg or one of those fucking rags, which will soon be sued into oblivion and disappear, which, you know, no huge tears coming from me. But 96 Green Berets have been like, they're looking for 96 people with Green Beret experience to staff these. So these are American veterans that
96.
I mean, I'm sure that they already have a bunch of guys on the docket. But I want to be clear here. So part of the negotiations for that ceasefire were the deployment of private military contractors. Now, oftentimes PMCs, they'll be staffed with like maybe some Colombian mercenaries, like the Saudi ones that were sent to Yemen, or just like American veterans.
Yeah, we run out of Ukrainians, unfortunately.
Well, it does lead to a noticeable drop in mass shootings, wife beatings, and random rapes at bars when more veterans go overseas. But those are American troops, and they're overseas. And so, to be clear, there are American troops, veterans, serving in Israel right now surrounding Gaza. To continue. Notably, one of the first things that Trump did when he assumed the mantle of power, when he picked the crown up from Joe Biden's disgusting dog bowl and put it on his head, is he released the shipments of 2,000-pound bombs, almost as big as you, Donald, to be shipped to Israel. Now, Biden, our disgusting, pathetic, you know what? Much like the other guy, also dead-sunned,
very
similar to Witkoff. Yeah. Well, no, that's the difference.
Hunter was doing scams too, but it was like kind of more old school.
Hunter should have died of an overdose.
And he should have also done a crypto scam.
Yeah,
well,
he was kind of, actually.
He was like in the in-between time where he's like, my scam will be on the board of a, Ukrainian company for energy oligarchs.
But Joe Biden had, because remember how all those people, AOC, they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. They're working tirelessly. We're going to get us a ceasefire.
Yeah.
And I want to point out,
I think that we read that wrong, and what she meant was like he's tired. He's tired.
Tiredly.
Yeah.
Tiredly. He's very sleepy, but at some point maybe he'll wake up.
I want to note here that myself and Monsieur Young Chomsky once yelled at Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez in person.
Yeah, I started that chain.
Yeah.
She was first on the scene.
She first came out. We yelled at her about it, about Israel Palestine.
But she's trying to give us a whole. I remember she was talking about shoes, how she bought some new shoes, and I was like giving her a chance.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
This is not a very flattering story.
For us or her?
About?
No, for her.
Oh yeah. I'm like we were.
But it also is like
great.
it sounds almost like too stereotypical to be true.
No, this was like 2018.
Yeah. She was on stage talking about shoes,
and we started yelling.
And you're like, no Jews, no Jews, no shoes.
And then she kind of like recovered. She was like, I think it's an important conversation to have with the community.
Yeah.
The community.
I just left after that. I was like, oh, fuck, whatever, lady. Not with our community, but but Joe Biden had like the one restriction, besides delaying a single weapon shipment for like 2 weeks once, the one restriction he ever did was like, we're not going to send these 2,000-pound bombs over there. And that was like, I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he wasn't thinking because he physically cannot.
Well, whoever made that decision was just like, this is reasonable.
Yeah. And like, oh, this
is a reasonable red line.
Maybe this will ameliorate something. Oh, maybe perhaps this will mull it.
Then they'll just have to use 2,000 one-pound bombs.
Exactly, which they did.
Yeah.
And quadcopters with machine guns playing the cries of children to lure people out of tents and massacre them, all with American money backing it up, your tax dollars. Trump is now like, all right, you know what? We love the quadcopters, we love the massacres, we love all this stuff. We'll give you the 2,000-pound bombs. Biden, I want to also mention here, approved $17 billion in arms transfers to Israel between October 2023 and 2024. But Trump and Bibi have a special pause relationship. I guess now I would do the pause. In 2019, famously, Trump recognized the Golan Heights, a legal part of the country of Syria, as part of Israel, which I found very odd because it's not a part of Israel, but I guess America dictates that, and moved the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing full Israeli sovereignty over the city.
Don't forget that Hegseth also wants to build the temple.
Yeah. Hegseth will...
I cannot believe that. That was a fucking cartoon character.
It's difficult for me to say what I think of Hegseth.
It's crazy how all of the Trump appointees, I'm thinking specifically about Kash Patel, who's crazy looking, and Hegseth, but also RFK, and to be honest, kind of, what's her fucking face?
Tulsi?
Tulsi, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Are like cartoon characters of The Office that they hold.
Yes.
Like extreme cartoon versions.
Like literally from Toontown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is what the cartoon version of the United States Secretary of Defense would look like. He would have white power tattoos, be like such an insane, like roided up, fucking zinned out freak that wants to, Dr. Strangelove the entire world.
Not to be whatever about it.
But to bring about the second coming.
This is one of the most, I will say, Trump is kind of a master here, because all of the people he's getting, not all of them, but many of the people that he's putting into his cabinet positions here they can't be blackmailed. We all know they've raped. You know, there's no video evidence that's going to change anyone's mind.
That's the jiu-jitsu move against Israel.
Exactly. He's people. I know a lot of Trump's anti-Semitic supporters have been justified in their various, ways of like, oh, he's doing 4D chess. Oh, he's doing this to mollify them. Or I criticize him for this only about Trump's special relationship with Netanyahu. But you got to think, Trump is actually thinking 10 steps ahead. He's like, we have Lloyd Austin, first of all, was dying and in the hospital for 50% of his tenure as Secretary of Defense. Lloyd Austin was, I think, dead from 2023 to 2025. I think Lloyd Austin died several years ago. But Trump is like, how can I prevent my nominees for these cabinet positions from being blackmailed? I will just get every rapist from my Rolodex out there and put them on.
No, it's true. It's like, checkmate, Israel. We don't give a fuck that they've raped children.
Yes, exactly.
Americans don't care.
They don't care. In fact, we like it and we'll justify it.
Yeah. Find new blackmail.
Yes, I know. Where was I going with this? No, so, now Bibi's back. He gets to hang out with his best friend Trump. He gave him the pager. Did you guys see the pager?
The golden pager, yes.
The golden pager. Why would you give him the pager?
What do you mean?
Well, the last time that you gave a guy the
I know,
pager.
it is kind of a weird, no, it's fucked up and sadistic on so many levels that it's hard to take in. Like, it's hard to take in the, totality of evil that him presenting a golden pager to Trump signifies.
Yes.
Like, it's really... It makes me feel extremely, extremely despondent.
Yeah, and for all you fucking shit-eating pieces of shit, which I guess would... That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but you know what I'm saying there. For all you pieces of shit out there who've been, defending Israel on this, liberal-ass tip, which became a little more infatuous.
Who was doing that?
Every Democrat.
Oh, no.
You know?
I thought you were talking about our listeners.
No, not our listeners.
Oh, right.
Our listeners don't know about Israel.
Okay, sure.
We're telling them about it. It's this crazy country you'll never believe. There is no other Israel. This is the Israel that there is. You know what I mean? There isn't another mythical Israel. There's no other. This is Israel. It is Netanyahu giving Trump the fucking golden pager in some kind of. It was like a plaque made of a stump.
It was supposed to be an olive tree.
That they cut down.
Right.
Oh, similar to how oftentimes settlers in the West Bank are allowed to murder people with impunity, Palestinians who are just out in the olive groves picking things.
But also how they literally do cut down all of the olive trees of Palestinians.
Yeah, or maybe it's got to do with southern Lebanon too. I don't know, but that is Israel, and it is in the White House. But the point is here. Then Trump and Netanyahu met on Tuesday, and after they were finished performing the wildest mutual oral copulation in human history, I don't think they physically could, actually. I don't think that Trump could 69. I think he could do it from the top.
Geometrically.
Let's move on.
His belly would form too much of a mound.
Actually, it's more of a temple mount.
A temple mount, exactly. Wow.
There you go.
Wow. And Netanyahu seems short to me, although he's probably 5'6", 5'7" tall. Trump promised to annex Gaza. So Trump said he is going to annex Gaza. So he'd already said on January 20th, on Inauguration Day, that Gaza would make fine real estate. On January 26th, he says that, maybe the Palestinians can move to Egypt or Jordan. And then at the press conference the other day, he lays out a number of things, including that Palestinians have had tremendous bad luck in Gaza. Can't really fault him there. That is true. But seems to imply, it's Trump, so it's difficult to parse here, but he seems to imply that we're going to build them some nice houses in some other place.
So forcibly move the Palestinians
ethnically cleansed, yes.
Yeah, ethnically cleansed to another location, and then build. I would assume Trump hotels, golf courses,
One would assume, yeah.
Sweet greens, crumble cookies.
Mixed use. Yeah,
Mixed
you YIMBY
uses.
fucks. You can fucking move in there with your fucking Gary Pan.
Isn't that
the YIMBY
birthright dream?
It really is, yeah. Well, what is Israel but YIMBY writ large? The Trump plan here does not seem very well thought out.
I don't know. It seems like someone thought of it. It's funny because Mick Mulvaney, right, who was part of Trump 1, he came out and he was like, that doesn't sound like Trump, which is like such a funny thing to say. But he was like, I was reading it and they're like, oh, he's like, oh, I was puzzled to hear the proposal to lay it out. And he says, it wasn't him. It was not his language. And I was like, I don't know. The man who worked for so long to get us out of the forever war in Afghanistan was up here on the podium saying, we're going to occupy this land for the next 10 or 15 years. It made no sense to me.
Well, Mick Mulvaney, it might not make sense to you because you're fucking stupid. But Trump, first of all, did not get us out of Afghanistan, did not get us out of Syria, fucking lied about both of those. And in fact, in Syria, he said, we're going to leave the troops there on the oil. And that's exactly what he did. In terms of Palestine, I mean, listen, he's talking about, he's compared it to the Riviera, which, listen, I don't know. I've never been to Gaza, but that shit ain't, isn't the Riviera like a, isn't that a river?
What? No. The Riviera, the French talk about like the French Riviera.
I don't know what that is.
Think about Monaco. Think about all of those fucking casinos on the beach.
In my head,
the F1, there's gonna be an F1 Gaza.
Yeah. In my head, the Riviera is a that's like the French word for river, and there's like a cool river that like the people are on.
No, think of like a coastline with a bunch of
like southern France
capitalist activities.
I know what the southern France is like. I just didn't know that was what the Riviera was. But he also says that we're leaving the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council. We are ending all funding for UNRWA and putting maximum pressure on Iran, designating the Houthis an FTO. And I just want to put a point in several of those past things. First of all, maximum pressure on Iran was something that we were already trying to do alongside Israel. The Houthis had already been designated once again as a foreign terrorist organization by Biden after October 7th, when they started standing up for the Palestinians. Even though Biden had taken them off in 2021, Biden actually had put them back on. And frankly, whether Biden and his group of puppeteers or whatever are calling the UN anti-Semitic, I'm sure that many of them have. They're going to treat it the same exact way. They're going to fucking sanction. Like, Trump is much more. Trump hates the ICC, but like these people will vote against all the Palestine stuff. It doesn't matter. This is like, at least Stefanik is in there now, and like her. I don't know how to describe this, but like her, like the way that she is going to actually act in the UN. How will that be functionally different than like Biden's people?
I don't think it will.
Because like we vote with Israel on everything.
It'll just be a difference in how the media covers it.
Exactly. But Trump's talk about annexing Gaza is also, it's funny because this had been sort of floated without the Riviera talk, without the Trump Hotel kind of like implications there this is like the Israeli plan for a long time, but it's also been floated reportedly by Blinken to move all of the Palestinians out of Gaza into the Negev and like send them to the desert.
And everyone said that was too crazy. But Trump can come out and say it.
Because he's disrupting the fucking paradigm, Liz.
Oh my God. Well, apparently it might have come from Jared Kushner.
Mm-hmm. So Trump's alternative lifestyle son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who made his daughter Jewish, which is so funny that Trump has a Jewish daughter. But Jared Kushner,
who is like posting bikini pics, by the way.
Ivanka?
Yes.
Yeah, she is.
Facelift and Ozempic.
How old is she? Ivanka Trump age.
I think she's 42, 45.
And she's a mother?
Face-off domination. Secure the
How old is she?
Florida lifestyle, kind of. Okay. You think they swing?
43.
We know they swing.
See how it's close.
The Kushner, listen, Kushner was like the architect of the Abraham Accords, which you might argue kicked off October 7th. He is fully, he's invested in all these fucking settler groups. Like, Kushner is a hardcore, like, Zionist agent, basically. Like, he works, it's just, but he's also really, really close to a lot of the Gulf state guys, too. So I guess you could just call him like a Middle Eastern mafioso, but hailing from America. He gave this long talk at Harvard, which I unfortunately watched the entirety of, with some Ford Foundation loser.
Did you learn anything?
No.
Okay.
I did. And I really was like, maybe I will. No, it's just, they just talk.
Yeah.
It's less information than a podcast. But he talks about basically the same thing. It's like, we can annex it, we can make it really nice. There's talk about Singapore, and then of course Curtis Yarvin, who appears to be taking the Ozempic very well, has released an article yesterday basically saying like, oh, we should do a charter city there. And I agree. You know what? All you Charter City guys, if you guys, Gaza, I think would be a great next step for you.
I think they should all go there.
I think go to Gaza. You know,
go right now.
I foresee many difficulties with the mass removal of 1.7 million people in a brazen act of U.S.-backed, or in fact U.S.-done, directly ethnic cleansing. But maybe nothing fucking matters anymore. There's also, I mean, at the same time that there is a renewed push to annex the West Bank.
Yeah.
So the Israeli thing is that Palestinians are just Jordanians or Arabs. Like Arabs are all the same. Right. They're just Palestinians, Jordanians. This obviously, any cursory knowledge of the history of the region will show you that this caused some problems in Jordan in the 1970s. And so I think the general thought here is to move Palestinians to Jordan or to Egypt in maybe some like weird, like, you know, Khrushchev housing that we build for them in the desert there, and then annex the West Bank and Gaza into Israel, and maybe make Gaza like an international city, charter city, and West Bank just becomes part of Israel.
They did float the Madagascar plan,
which is the Morocco plan.
No, there was one to go to Madagascar.
They're seriously sending them to Madagascar.
It's like fucking. There's like so many absurd. We'll just take them and put them somewhere else.
The Madagascar plan? Well, that we saw what that turned into back in the 1930s. Guess it turned into Israel eventually, but Jesus fucking Christ, that is, it's tough. Now there is a so this was from a Q&A with Trump. Will you be Trump here?
No, I don't want to do a Trump voice. Can I do a question? Can I do a question?
Do a different. Okay, fine.
Well, question. How much time do you think it will take? Mr. President, do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria areas, which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing. I'm not doing the Trump voice either. Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented it very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But there will be. We'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. So, I mean, this is Trump saying that we're going to make an announcement one way or the other on Israeli annexation of the West Bank in the next 4 weeks, which I don't think should come as a surprise to anybody. I mean, this isn't like a shock thing that's happening, but like it is, you know, it is not good news.
No.
But maybe it's just hastening the inevitable. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe this will cause something, but it also, you know, it showcases just the fucking cowardice of a lot of the neighboring countries. There's also now a House working group on Judea and Samaria and a push by Republicans to call it that instead of the West Bank in all official documentation. Yes. This is what Trump said on Twitter yesterday, which is, we're recording this Friday, February 7th. He said, the Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. The Palestinians, people like Chuck Schumer, would have already been resettled in far safer and more beautiful communities with new and modern homes in the region. They would actually have a chance to be happy, safe, and free. The U.S., working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become one of the greatest, most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability for the region would reign.
I mean, this is absurd.
Well, I mean, in real terms here, this is talking about the mass ethnic cleansing of something less than 2 million people, and forced resettlement into areas that we choose for them. I'm presuming no returns there, and essentially the annexation by the United States there. It's really unclear with a global-led reconstruction effort, and it's just. It's not reconstruction, it's new construction, because we're not reconstructing their houses, they can't come back. I mean, it's just, what do you want me to say, you know? It's sick. These people are sick.
Well, things aren't great on the home front either. Do you like that?
I love that. You're doing really, that's a good transition.
I don't know how to transition to this. They want to fucking send U.S. prisoners to El Salvador.
You know I love every race. I just want to put that out there right now. I love every race but one.
Which one?
No, I've said that since the beginning of the show. You'll never know. And you could never guess. You will never guess. And I know you're thinking it right now. It's not that one. I love every single race. I love them so much.
Except for the one.
Except for the one. But for this next segment here, imagine me racist. It's hard to do, I understand. Thought exercise that maybe can't even be done, many are saying. Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, a Latin American nation, Bukele of, he's I believe Lebanese origin, meeting with, well, he's meeting with lots of people. His coke dealer, his brother, Bronze Age pervert, and some sort of, new style of sexual Congress, and Marco Rubio. Google the words Marco Rubio phone party if you are driving right now. And if you're not driving, wait till you're in a car and you have your iPad up to do it. But Marco Rubio phone party. These two gentlemen met. Marco Rubio, who is a second-generation Cuban-American. His father assisted in the assassination of JFK, and he lied about his father's opposition to Castro because he came over before Castro even took power. So he's a fucking liar from day one.
Who's now our Secretary of State.
Now our Secretary of State.
Yeah.
I just want to make it clear here. I have no judgment on this. Don't imagine me racist anymore. Neither of these are white American men. I'm just going to say that right now. It's fine, but I'm coming this from the perspective of a racist guy. So I'm like, this is how I'm viewing it.
You're trying to understand.
Trying to understand racist people. I'm trying to, because I'm a liberal, I'm trying to understand.
You're putting on their cloak.
Yes.
And you're getting in the mindset.
Because I'm like, the white power. That's what I'm doing right now.
Right.
But I'm not doing it as Brace. I'm doing it in...
Under the veil of racism.
Exactly. No, you know what I'm doing? Under the veil of empathy for racists. But I'm looking here, and I'm looking at this second-generation Cuban guy, Latinx, meeting with this... Latinx guy, going down there, Secretary of State, meeting with a Lebanese, El Salvadorian guy, and they're talking about sending good, hardworking, white American felony convicts to El Salvador. So what we're talking about here is Rubio went down to El Salvador. And it's clear that he went down there to work out some dirty deal between the countries, likely involving the deportation of El Salvadorians living in the United States. But then something strange.
And probably some off-the-books stuff.
Probably some cryptocurrency, cocaine, and possibly some 15-year-old boy...
All that.
Weapons trafficking, for Marco Rubio and his friends. Liz, could you read the full, this is the official text of, this is on the State Department website, of Rubio's remarks.
First, obviously, he continues with full cooperation on the returning of Salvadorians who find themselves illegally in the United States and welcome them back home. And that's already existing and will continue. But second, he has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be they MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. And third, he has offered to house in his jails dangerous American criminals in custody in our country, including those of U.S. citizenship and legal residence. No country's ever made an offer of friendship such as this. You can think about it. Any unlawful immigrant, illegal immigrant in the United States who's a dangerous criminal, whatever it may be, he has offered his jails so we can send them here and he will put them in his jails. And he's also offered to do the same for dangerous criminals currently in... Wait, is this the same?
No.
Oh. Well, he's really repeating himself here.
He is repeating himself here, but...
And he's also offered to do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're United States citizens, or legal residents. We are just profoundly grateful. I spoke to President Trump about this earlier today, and it's just one more sign of what an incredible friend we have here in President Bukele and the people of El Salvador. Holy fucking shit.
I mean, this is what made me... I was like...
Yeah, you kind of lost your mind.
I fucking... you traitor piece of shit. I'm liberal now. Because I love our country.
As a liberal.
This is fucking... I'm sorry. This is insane to me. You're fucking sending this Marco Rubio cocksucker down there to fucking El Salvador to prostrate before this fucking Bitcoin pimp and say that you're going to send American... He's offering, first of all, Bukele, fucking it's just stay out of our business. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what broke me, man. I'm like, you cannot talk about fucking sending American citizens out of the country to fucking El Salvador.
Well, and then you know the prison? It's like like insane cinematic Supermax. I mean, the photos that it's all AI, like whatever.
Yeah.
But it looks fucking crazy.
Well, Musk comes out and says, "Oh, this is a great idea." Musk, who also, by the way, where were you born? Not in America. Musk comes out here and says, "Oh, this is a great idea," a couple of times. Trump even says, "Oh, it's a great idea," although he's like, "Oh, we got to look into the constitutionality of it." Newsflash, it's obviously unconstitutional. It's, first of all, cruel and unusual punishment. Second of all, how am I supposed to get my lawyer, if I'm doing appeals, which I'm doing, if I'm appealing, my lawyer's supposed to just like go to El Salvador now? In what jurisdiction is that court? What's the court of appeals there? Am I integrated into the El Salvadorian prison system? Is there a part of COD that is now technically American soil, like an embassy or like a military base, and I'm stuck down there? Like, we have prisons. Our prison system is not overrun. We have so many prisons. We have more prisoners than anyone else, and we got more prisons than anyone else. It's like, this is the gall of fucking Musk to come to our fucking country, and we gave him everything. And he's talking about sending our criminals overseas?
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
God bless you for saying it's unconstitutional, because I am going to wait on that. Because I don't know what is constitutional anymore.
Well, this is what I mean. This is really what I'm getting at with even putting this in the episode in the first place. What this to me is a sign of, this is like a real state of exception shit, right? Like, this is a sign of like, okay, so we're just like doing away. Like, one of the things that at least tech fucking people always say, this like little post-rationalist teapot bullshit. Oh, my crack engineer friend.
Stop saying crack.
You're just ugly. I'm sorry, you're just ugly and you went to school a lot. You're not cracked. You're ugly and you have no fucking friends. You're not building anything important for the fucking world. You're coding your stupid... Remember that stupid piece of shit? Dysgenic, we want to talk about that. Guy who's like, I found Luigi Mangione, and you were just wrong. They're all like that. They all think they're a fucking genius. They all think they're saving the world.
But also, like, they're all building skills to just, like, roll up into the only thing that we build, which is, like, a crypto scam. It's like, bitch, you're not working on anything remotely useful for humanity or furthering anything in the name of science or like fulfilling any sort of like human potential. You are literally working on a fucking bullshit scam for ad revenue to like roll up into someone's like leveraged fucking option play.
Oh, I moved to San Francisco. to, I'm cracked. You're doing B2B SaaS. Hey, I hope that you get eaten by a crackhead. And I'll say this, when I see the crackhead, at least I know I can get crack from him. With you bring me nothing. What am I supposed to do with B2B SaaS? I'm already a successful small businessman. I don't need your B2B fucking SaaS. I like crack. I've smoked crack. Crack feels good. There's a reason that people are addicted to it. Nobody's addicted to B2B SaaS, okay? Crackheads get pussy. I mean, they do. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but they do. You're lonely, and you'll eventually develop personality defects because of that are irrevocable. You cannot put those back in the toothpaste back in the tube with that. And you come out here and you're telling us that it's a good idea to send American citizens? I don't give a fuck if someone's a criminal or whatever. They're American citizens, and you're sending them I want to tell them to El Salvador? I mean, Bukele arrested around 80,000 people during the initial crackdowns in El Salvador. COD's got about 15,000 people there. It's a it's a terrorist confinement center. That's what it stands for. But it's like a counter-terror thing. That's how they kind of like legalized all of it. I didn't realize this, but Trump classified Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization. I think an FTO, but as a terrorist organization.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, me either. Pretty, because of the Aurora apartment buildings. I mean, like, what are we gonna do? Like, if you push the piece ahead here, what do you see happening? Like, U.S. troops deploying to Mexico and arresting cartel members, putting them in like
Drone
secret
war.
prisons in fucking El Salvador and fucking America. Like, it's just like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now.
The thing there is the legal framework for this based on the 2001 OMP.
Yeah,
you designate someone an FTO, and based on that order for Afghanistan, you can fucking do a lot of shit.
Anything you want.
From the executive, bypassing Congress.
And
That's the law, and these fucking people know it. They know it. They're using all of the tools in the toolbox.
Exactly. And you see some of these so-called civil libertarian people who sort of back Trump up because of free speech or whatever. You are you're all
fucking cooked.
You're all suckers is what you are. You're all suckers. The reason I even brought up the tech people in the first place is they say things, you can just do things. And that's kind of what the state of exception shit is now. You can just do things.
Yeah.
You can just do things. Something that I've always said, but the things that I want to do are very different than the things they want to do. I mean, I'm not even really sure what you want to call this, because now we're reopening Guantanamo. We're not reopening. Guantanamo Bay has been open this entire time, but we are revamping parts of Guantanamo Bay to house immigrants that we're just resettling them there, I guess. And
I don't even know if immigration is even the right word for the way that we structure this policy. Lay
it on me.
We just seem to import people as quick as we export them. And so we have more of a labor prison rotation system that we do, more so than anything that resembles some kind of I don't know, AI refurbished Ellis Island.
Yeah.
That is not this is our immigration policy. And that plus just fucking juicing as much skilled immigration as we can.
Yeah.
Because newsflash, the United States cannot function without both unskilled and skilled immigration.
Lay it on me,
we will kind of go through that maybe, and why that is sort of one of the underlying contradictions of a lot of the stuff that a lot of the circles that Trump needs to square, we'll say. But how they're kind of figuring that out, or it seems to me that's how the state kind of operates on our immigration policy. Now, what's weird is that there was this really interesting piece in The Guardian. I think I sent it to you.
You did.
That was kind of investigating exactly how many people are being deported right now, and no one can really tell. And they got a tip from an immigration lawyer who refused to go on the record because they were afraid of retribution, which
fair enough.
And you're gonna see a lot more of that. That's all I'm gonna say. A lot of chewing effects, as people like to say, going around. But the piece was basically this immigration lawyer was trying to figure out exactly what deportations were going on, because as they were trying to go through the news and they were Googling all of this stuff, what was coming up were ICE press releases from 2014, 2015, 2016, and reporting all of these numbers, and they weren't actually everything that was being aggregated at the top was really old. And so it was giving an impression that a lot of massive deportations were happening, but they couldn't actually get real numbers on the ground. And I'm not trying to suggest that that's not going on, because we know that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think one of and you see this, the way that Elon uses Twitter, which we're talking about, X, the other thing, excuse me, and the way that Trump understands performance and sort of saying shit but doing another, you know what I mean? There's a lot of theater, and and it seems there's a lot of throwing shit at everyone to create a sense of chaos.
Yeah.
In order to, in this instance, they want people to self-deport. They want people to be scared and to, Kamala boys do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah.
And, putting a big show on and creating this sense of chaos so that everyone just sort of freezes up and stops.
Yeah.
And they're doing it well.
I think they're doing it well. And one thing too, that should be mentioned from Trump's first term is that they also gummed down the works of the legal immigration process too.
Believe me, I know.
And so it's it's there's been a lot of talk about how they're sort of flooding the zone or whatever with shit, and but it is true. There is so many smoke and mirrors and so much bullshit going on right now that it is hard to get to the heart of some of the things that they say they're doing. One group of people who have been completely unable to get to the heart of not only the voters of this country during the presidential election, but in the aftermath, is the party of the Democrats.
Yes.
The Democratic Party, who are, how would you describe them?
Slow.
Sleepy.
Asleep at the wheel. Slow.
Your party the Führerprinzip, as exercised by the Democrats, has been a disaster because following your ultimate leader of Joe Biden has led you into the abyss. You're all so tired now.
I don't know. I mean, I truly do almost feel bad talking about it because I'm like, oh, I don't want to pick on him too much.
Yeah.
Like, I feel bad kicking people when they're down.
Like, you know in Total Recall when they shoot the guy who's got the little fella in his chest? It's like, why, I know, but like, how come you got killed? You know? He's all fucked up there.
This is freaky though.
I know, but like, it's like that. You feel like, oh, you're a freak, and I'm still gonna shoot you?
Did you see the, like, Chuck Schumer? Should we play it?
Play it.
I am going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We will win.
And I just, like, I see that, and I'm like, oh, babe, the help's not coming.
No. Well, this is I think the big problem with the Democrats. One of the big problems with the Democrats is that like they offer nothing. And I think, I mean, obviously this has been talked to death in every arena. Trump is able to kind of come in on this like platform of like real like big change or whatever that change may be, but like real big change. And the Democrats promised nothing but like the thing we were doing, more of that, which everybody hates. And like they seem to still be stuck in that paradigm. And I listened to, I think I told you about this yesterday, I've been trying to be like, what are the Democrats doing?
Yeah.
So I listened to the New York Times, like, roundtable on the Dems.
I didn't listen to it. I should have. I still don't understand these people.
I do not. Well, they were saying like, you know, and some of the Democratic Party think that they need a revolution. And the revolution they're talking about is just being John Fetterman or Richie Torres. So you're just being a Republican. And like, it's so, and the thing is like,
they hate the left so much.
Yes.
They blame the left for Trump, either because of what they like to say is Dearborn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is thanks Dearborn. So you already got that, which is a fucking psychotic thing to say. Just, I'm not even gonna dignify it.
Yeah.
Or it's like, oh, Biden actually was a leftist.
He was a leftist.
He was a leftist. He was staffed by leftists.
And the
And all of the things that Biden did that the left wanted, which apparently, but doesn't include Gaza, right? But it's just like, I don't know, the CHIPS Act or something?
Infrastructure.
Oh, babe.
The infrastructure
Let me know when
bill.
when
the infrastructure bill.
Sure, okay. All of those things, and the fact that they hired Lena Khan, right? Those are they point to two things. The infrastructure and Lena Khan, it was the left, and the sort of like, the ambient wokeness of the multi-culty Biden administration or whatever is the left's fault. And because they did this, we have Trump.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was thinking like, because I think there is something to like this very like activist-y like layer of people in the Democratic Party who are young, like the woke liberals or whatever, who steered a lot of this. But it's like, or not a lot of this, but like who like kind of have to give that popular perception of like Democrats like that, you know?
Saw their beautiful PowerPoint presentations.
We
at the
did, yeah.
DNC.
We got to spend a little time with them at the DNC. But it's funny
Biden,
because
Kamala is demure.
Well, yeah, mindful and demure.
Oh, she's so mindful, so demure. But it was so funny that we like, you see these people like Iglesias in between loud chews of, you know, gristle or whatever.
Who is insanely influential, by the way. The way that
Yes.
this man acts like he's an outside voice, while he has had like a direct line to party operative. I mean, he acts like, oh, I'm just a little blogger. Bitch, are you kidding me?
It's all of these people. All of these people. I'm just a widow. I'm just a widow. You see this from a lot of people.
Shirking responsibility. You know who doesn't shirk responsibility? True or not?
Because nobody listens to us. Nobody listens to us because
That's not true.
we have politics that are far outside of.
That's
unfortunately.
true.
But they are. But that's
we're
because
no.
we are the liberal lighthouse shining in the sea, the Sargasso Sea of shipwrecks and giant squids and racists and anti-racists. We stand there. We stand there as a beacon.
No, because one divides into two.
One divides into two. Exactly. When we seek motherfucking truth from facts. And the fact of the matter is you fucking failed. You are failures. Matt Iglesias, you want to talk about the fucking groups within the Democratic Party? So I'm assuming this means like Planned Parenthood Action and like birthing
It's
persons
called civil
or
society.
whatever. Yes.
This is
You
newsflash.
need it.
You know what newsflash? What they're upset about is the fucking internet. Because this is what the internet is now just a layer on our lives. No one logs off because it is just a layer on our life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it has revolutionized communication in this country, not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
Well, not in a good way for a lot of people.
For normal people like us, normal liberals.
It has given our enemies incredible tools that they are now using to do incredible things that I disagree with.
And basically everyone is our enemy. So this is what I want to say about the groups thing. I am an average American citizen, right? I've mostly tried to taxes, but I have looked this up. I am fine in the ability for me to get in trouble for that. So I can say this now. For many years of my life, I did taxes because I paid it on the table.
Wait. Okay.
So you know.
Are you sure they can't come after you for that?
From like 2008?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Well,
I
I
paid
think you just
taxes the
admitted
whole
to-
thing. Yeah, but this is a comedy podcast.
Or the city of Philadelphia is still coming after me from 10 years ago, and they're fucking wrong. But that's another story.
Well, then bleep certain words out of what I just said there. But I'm saying, like, I'm a normal fucking guy, right? I would have never had any contact with any of these fucking groups type of people, except for one organization that brought them all together. The Democrat Party that you did. You did this. Don't pretend like the groups are the civil society organizations that these people now blame for losing the election. Maybe they did, but guess what? Without them, you're nothing, and you're part of them. That is your constituency there. It is not normal people. Just like the Republicans' constituency is like fucking whatever, like oil or crypto people. Your constituency is people who make like $80,000 a year working for Planned Parenthood Action, who are basically like taking bribes for their NGO heads. Like that is what your constituency is. I don't know what to tell you. You can't separate it from that. And let me mention for a second the left here. The so-called left in this country, who, by the way, and I've said this before, and I'm sure, unfortunately, I'll be forced by circumstances to say it once again. There was a point in this country where the liberals were seen, some liberals, certain sections of liberals were seen, and rightfully so, frankly, as useful idiots for the left. Now, what does the Communist Act as? A useful idiot for the liberals. Has made no distinction between you and which we are liberals, so I excuse myself from this. Made no distinction between you and mainstream like Democrat stuff, except for like, oh, I don't like capitalism because it's unfair. It's unfair. Capitalism is unfair. You are a fucking progressive. You are not a communist. You're a fucking progressive. And then, or just these ultra-left freaks, nobody is fucking serious. And that's what fucking gets me, is all these people are not fucking serious. They don't give a fuck. It's just like a middle-class fucking adventure for them. And guess what? Maybe that's fine, but the reality is there are actual stakes in this world, and people are just completely abnegating, however you say it, abnegating?
Abdicating.
No, there's another word there. But you are also abdicating. Abdicating all responsibility for a historical mission which has been abandoned for decades. For decades. But people always pretend like they're resuming. I'll pick up the mantle, I'll pick up the mantle, I'll pick up the mantle. It's just it drives me fucking crazy. And I think a lot of that comes because I'm jealous, Liz. I think I'm saying that because I'm jealous. Because they're destroying USAID right now.
Well, that was what's so funny to watch the Democrats. I mean, I just want to. They're holding rallies in support of USAID, and maybe they're getting paid to do that. I don't know by USAID, whoever's left.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, who gives a shit? Like, who gives a shit about this? It's crazy. Like, but I also want to say about USAID is that the way that people are buying into the premise of some of this stuff, where either on the right or on the left, whatever, like, ooh, this heralds a fucking, they're tearing down the pillars of U.S. imperialism. It's like, no, bitch, just stop looking at what Elon is fucking tweeting about, okay? Stop getting your news from Elon Musk and listen to what they're saying. Like, they're not getting rid of USAID. They are streamlining it and reabsorbing it under the State Department. I mean, this is literally what they just said. This is in Politico.
In Politico?
Listen, two incoming Trump administration officials familiar with the matter said the president's team is exploring subsuming, what I just said, the agency into the State Department. Because one, newsflash, you can't get rid of USAID despite what Trump tweets.
They might still do it. But yeah.
No, it's a congressional, look, I'm saying what they are doing is centralizing power, and instead of having what they deem a unresponsive rogue agency, they're just moving it under the State Department, under the executive, so that it has more executive control. It's not, look, this is Rubio, CNN. There are things that USAID, that we do through USAID, that we should continue to do, that we will continue to do. This is not about ending the programs that USAID does per se, right? It's important to, it's because what is presented in this culture war bullshit that is being fed to you is like, taking on the deep state, or, oh no, dismantling this horrible thing. It's like, no, yes and no, right? This isn't like stripping away and tearing down as much as they are consolidating, restructuring, streamlining under the unitary executive.
Yeah, I mean, that seems so clear to me. And it's I just want to say, for like the people, like USAID does a thing where they like actually do provide things that are good for the world, right? But then they also do things very famously that are like essentially like CIA.
Well, I think usually what they do is the good stuff for the world is the cover for the other stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Whether that is like just like dispensing, being like the biggest distributor of HIV medication in Africa becomes cover for other clandestine activities.
Yep.
And shoring up and, I don't know what other kind of like crazy spice stuff they're doing.
I mean,
or it's like for a fucking like gay dance troupe in Belarus, which becomes cover for whatever color revolution people want to throw.
Exactly.
Like, of course. What are you, fucking idiot?
Yes. I mean, there's a reason that
Why is this new? This isn't new.
These fucking pieces of shit Democrats who are protesting outside the USAID office. And listen, if you're a Democrat whose constituency is largely federal workers, listen, I get it. You got to secure the bag. You got to go out there and be like, don't fire my people who vote for me. But like these people out there, you gotta listen to what they're saying. They're saying the USAID shutting down is leaving room for China. Well, guess what? China builds things. You don't build things. You don't do that.
No,
China builds things.
You just do things.
And I say, God bless them. God bless them for doing that. Because it's the US. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, and it's crazy. Like this is the hill that they're going on. But also, I agree. Like, I don't think there's a lot of people who want Trump to be this based anti-imperialist. And like, Trump sometimes accidentally does things that are okay. Trump often also does things that are fucking horrible. And like, trying to like, nothing bothers me. I talked about this a lot during the beginning of the show because that was when Trump was still president. But and then he stopped being president. And I've talked about it over the years a couple times. But the notion that Trump is this like this like peace guy who just wants peace and just wants peace. He fucking killed Soleimani. I don't know what to tell you there. He assassinated alongside Israel Qasem Soleimani, a hero to many. I take no position on it because I'm liberal. But it is just like, it is, people just eat shit over and over. I mean, so yeah, I think a lot of this too is like Trump is at war with the institutions.
Well, he's just trying to, it's like every other move he's making. It's shoring up loyalty among all of the agencies that were hostile to Trump, consolidating under the executive so you can redirect their efforts. Like, this is what he's doing at USAID. This is what they're doing at all of the other agencies. And this is very much what Elon Musk is doing with Doggy.
Fantastic transition.
Welcome to Doggy Stan.
I think we just got to get this out here right now. I think the average Republican is maybe dumber than any human being that has ever existed in human history.
Yeah. It's shocking to me how stupid. Well, we didn't even mention with the USAID stuff. I mean, we were talking about it before we started recording, but like the fucking Huberman guy. I love that I can't say his name normal. Huberman coming online.
Huberman.
going online and being like, oh my God, like USAID is funding the New York Times.
If true, this is shocking.
If true, this is shocking. It's like, bitch, it's not true. You fucking meathead.
Well, I said if true. So if you say that I'm wrong, I just said if true. That means I'm sorry. But we know that like operators like
for brains.
Former Naval Intelligence Jack Posobiec, who I met and who was wearing tight pants with a visible semi-erection outside of the men's room at the Trump rally in Philadelphia, and I wore a shirt that said I was gay on it, and he gave me a very close, tight side hug. Jack Posobiec and all these kind of other operators, we know that they're operators, right? So like they're spreading like bullshit on purpose. But the thing is, like, Musk is genuinely stupid, and I'm sick of people telling me that Elon Musk isn't stupid. Musk is very clearly somebody who has trouble discerning. Like,
it's crazy that people don't think he's stupid.
I mean,
Did you not listen to our podcast?
Well, it's just first
you
of all,
can be cunning and a fucking moron.
Like Elon Musk is genuinely like, okay, maybe he is good at some things, or actually, I think it's just like he gets manic, but like he's obviously very stupid. I don't know what to tell you. He's very stupid. There are things that Elon Musk believes that like a 12-year-old, if you showed it to them and were like, is this true? Would be like, no, that's obviously not true. Elon Musk believes everything that he sees. He is stupid. He is somebody who is so blinded by his own bullshit that he can't tell what's fucking 2 inches in front of his face. The USAID thing, the political thing, I think is going to break me. So I remember
that was fucking crazy.
So no fans of Politico. I'm no fan of any outlet except for ours, because we're small businessmen and we're damn swim with the sharks here. But Politico offers like a pro subscription, much like the Africa Intelligencer we tried to get somebody to give us which by the way we were never able to get. But like when we were trying to get an article from Africa Intelligencer, it's $10,000 a year for that. And there's like really in-depth intelligence articles. Or something like Bloomberg Terminal, obviously different than Politico Pro, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like for corporations and for
enterprise information.
Yes, and so
B2B SaaS.
It's B2B SaaS. It's B2B SaaS.
It isn't,
which
but I'm going to say that anyway.
It's so important. Which, by the way, if you work on B2B SaaS and you're listening to this, I'm sorry, I don't mean you. I don't mean you, but all of your coworkers and everybody in your field. I hope you are literally roasting on a spit on fucking Turk and Taylor within a week. Fuck you. You are ruining this fucking world. I hate you. But all these people believe anything. And so like we have this environment on the internet where Ian Miles Chong, a Porcy Malaysian who has never set foot in America, or probably on a damn treadmill, like finding businessmen in this world. We're damn swim with the sharks here. But Politico offers like a pro subscription, much like the Africa Intelligencer we tried to get somebody to give us which by the way we were never able to get. But like when we were trying to get an article from Africa Intelligencer, it's $10,000 a year for that. And there's like really in-depth intelligence articles. Or something like Bloomberg Terminal, obviously different than Politico Pro, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like for corporations and for
enterprise information.
Yes, and so
B2B SaaS.
It's B2B SaaS. It's B2B SaaS.
It isn't, but I'm going to say that anyway.
It's so important. Which, by the way, if you work on B2B SaaS and you're listening to this, I'm sorry, I don't mean you. I don't mean you, but all of your coworkers and everybody in your field. I hope you are literally roasting on a spit on fucking Turk and Taylor within a week. Fuck you. You are ruining this fucking world. I hate you. But all these people believe anything. And so like we have this environment on the internet where Ian Miles Chong, a Porcy Malaysian who has never set foot in America, or probably on a damn treadmill, like finding like viral tweets and reposting them and being like, look, the like Politico is funding Gamergate. There's an anti-Gamergate article in Politico. And the U.S. government is funding Politico. So, like, the U.S. government's funding Gamergate. And then that coming down to, like, people like...
Oh, my God, give it a fucking rest.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you were involved in Gamergate...
Do any of these people fucking move on from anything?
I didn't even know I could say this right now.
No, you can't. Don't say it.
Commit.
I don't want to...
Commit.
Just commit. Stop it.
Commit it.
Just stop it.
Commit it. commit it to yourself.
It is a fucking like warlord wasteland informational economy that we are living in.
I hope that every single video game from now to the end of time allows you to make your fucking character transgender. I hope that every single video game is literally every character is black or Asian or a woman or fucking whatever. You deserve, gamers, you deserve to suffer. Except for those who would be in my constituency if I run for public office, in which case I will listen to your concerns about minority representation in video games, because if you feel it doesn't represent your experience in this world, perhaps we can create you a boutique video game. I'm telling you this, these people, Elon Musk, so like Elon is getting ideas from Ian Miles Chong, who is getting ideas from like viral tweets on his tweet deck that he finds, and then implementing them. And one of those things is like, for some reason, all these people think that we're funding Politico, even though it's just like the U.S. government's various people within the government. They think it's USAID literally giving Politico millions of dollars.
No, it's like they think that, but then they also like want to think that because the incentives of this fucking website are, oh, I find something shocking and it goes viral, and it doesn't fucking matter if it's real or not. And actually now I believe my own bullshit because that's how I can bring myself to commit to doing this over and over and over again.
Yes, and you get paid for it now.
And you get fucking paid, not just in social credit or New York Times style profiles, but in actual doggy dollars.
Yes, yes, yes. So now there is a not official government agency, a special government employee named Elon Musk, who is renamed the digital service after a meme coin. The meme coin is called Dogecoin.
What's doggy? Let's just call it doggy.
It's fucking doggy. We're saying right now, Chewing on Style Guide is fucking doggy.
Yeah. No, I mean,
we can't lose it completely.
I have to hand it to them on this, right? So Doggy, like you said, it's established by executive order. It's a restructure of an Obama era agency, the U.S. Digital Service, right? Now, the USDS was created by Obama to be like, we gotta make, Obama's a very tech guy, tech president, tech, that was our future. Silicon Valley, we love them. This was to make government software better. Now, Trump's lawyers, which is an important distinction, renamed it United States Doggy Service, which is literally USDS. This is how they get around any kind of appropriations fight from Congress, right? Because it's the same thing, but it's not. Is it? But it's not. So it's classified as temporary, which also gets them around some potential lawsuits about congressional oversight. Every agency gets a little doggy team, which is an engineer, a lawyer, an HR, and like a team lead or something.
Commissar.
They're basically fucking commissars. And that's to help them with quote unquote software modernization stuff. Now, I think anyone following this story knows that's not what they're doing, but that's what the cover is. It's all really legally airtight.
You think so?
I do. These guys are fucking smart.
Yeah.
They're really smart and they know what they're doing. And so, they've gone in a lot of steps. I think today they're now at the CFPB. They're going to Social Security. I mean, it's like out of a fucking movie. These like doggy hit squads going to the federal bureaucracy to just like annoy people and like tap on computers. But one of the things they're also doing is that it's been rolled up and restructured under the USDS, under the executive, which means they report to Susie Wiles. And so they're under the executive office rather than OMB. This is important. 404 Media pointed this out, and this is important because it means that they are not subject to FOIA records. Mm-hmm. And so, again, all of this is thanks to our beautiful legal system. This is not illegal. I think a lot of that is very frustrating to people who are like, wait, you can't just do that. No, they can.
Yeah, you can just do things.
You can just do things, and they are. There was also a really important but little remarked upon OPM order that went out this week. I've been trying to follow this stuff because it's tough, again, in the like insane, meathead, perverse, informational atmosphere, ecosystem, whatever, that we find ourselves in, to like actually find out what's going on. And it's very helpful to actually read what people say and memos that get put out, right? They moved all CIOs at OPM, which are chief information officers across agencies, from basically career reserved to what are called general employees. And the reason that this is like important is that all general employees can be, like, that position can be filled by anybody. Career reserved has to be, like, that means that those have to be filled by impartial career appointees within the bureaucracy. So this is like when, you know, I don't know how much, you know, it's been so many years since we've been covering these people. So I don't know how much we got into it when we were talking about Moldbug and Peter Thiel and all these guys. I don't know if we've ever talked about Adrian Vermeulen or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Vermeulen.
I think he's at Yale Law now. Maybe he's at Harvard, but he's a legal professor who is kind of an architect of, I guess you would say, he used to work primarily with Cass Sunstein, funny enough, who was Obama's guy.
Cass, you said Sunstein, but it's Sunstein.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, a really good Freudian slip there.
Yeah.
But he's sort of a legal architect for how, I guess you would say, it's not really unitary executive theory. It's a little bit different, but it's a really like whittling down of the bloat of the federal bureaucracy and moving things and kind of like legal justifications for moving basically everything under the directive of the executive. And almost in a weird way, I'm not gonna lie, like architecting an executive party in a lot of ways, okay? I'm just gonna put that aside, but I do wanna like maybe let that linger a little bit. So anyway, it makes it so the CIOs, you know, these are guys that are making policy decisions. This is what the memo argues, to go back to it. Policy decisions that focus on machine learning, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, all of the stuff that the USDS, which is the United States Doggy Service, is focused on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it makes it so that all CIOs don't have to be career appointees, don't have to be career federal employees, right? Bureaucrats have gone up the ranks, all of this kind of bullshit, which people I don't think know very much about, but that is how very much of the federal bureaucracy works.
Yeah.
Or used to. But it makes it so that they can be tech industry, Musk adjacent, whatever.
Cracked.
Yes.
You can be fucking cracked.
So super similar to the people that are staffing up Doggy, who are what? Groypers?
Yeah, Groypers. Correct. I mean, one of the it's just today actually. Elon Musk has now brought back on board a Groyper who was fired from Doggy after tweets he made 6 weeks ago, saying that to normalize Indian hate, and it was presumably, funnily enough, in response to Vivek Ramaswamy's comment.
Wait, say his name.
Vivek Ramaswamy's comments about the white man being a bum, which were, by the way, correct, which is why a lot of the he was fired, and then after Wall Street Journal report on it, and then JD Vance is like, you know what, everyone makes mistakes.
Fuck off.
It was
You know
6
what?
weeks ago.
Well, no, but all of the Republicans are like, he was when he was 15.
Hey, cancel
He's
culture.
25.
Cancel culture was defeated at the ballot box.
It was defeated at the ballot box.
So
It
we
was.
can't do anything now.
But this is the thing. Usha Vance, if you're listening to this, first of all, in terms of Indian women, I'm no disrespect, we're subcontinental women because I'm not sure where everyone's from, but we're all one race, the human race. Huma is hotter than you. But Usha, you are kind of fine yourself. You do not have to tolerate this. Your husband is like, oh, this guy's like, fuck Indians? All good, bring him back. Your wife is Indian, bro. Or whatever.
It doesn't matter. They don't care.
It's like, how are you? Stick up for your wife, you fucking little moron. And so Elon did one of his stupid Twitter polls, which 100,000.
I hate the way he talks. I hate the way he talks.
Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Vox Populi, Vox Pop Day, Vox Day. But that's the thing is, that's what's so fucking crazy to me. First of all, half of the fucking racist accounts that have made Elon racist on Twitter are Indian, like, bot accounts that I just, like, repost, like, fight videos between white and black people in order to get engagement from other blue checks and get more money. And I'm sorry, probably feed your family, but no, we have to. It's just these people. So all of like, from what we know, is a lot of the Doggy people are young, cracked engineers or groypers that have been found from, I don't know what, Peter Thiel's fucking Rolodex of guys to molest. And no, but I'm just kidding. This is a comedy podcast, and I don't mean that. I'm talking about a different Peter Thiel, not the Peter Thiel that's famous. I'm talking about a different Peter Thiel that I know in my real life. It's spelled differently, too. But they're like 19, 20 years old, 22 years old. They're like, oh, this guy deciphered a scroll.
He should be in charge of the Treasury.
Oh, he was really good in my computer science class. He did the project at the last minute.
Yeah.
These people are fucking morons. Can you imagine being like, oh, this kid was like, did this like obsolete thing that no one can. We should, that if you can demonstrate a really crazy skill, it means you should have all the power.
Yeah, he reversed the binary tree on the whiteboard.
I'm just
Give
like,
him the fucking...
These people, it's like they think everything should be the gladiator fucking rules.
It's code golf.
It's absurd.
I mean,
it's a fucking kid.
My thing is this, though, Liz. At the end of the day, I'm jealous, and I'm genuinely like, I want to just put this out there. I really am just jealous because think of if Bernie had won, how little of like this actual like radical restructuring I think would actually get done, and like there is a certain like will here, and you can just do things here that is missing from so many people that are so afraid.
Well, it's true, and we're saying this, but I think before we started recording, I can't remember, but like this desire for someone to do something has been latent across the political spectrum, whether it's been coming from the left or the right, and here's a fucking black pill. Trump is acting like FDR.
Yeah.
Like, you might not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like. And he is doing things and acting like FDR, which has been the call from the liberal left since before we started this podcast, of what the return to a social democratic executive would look like. Newsflash, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. This is what consolidating power and using it looks like. And it's why you see, I think the left basically asleep at the wheel, and centrist liberal pundits fucking glazing Trump's dick, because allegiance literally does emanate from raw power.
Yes, it does. It does. And that is something that I think is, I don't know what it is, but I've met a lot of very weak people on the left. They in the parlance of the times, a weak aura. And like, even our like leaders in some cases, like Bernie Sanders, right? Like, could you imagine Bernie having the fucking cojones to do anything that's like actually, and I'm talking about, his whole thing is, this isn't radical. Well, that may be true. Unfortunately, it is true. But like, I think a lot of people there's a mistake a lot of people made where like everyone's a radical socialist or whatever. Like, everyone's secretly a radical socialist, we just gotta tell them about it. Factually, no, you were probably in the least class conscious country, well, in the way that you might want it to be on Earth. But like, it's actually people are just radicals and want something done. Country. I know.
Well, that's the other thing you see from the Democrats. I see this is they're like, sir, nobody voted for Elon Musk, sir. And I'm like, babe, I think they did.
They fucking did.
He was on TV. He was campaigning next to Trump. He basically
ran a parallel campaign where he had his own rallies.
I think that people did vote for Elon Musk.
Yes. This is what I like. I've said this I think it's very, 5 years ago when we started the show. It's like, we need Hugo Chavez, And I love Hugo. And I just recently reread this really long book. I don't remember what it's called, but it's just a book-long interview with Hugo Chavez. And you can see in him, I mean, there's a humbleness in him that's completely missing from everybody involved there. And a humor and a good set. And you can tell he's just a good man. But these people, and I don't agree with his politics. I don't agree with anyone's politics. I'm not political. Except for this. But like Hugo Chavez, like that is somebody who is like, I am like, we are taking power, right? Like this is happening, and I have the will to it. And this is something you hear on the right so much, is about a will to power. And funnily enough, none of the people who talk about that can do it.
That's because it's ChatGPT.
I know, but these people, I know it is ChatGPT, but like someone like Musk or someone like Trump is like can do this, isn't afraid to do this.
Yeah,
And,
they're
like,
fucking doing it.
And all these little lefty freaks are living in fear of their own shadows and everything else. And it's just, I'm jealous because I wish genuinely that I had an administration that I agreed with, that went into the federal government and sent commissars into every single agency and was like, you're done, this is cut, we're not doing this, this is rearranged, you're done, you're all fired, we're shutting this down, you're fucked, we'll put you in prison. The press is, we're fucking you, we're fucking you, we're fucking you, we're fucking you. And that's what people are afraid of. They don't want to be, I mean, it's just I want to be the one that's fucking you, not you, listener, to be clear, but you, as in the, and so I'm jealous, and I'm not afraid to admit that. I think it takes actually a strong man to admit that. So what is the point of this, Liz? Why are all the zoomies in here?
I mean, they're fucking cutting everything. They're cutting everything. I mean, you said it. They're consolidating, but they're cutting. And it's funny because for as much as like Elon and all of these like tech guys, I'm thinking about Andreessen specifically, that they like believe in tech and engineering and all of it. They're like basically too dumb, I think, to know how that gets done in this country because they've cut everything. NSF, NOAA, like all of it is being cut, and it is going to cause a massive brain drain. And I think that like it's going to quicken the pace of everything that's already happening that they don't realize they are complaining about the effects from, right? Like there is zero future for any STEM in America without the paltry funding that we already have in place for it. Like there will not be scientists, engineers, all the people that make all of the stuff that the morons like cobble together in their AI assisted utopian fantasies. It's like not going to be in America because you will not fund it anymore.
Yeah.
The only STEM we have in this country, by the way, that comes from these like tech overlords is like crypto scams, tech prodigies who peak in high school, and rent-seeking influencers. Like that is what we make, right? Zoomer scam culture is coming from inside the house. And it's crazy because like they want to come in and cut out all of this bloat that they think is in the federal government. They have been doing that since the 80s, by the way. Like we have completely like all of this stuff. I was like going through this, right? The total amount of federal employees in 2023 is lower than the total amount in 1975. 2025 is lower than 1980. But yes, let's keep cutting them and replacing them with unaccountable contractors. Let's keep cutting them and privatizing more and more and more and more. And then let's complain when we're all like drooling morons who can't read, think, act, or build anything. Like these people are fucking morons.
I mean, It's funny because like I don't know what Elon is stupid, and I mean that in a real way. I think Elon is actually genuinely unintelligent in a way that like if you tried to hire somebody like Elon at your company that you had, perhaps the small business, you'd be like, oh, I think I might have to hire you because you might qualify for some stuff, but I can't hire you because you're fucking dumb. Like I think Elon like half remembers like little memes or like short video clips that he's seen of like libertarian thinkers or whatever, like Rothbard, etc. And it's like approaching it from that perspective. But like one thing that does sort of strike me about all of this is it really, I mean, you mentioned this like a couple of weeks ago, I think, to me, is that like they all seem to want to puppet Trump in the same way that Biden was sort of puppeted by these liberals.
Yeah, the liberals are jealous. We're jealous of Trump, and Trump was jealous of having a Sleepy Joe Sleepy Joe waking corpse that they could like reanimate to do whatever they wanted.
Exactly. And I think so you see like the Rufos here who like want to see are jealous of this like large civil society kind of like web that the libs have created. Even though like, dude, you work for the Manhattan Institute.
I know.
Bro,
I'm
you're
like,
part of
what
that.
the fuck could you want? You have Atlas Network money.
I think they genuinely are like, we want Hollywood or whatever. Like we want, but like, don't you guys have like, I don't know, man. I don't get it. This is all like, this is so outside of like my like realm of contact that I've had with humanity. You know what I mean? Like it's just I like the world of like all these NGOs and shit. It's just thank God I've never had any fucking truck with it. I think it makes you fucked up in the brain, but Like, you have guys like Rufo who basically want to do what they accuse USAID of doing, but for themselves. And then you have guys like Musk who I'm like, I don't really know what he wants, except I think he might think that like downsizing just means good. And like downsizing government is good and slashing regulations is good because that is a good thing. That is an end of itself. And then Trump, who is like a, preening, right? Like Trump just wants Trump. And so like you have these like, and I'm sure that other sort of factions will develop as well or make themselves known. And it's funny because they all do kind of like, and maybe they all will. Maybe there will be sort of a spoils thing that happens here and everyone will get their little wish. But really it is just like, we're gonna get the crypto, we're gonna get the downsized bureaucracy, we're gonna get like the right wing, I don't know what, PBS or something, and we're gonna get the Gaza Trump hotel.
It's tough because I do think that there are a lot of very strange internal contradictions and like coalition tensions within the Trump government, and I've been trying to kind of like do some game theory about some of the stuff that they are, because I do think like, yes, there is the obvious classic libertarian, classic Reaganite, like, Reagan 2.0, we just need to like, how much more can we like strip away of the federal government and enrich ourselves? How much more, how many more regulations can we strip away, blah, blah, blah. And so there is that, right? And there is the kind of like, oh, let's get my buddies in here and let's get them rich too. Like, well, how can we get some of that sweet federal cash, So this is like the classic stuff. But I do think what you're saying about the crank libertarian meme ideology is actually really important, because also like Bitcoin kind of factors into that and looms large in this administration, which I fucking
thank you so much for saying that, because I think the question that's been on a lot of listeners' mind during this episode is they hear us saying all these words, doggy, various slurs or whatever, talking about races, and I think, but where's the Bitcoin in this?
Well, okay, so I was like thinking about, do you remember how Elon on the campaign trail kept saying, we were like, this is the worst campaign advertisement, but apparently it wasn't, where he was like, oh, pain is coming. Like, if you elect me, there's gonna be a depression.
I thought he was doing erotic roleplay.
Like, he kept, basically, we're clearly all fucking masochists, but like, there's a quote from him where he's like, we have to reduce spending to live within our means, and that necessarily involves some hardship. Like, I want to set aside, difficultly, but we will set aside how insane it is to hear from the world's richest man that we all need to live within our means.
Yeah. Well, I do think that he doesn't, he's one of those people who doesn't know, like, sometimes when you see live streamers in their live stream room, you're like, aren't you rich? Like, you live like that?
Yeah, I definitely think
Elon's like that, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like his house is full of nothing.
But it's like trinkets. His 12 houses, though.
Yeah, but they're like just filled with trinkets and bullshit,
But then also weirdly, like, no furniture.
Like, no furniture.
Which is so weird. It's like, bitch, buy a couch. What's wrong with you? But this is also shit that, like, fucking Peter Thiel's gay ass has been saying for years.
Yeah.
Like, back in 2022, he's like...
We could say that.
He's like, he's like, oh, the Bitcoin market, this is the canary in the coal mine. He said, it's the most honest market we have in the country, and it's telling us that this decrepit regime is about to blow up. Like, what these guys are talking about is the US dollar system, okay? Now, I feel like commenters kind of often think that Trump is using tariffs. We're entering the zone where Liz is just throwing some shit out there, okay? I want to be clear. I'm just throwing some shit out there.
Trump style.
It's off the dome, okay? We're all just thinking out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You with me? So, we often think that Trump is like using tariffs just as a negotiating tactic. I think that's kind of what the market usually thinks. That's why they're always like, it's not really going to do it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
it's priced in.
Maximum pressure kind of.
It's priced in.
Priced in.
Totally. So it's like, okay, I think that's true, but also maybe not the whole story. So Stephen Mirren, who is Trump's nominee for the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, which is like it's like the president's like little coterie of like his own personal economist.
You call it the synagogue in private conversation.
So Stephen Mirren, he published it was after the election, he published this note kind of an investment note that was like a user's guide to restructuring the global trading system. And in it, I swear to God, you guys, this is true. In it, he describes what he calls the Mar-a-Lago Accords.
You fuck my wife and I fuck yours?
Basically, no. It's modeled after. They say it's modeled after the previous global currency accords, like the Plaza Accords, which is during Reagan, and that the Mar-a-Lago Accords would basically use tariffs as leverage to kind of bring all of the countries under the U.S. security umbrella, from vassal state to far colony, right? Bring them all under to come to the big Trump gold negotiating table. And the U.S. then would offer trade relief and security guarantees so long as other countries agreed to appreciate their currency against the dollar, right? So it's a way to force devaluing the dollar, putting a gun to other countries' heads, right? Before we move forward with this thought exercise, which it is, I do want to say that I do think that there's I think there's factions. There are like ideological factions within the Trump umbrella.
Yeah, I think so too.
So you've got the Vance, kind of Vance, although I don't know, he's the squirrely one. Let's say the MAGA technocrats, right? They want the dollar to have kind of less important in global finance because they believe a weak dollar will magically reindustrialize the country.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And then you've got the kind of classic chauvinist ones that want a strong dollar because they want to use military force and sanctions to enforce strong dollarism in some sort of vulgar kind of classic Wolfowitz way against BRICS. Mm-hmm. And this is all as a way of making America more competitive with China.
Yeah.
Two different approaches.
I mean, that is. I will say that both of the unified orientation that kind of everybody has is an anti-China.
Yes. Which is maybe a point that we should insist on as a point of differentiation, perhaps. Just throwing it out there. Mm-hmm. But without getting into the weeds, I do want to say that the Plaza Accords, they sort of tried to do this while working within the American financial system, and in doing so exported an asset bubble to Japan, which wrecked their economy, right? So don't need to get in the weeds, but during the Plaza Accords, U.S. bankers and the government basically pressured Japan to deregulate their economy by heavily investing in U.S. markets rather than domestic ones. And that then caused a huge bubble which crashed the Japanese economy while at the same time lowering the dollar, right? Mm-hmm. And to be clear, that was by design. It was politically strategic as much as it was financially beneficial. And I would say that now the angle is the same, right? Who can we weaken to benefit us, which will thereby weaken our enemies?
Yeah.
And so I think this is where Europe comes in, which is crazy because she's down bad.
Europe?
Already. It's not great.
She hasn't been doing well. The Europe itself is now the sick man of Europe, except for, who's the Ozempic guys? Denmark?
Yes.
Denmark's doing okay, but everyone else...
Not if we take her Greenland.
Not if we take her Greenland. No, because that's where the Ozempic mines are. But no, I mean, literally Denmark has kept afloat because of Ozempic. Everybody else, I hate to say it, hey, you're not doing so great.
So, I mean, we know that, this is sort of kind of extending a general state orientation that we saw during the Biden admin. But also, I think the way to think about Trump is kind of putting a lot of this stuff in overdrive, as Trump likes to do, and also surrounding himself with crank populist libertarian guys. So if you want to relieve the pressure of extremely regressive and painful domestic reforms that you're passing, and kind of maintain some semblance of being able to assert unipolar American power internationally, a way to do that would be, and I'm just throwing this out there because, again, little game theory, make Europe swallow the cost of reconstruction of Ukraine, which would probably be about $600 billion. But while, U.S. private equity firms are already all up in there and have secured every level of the Ukrainian economy. Don't worry.
Don't you worry.
Don't you worry.
We're getting ours there.
2, forced European countries to increase defense spending to pay for the U.S. defense shield, which Trump has already said, right? 3, passed tariffs to offset the deficits with China by means of like reducing the deficits with the EU, UK. So you encourage then the EU to offshore production to the United States, which we did see symbolically, quasi-symbolically in Trump 1. Remember when he passed those tariffs and fucking LVMH opened a factory in Texas?
Yeah.
So that encourages them to basically liquidate what's left of their productive base. Then you freeze the conflict with Russia and force Europe to continue to buy LNG from the US, which they're already doing, but to great consternation. And you force them to pass more restrictions on Chinese goods in order to forestall attempts by China to divert its trade from us to other parts of the world, which is already happening. And we can see that, you know, for example, in the auto industry and in the kind of BRICS region. I mean, China completely dominates the auto industry. I think people know that.
Yeah, but also, like, I will say with European orientation towards China and the U.S., like the Europeans have kind of come out with some pretty pro-China statements in recent days too, because I think they sense which way the wind is blowing here.
Well, that's what's really interesting, right? Because there's a lot of Macron has kind of been leading this.
Yeah.
As like Europe, she doesn't know what to do. She's lost. She's unmoored.
Mm-hmm. Like Spain all those many years ago unmoored, I would say.
And Macron has come out and been, you know, you hear a lot of kind of like classic sort of like Western civ language from these guys where like, we need to take the mantle of Western civilization. Like, we are Europe.
We need to destroy le wokisme. Le wokisme must be destroyed, and we need to... You're never going to retake that mantle, by the way.
No, never.
Never.
But they're trying. And what they're saying is, do we go with the UK and hitch our wagon to the US? Which is also turning into the UK, by the way. Newsflash. Us. The Britification. LaRouche was right. But, or do we like try to assert a new way and Europe assert her independence? And so far that hasn't been great. Going great. We blew up Nord Stream. So you gotta get the gas from us. And the thing is, too, at the same time, like a lot of these policies that the U.S. might force Europe to adopt would also accelerate the rise of the far right and expedite the collapse of the center left and liberal parties, which would, I think, some people in the Trump admin would be stoked about.
Can you even expedite it? It seems like it's just coming like very soon now.
Sure.
Anyways, like it doesn't seem like you would even need to do that.
So, I mean, all of these things would reduce price pressure on the exchange rate, which would like neutralize some of the impact of the tariffs on U.S. living standards. And I think that's important to call out because we often forget this, but a lot of times foreign policy is an outworking of domestic issues.
Yeah.
Right? And so, I mean, the Trump coalition, you know, it has a lot of internal contradictions that it has to kind of hold together and appease in a lot of ways. And so, you know, you've got this like neocon, neolib faction that's bought his administration, which is like Adelson and Musk. I don't know what people think Musk is, but that's absolutely what he is. And it's at odds with the MAGA coalition. And you see that one with the shit that Steve Bannon says, right? Where he's like, we got to get these guys out. Or with, remember we were talking about the Ramaswamy controversy, where like MAGA wants to lower immigration as like in order to push up middle class incomes. And these guys are like, no, we're gonna have like unlimited skilled immigration. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you can kind of think of it this way, right? Like incomes risk further pressure thanks to high immigration that Musk and everyone else wants, plus tariffs, right? Because that'll eat away at your income. And so it makes it even more important that imports do not become more expensive and that you don't let the current account deficit kind of like deteriorate further. So you have to protect the exchange rate in order to moderate import prices. Because don't think people know this, right? But the U.S. imports like everything.
Yeah.
We are the consumer of the world. Okay. So in a way, this is like how Trump would triangulate and do this sort of like delicate dance he's got to do to balance his base and the donors that have bought him off. But like, it will cause so much fucking pain. Like Elon was right when he said that, you know? And the other level of this that makes it funky is that within this coalition, he's got the crank gold bugs. Those guys you mentioned with the memes.
Well, listen. My question is this, Liz. When I see a piece of gold, shiny, malleable,
Not really malleable.
Gold is malleable.
Like at a certain heat?
No, you can.
That's why you bite the
gold. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A little indentation. You don't have much experience with gold, do you?
No, do you? I think you guys do. That's weird.
You have gold madness.
I'm not
wearing it.
Gold fever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have gold. Every. Okay, well, obviously, you weren't getting paid by USAID in gold bars like I was, but no, I mean, I love gold. So my question is, I see gold, and I'm like, this is obviously worth money because it's gold. But then they tell me that money now is just some numbers on a ledger. And so what I don't understand, because that doesn't seem to be worth anything to me, because that's just numbers and money in a vault that might not even exist. And so I'm like, there's a reason that Fort Knox has all the gold in it, or it's empty now, who knows? But
they're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna crack that motherfucker open. But like, gold is real, and money seems fake. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, it's not. It's all fake.
It's all
babe.
fake?
I mean, look, yes, we have
It's real. Gold's real.
All currency is created off of computers.
Except for gold.
Gold is not a currency.
In the places I go.
You should take gold to the corner store. You should take gold to...
And they would be like, oh my God. Liz, play that out in your fucking head. What happens if I take a fucking bar of gold to the corner store and I'm like, give me this La Croix? He's like, sir, gold?
He would be like, yes, here's one La Croix.
And I go, bing, 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 bing. I flip him a coin. You don't know.
No, but no, you are correct. We have a fiat currency. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a fiat currency. The US dollar is a free floating currency. So its price is relative to other currencies, and that's determined by the foreign exchange market. Is that what you're talking about?
So, to translate this for normal people, it's money that's worth nothing that people just say is worth something.
No, it's...
But gold, on the other hand, is worth something because it's shiny. But yeah, no, fiat. I know what fiat currency is, Liz. Jesus Christ.
But why are you doing this?
I'm not doing this. I really do believe this. But go on.
No. Well, you should join the Trump admin because you seem to love it and you love gold. And so do all of these fucking morons that want to destroy our beautiful country. So I think something that's like, I've been thinking about this a lot though. Like, I do think that Trump is like kind of a funny anachronism, which is maybe why he's such a perfect figure for what I believe to be a very transformative period in American history that we are living in.
Mm-hmm.
But he's
transition from fake money to gold.
No, he's like of a kind of like different time. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he himself is like been reanimated by internet meme forces that he doesn't fully control or understand, but he has just become this like body of the meme spirit.
Yeah, it's
you know?
it's necromancy meme magic.
Yes,
Yeah.
but like in that way, a lot of his ideas are equally like of a different time. And so I think that a lot of influence from this sort of libertarian, populist, quote unquote, hard money crowd.
Real money.
No,
crowd.
gold buggery. I mean, it boils down to, it's like they all think that government money creation is inherently inflationary, but then somehow like private money creation, private credit creation isn't, which like, I don't know how they square that. The other thing they believe is that the trade deficit is unsustainable, right? They think it's like there's this imbalance, it's taking away jobs, you know, it's ruining output, and this is unsustainable. You hear it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Why they think this, I don't know. But it is the biggest bugbear that you will hear from the right.
The trade deficit thing has come up a lot. I mean, alongside especially the balanced budget stuff.
Oh my God. Well, we talked about that with the Koch. Okay, do you remember that we did episodes on the Koch brothers?
Yes, I do.
It's crazy because I forgot.
Yeah, we've done so many episodes.
We talked about that and how these guys are obsessed with the balanced budget, and it's all back.
Yeah, it's so back. I mean, it's literally Musk's major thing. It's like we need a balanced budget.
Which is fucking crazy.
But I'm like, dude, but your company, Twitter, X, that app, your budget is balanced because your other company, XAI, pays exorbitant fees to Twitter for the data from that.
These people think that if you have a balanced budget, then everything, the market will handle everything perfectly. They don't understand what the federal government does and what the federal government funds. What they want is stuff that was funded by the federal government, but they cannot put that fucking together. They're like, oh man, remember how fucking great it was in the Manhattan Project when we were all coming together? Bitch, who do you think funded that? Like, what do you think was happening? It's so crazy to me that they cannot. What a balanced budget would do is put handcuffs on everything and force us into an austerity doom loop.
Yeah, but maybe they want that.
Well, they might. So it's funny because Scott Bessent, who's the Secretary of Treasury, I think he's been confirmed. I can't fucking keep track, but he's the nominee or he's
said he got circumcised today.
I think he's confirmed. He said that a new Bretton Woods is coming. There was an interview with him after the election. He said a new Bretton Woods is coming and he wants to be a part of it. So I'm guessing he knows a little something about the Mar-a-Lago Accords. So if we were to piece together what these guys want and how that would go, this is what it would. You get step one. We're doing lots of steps today. I hope people are taking notes. I sure am. Step one, you shock the global system with universal tariffs, forcing all trading partners to reduce reliance on the dollar, right? Then, as countries pivot from the dollar, the U.S. immediately cuts spending and hikes tariffs in an effort to stop the inflationary risk. Stave off any kind of hyperinflation doom scenario, right? Then you impose capital controls and whatever other taxes you want to get people to liquidate U.S. assets, which would immediately destabilize faith in U.S. markets and dollar transactions. Then you do, this is what they want to do, I swear to God, a hard money reset.
Hard money reset.
With a new regime, which would be, and this is, I'm going to quote them from their papers, gold, or partially gold, partially commodity-backed system.
You know it's coming here. You know it ain't going to be
We're going to circle back, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to circle back. So this would be in a big Bretton Woods meets Palm Beach conference, right? And then I'm just going to say step 5 is question mark, reindustrialize? Like, I don't know what. Babe, that ship has sailed. You need to let it go. That ship has sailed.
We can only reindustrialize in America with an economy that is run along, let's say, more rational lines.
It will take much more than a 5-year plan, I'll put it that way, to reindustrialize this country.
Yeah, you're right. We can do it in 4. I swear to God, we can do it in 4.
I don't think people understand. And also, I don't think they know what they're up against with China.
Well, we empty the cities. Well, first of all, no,
people know that,
China.
like, China also, one of the reasons why they're so competitive, okay, here's a perfect example. Let's talk about, we were talking about cars, right? Auto market.
Mm-hmm.
They are really competitive in the auto market because they actually own every single part of their supply chain.
Yes, it's not a globalized supply chain.
So they have not just, they make EVs, but they also make the EV batteries, but then they also own the EV chemical.
And the mines that, if the rare earth minerals,
And so this gives them, incredible control over prices.
Yeah.
And also directing state capacity.
Yeah.
Not only that,
Yeah.
but EVs in particular is a market that they weren't even in 10 years ago. So they're also opening up new markets, right? That's just one of the many reasons. But also because fucking Germany has deindustrialized.
Yes.
And now they're
because of wokeness.
Because of fucking Wokeism. Wait, how would it be in German?
Der Wokeism. Der Wokeism.
Anyway, the point is, for the U.S. to do that, it would take decades And you have to ask yourself, why? Why?
Why?
And maybe that's a conversation for another time. But I want to get back to this, setting aside the reindustrialization part. This would make it basically impossible for Congress or the central bank, which is the Fed, to run any kind of deficits or inflate away any debt or intervene within the currency, right? Which I hope people know, even though we have a free-floating currency, there's mechanisms to not do that. It would impose austerity with no way out, which is how Elon put it, which is to, quote, live within our means. And this has been the, like, libertarian dream. We've talked about this many, many moons ago. And one of the people behind this, not people, networks, is this thing called the Atlas Network. We've mentioned them on a bunch of episodes. I feel like we mentioned them with the Prospera staff and all of the, like, they are fucking everywhere. This is an international network that funds and ties together Cato, the Manhattan Institute. They were some of the people that were training the judges in
Brazil.
Before the coup. They backed Milei. These are the people that we're talking about. The last thing I will add, just as I'm trying to kind of like piece together some of this, Judy Shelton, who is part of the Atlas Network. By the way, the Atlas Network, yes, it is named after Atlas Shrugged.
Of course.
I have not read that. Because
we've talked about this before, Liz. I can tell you all about Atlas Shrugged. I've read part of it for this show.
It's bad, right?
It's not good.
I feel like I read The Fountainhead, but I can't remember because I was in high school.
You were?
Yes,
So
I was 15. I was a child.
2 or 3 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago?
The Fountainhead?
No, I was trying to pay you a compliment, Liz.
Oh, I see.
You look 17.
Let's go a little older.
You look 17 and a half.
Okay. No, Judy Shelton, who was Trump's pick for Federal Reserve Chair during Trump 1, who is a fucking crank. She's so crazy that I feel like Jamie Dimon intervened on her nomination.
She was like, get this bitch out of here.
And I actually think the only reason her nomination officially, her nomination failed was because 2 senators had COVID and they were like, can't come to vote. So it like died.
It's crazy you can't send a guy in your place. Right?
I think you can.
You can.
I thought you could.
I think you can.
But also, during COVID, weren't they like, you could Zoom vote? But the people were like, oh, I can't. You know?
My connection's bad.
But she's a fucking loon. And I just want to play, after the election, she went on CNBC to announce this, which is her plan for a 50-year treasury bond convertible to gold issued by Trump at the semi-quincentennial.
Well, I like the word radical. It comes from the Latin going to the root. And I think the root of the problem is we haven't had sound finances and sound money from our government. And what I'm proposing is that President Trump authorized the U.S. Treasury to issue a 50-year bond starting on July 4th, 2026. That's going to be a big day for our nation. Maturing on July 4th, 2076, which will be the 300th anniversary of our founding. And that bond will be convertible into gold at the option of the bond holder.
This bitch is crazy. So that is, I want everyone to pay attention to this. The semi-quincentennial is a big deal. It is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And they're going to make a big deal out of this. There's going to be a big fucking show the whole year. It's going to be fucking nuts. And this is where I want to bring it back to Doggy, okay? Because we said partially commodity-backed system. Do you remember how Elon was like, the treasury should be on the blockchain?
Oh, yeah. Everything should be on the blockchain. That's what they're all saying now. Everything should be on the blockchain. Every government decision and grant, everything should be on the blockchain.
So there was this like Wall Street Journal op-ed from Paul Ryan, who is a libertarian crank, but also ran for vice president and was Speaker of the House, and also was the like cool guy.
Also got stabbed by his neighbor.
And took photos of himself working out.
Was that Rand
Or no,
Paul?
he was just posing with
posing with the waves.
He was just posing with the waves.
He's like,
yeah. Oh my God. He still exists. And he wrote an op-ed last year called, actually, will you read it, Brace?
Crypto could stave off a U.S. debt crisis. Stablecoins backed by dollars provide demand for U.S. public debt and a way to keep up with China.
So it goes on to argue that the dollar is failing, debt is unsustainable, entitlements need to be cut,
Classic.
but that's not enough. And this is where crypto can be helpful. He says dollar-backed stablecoins are becoming an important net purchaser of U.S. government debt. Now, do you remember who's been buying treasuries?
Yeah, Tether.
Do you remember who is the custodian of Tether?
Is it one of Howard Lutnick's firms?
Yeah.
And his son was counting their gold bars, or was actually his son was counting their gold bars.
Yes.
In Switzerland.
Yes. Now, this is what he said. Will you read this next part?
Financial authorities in Beijing have made digital currency a pillar of the country's international development strategy and foreign policy. The U.S. can't afford to sit idly as its largest international competitor taps latent demand for safe and convenient digital money. The framework for understanding how the dollar gets its power needs to be updated for a changing world.
So those questions where you're like, I don't understand how the dollar gets its power, we need gold. No, we need e-gold.
Consider an example that highlights a driver of dollar dominance. Say a Japanese company sells a product or service to a customer in Wisconsin. What can the company do with the dollars it receives? Since the early 1970s, to place them in large, liquid treasury market. The main attraction is that treasury securities have the backing of the world's most dynamic economy. U.S. government debt is, after all, a claim on the future output of America's economy. Setting aside the problems with growing U.S. government debt, which there are many, the fact that Uncle Sam has been able to sell debt consistently on the international market, often at low rates, is evidence of something important. The rest of the world has an insatiable demand for dollars. There are signs, however, that the status quo could be changing, and fast.
So this echoes what Trump kind of tweeted about BRICS. Do you remember? He sent some crazy tweet out that was I
got it right here. He says the idea that BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. We require a commitment from these countries that they will create neither a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty U.S. dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful U.S. economy. They can go find another sucker. There is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America. Tweeted on November 30th, 2024.
Which is right after that statement from Judy Shelton, by the way.
Top replies are from Wall Street Apes and Scott Ritter, who, by the way, if you fell for that scam, I'm sorry. You're a fucking idiot.
So, I think it's fucking crazy, but I also think that everything is fucking crazy right now. And Elon has already suggested replacing USD with Bitcoin. So is Trump.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't have to say that that's completely insane, but I'm going to. That's completely insane. And you would think that someone like Jamie Dimon or all the U.S. bankers would intervene to prevent that from happening. I do believe that.
Yeah.
I do think, look, those tariffs against Mexico and Canada lasted all of 0 seconds. They didn't get passed because if a 25% tariff, which he might fucking do it, but a 25% tariff against Mexico and Canada, the pain that U.S. consumers will feel, I don't think people really understand. I don't think it's priced in. You can go back and see. Do you remember during Trump 1 when he passed the tariffs on the washing machines and stuff? There was washing machine ones and other household goods from China.
Yeah, but I don't buy that stuff because I'm a renter.
So, but he did pass those, and you could see in...
No, so I didn't notice, I'm saying.
Yeah. You could see in the data that, inflation went up. Prices went up considerably, and then a lot of it got masked by COVID fucking depression.
Yeah.
But we import a lot from China, absolutely. but nothing compared to Mexico and Canada. That's like fucking Mexico supplies like 60% of our produce. Like, I don't think that people really understand, let alone all of the different parts and components for everything that we do make or does get made in those countries. Like, everything would be levied.
Yeah.
It's unparalleled. Anyway, my point is, to bring it back to Elon, all of the doggy stuff and the updating every agency and the centralizing and all of this stuff, like, there seems to be some sort of trajectory, like, or horizon point in 2026, because I've heard that out in the world in relation to whatever they want to call AGI, right? Elon is also deploying like AI tools at all of the agencies and getting a lot of people up to speed with whatever they're using there. And I think that plus the streamlining of the federal bureaucracy, plus this insane crank de-dollarization that they want to do, which is basically essentially fucking shock therapy, privatize, immense pain, is all kind of linked. And I like don't know what to do with it, and I don't think that anyone is fucking prepared for any of it.
I'm just like, my thing is this, like, right now we have like a increasingly like a empowered executive. We have a bloated sort of like decadent liberal regime that has been is being annihilated right now and replaced by, like I just said, like this strong executive that is like headed, the lieutenant of it, Musk, is like probably the most powerful capitalist in many ways, who controls directly and with direct intervention one of the most used social media platforms in the US, and like heavily just openly manipulates it as a government employee while he's doing government work. Like, we're talking about like unitary executive control of stuff, like
on a level I don't think we've ever seen.
No, I mean, since FDR, I guess, but I mean, even then, things were more diffuse because of the technological arrangements. And they're also talking about, I mean, this is why, you fucking sucker right-wing morons. This is why. You know what you put in there? You put in fucking the fourth industrial revolution. Fucking, this guy makes brain chips. He makes computers that track your every fucking move. He's making fucking AI. I watched like a talk that Musk himself reposted the other night of him at, I think, West Point, giving this talk about how we need like really strong reindustrialization because we need to make killer robot drones. And no, I can't predict if those drones will always obey our orders, because we'll need to do localized AI in case they get too far away from things. It's like, okay, well, I don't know, I don't know what to tell you. If you hated the liberal regime so much, and the liberal regime, it didn't even matter. It was like Assad, right? It was like it was this thing that like fell in like 8 days because of the hollowness of it. It really fucking was.
It was.
And so much stuff is like that.
That's so crazy. It really is.
It really is. I mean, that's the closest thing you can compare it to. Is just like, is the blitz towards Damascus.
Fucking Afghanistan.
Yeah, or Afghanistan, exactly. And and you have these guys who are like I'm sorry, but your fucking Sean McGuire's, your fucking Bill Ackman's, your fucking Elon Musk, when the rubber meets the road, like your based racist bullshit, like they might agree with some of it, but like they are tech first, and that you will be integrated into the cyborg just like every fucking BLM fucking USAID motherfucker out there. And it's I think that is something that people do not get, and they are being tricked into like, it's just like how all these liberals are like tricked into sort of support, not even tricked, do just support like these alien regimes because of like this outdated kind of commitment to liberal democracy. So too are like all these new populist movements being like kind of interwoven with this like globalized, which it really is in a lot of ways, like techno-capitalist sort of super state. Once they have AI, AGI, or whatever you think they're fucking trying to create here, like things will change. And I just want you to ask yourself this: do you think they're going to change for you for the better? Because they're obviously not. You have to be a fool to think so. These people are planning to take your jobs. You will own nothing, and fucking you won't even be happy. You're gonna own nothing and be pissed off. They're gonna take your job. They're gonna take your job to fucking everyone. The troops to the truck drivers. They do not have a plan for you.
They'll fucking slurp it up. We're fucking Wally people, but with a Zimbit.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you fucking, if you are so blinded for your fucking hatred of fucking Mexicans that you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the fucking Neuralink guy in there. I'm sorry, you're a sucker.
Well, it's funny because I do think that Obama was kind of a mirage for a lot of people, a lot of like liberals who thought it kind of like tricked liberals or the left or whatever we want to say, like that they had institutional advantage in the tech area where reactionaries were way ahead of the fucking game institutionally, and conservatives have a fucking lock on everything. On everything. And I don't know, like, I don't really know where you go from here. Like, I know that's not helpful, but I'm not here to be helpful, I guess. I'm just here to talk. I think that, like, all institutions are basically neutral or hostile to basically all of our goals.
Yeah. I mean that is true. Literally, like this is the thing. There's a lot of reflexive institution sort of defensive institutions from a lot of like leftists.
You're basically forced to, and it's a losing game, my friend.
And like this is just a thing that constantly happens again. It becomes liberal defensism, where you're the little brother in the popular front that you're not even really a part of.
But then at the same time, you have to say, like, it's crazy that the Democrats, they just can't fucking do anything.
They can't do anything.
And I just like, I do think obviously the information ecosystem favors the Republicans. Because you got people like Rogan, whatever. Anytime they get nervous, they'll just blame the Democrats.
Yeah.
You know? And like, the Democrats have to learn how to blame conservatives. And they can't.
They can't.
And they can't do it without sounding preachy. It's crazy.
Exactly. And they have nothing to offer. And this is the thing, that nobody has anything to offer. And you know what? Sometimes I'm like, I bet I could become a very popular national political figure and change this whole country in ways that you couldn't even imagine right now, even if you had AGI and also you took medication that gave you crazy dreams. But I'm having too much fun doing the show. That's just what it is. I'm having too much fun doing the show. The Belden program, I think, would change everything. But these people, there's just...
One last thing I'll say is that I think it's tempting, and I often feel this way, and I have in the past, to have a kind of thermostatic theory of politics, which is like saying that like huge pushes are going to get met with big pulls, and there's this sort of like tempering stability even in like a really volatile, polarized political arena.
People talk about this even now, about the midterms in 2026.
Yeah, I go back and forth on this. Like, I really do. But I just, like, I kind of genuinely think the environment has changed, and I'm not so sure anymore.
We have to do what, Liz? You want us to make a woke ISIS?
No.
I've been thinking about this because I do feel like I got a lot of really good feedback on I didn't get good feedback, but the appellation that people have given to me of woke Hitler has gotten a lot of good feedback, and that's gone a lot.
I bet. Okay, I will say this.
No, liberal Hitler. I'm not woke. I'm liberal.
Yeah. We were all talking, and you mentioned debothification.
J.D. Vance mentioned it.
Well, and I said, that's what J.D. Vance said years ago, and there's a clip of him saying this. Can we play it?
We should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against them, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-Wokeification program in the United States, right?
And then, Bryce, what did you say?
I said, we need de-Bathification because we need woke ISIS.
Yes.
So we need all these career civil servants to get out there and to start doing motherfucking healing circle ISIS groups out there. And I think that there will be woke terrorism within our lifetimes. I think that there will be.
That's what they want to do, How can you say that you want to do debothification and not think about ISIS? That's like the whole thing about debothification. It led to ISIS.
Well, it's so funny. The interview that J.D. Vance is giving there is with Jack Murphy on the Manosphere. Jack Murphy
I'm so fucking sick of these people.
No, but Jack Murphy, first of all, I just knew he was getting a crazy beard, but, you know, podcasting. His guests included Alexander Dugan, Joe Kent, J.D. Vance, Blake Masters, Jack Masovic, Mike Cernovich, David Rubin, and the Bronze Age pervert. Gay.
Dude, like...
Lincoln Fellow at the Claremont Institute, all these, and Manosphere.
How are these the people that are ruling us? This is crazy.
In December 2021, it was revealed that Goldman had authored a by the way, his real name Goldman, Jack Murphy, real name Goldman. I'm not afraid of me. Why are you afraid of you? Revealed that Goldman had authored a 2015 article detailing his experiences as a voluntary cuckold. He later admitted to producing amateur pornography, performing an homosexual solo acts, as well as scenes with his girlfriend and streaming it on the internet. And then Goldman, under the name of Jack Murphy, launched a wellness alliance called Rebel Health Alliance.
Man, people who fucking...
I think he also inspired a mass shooting at one point.
I cannot believe that people fucking bought into this bullshit.
Oh my God.
I don't know what to say.
In another article from the same year,
PR for this shit. Fuck you.
Goldman argued, fuck you, recounted his experience as a cuckold and wrote, I've had sex slaves, little girls, and tied them all up.
Well.
In his own defense, he noted that he had criticized Richard Spencer for his advocacy of a white ethno-state. Yeah, I'm sure you did, John Goldman, better known as Jack Murphy. Give me a break, brother. These people are sick.
I'm so fucking sick
These people are fucking sick. I'm sick of these people. And I hope that...
I can't believe Elon Musk is the fucking president.
Elon Musk is...
He's not the president. We are now... Okay, I mentioned this. We are now Britain. We have a head of state and a head of government. Newsflash.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the king on the throne. It's golden. Really golden, too, with all of those fucking goblets. And then you've got Elon Musk in charge of the fucking government. Congratulations. The king's two bodies. Here they are. Fucking fat, bloated, greasy as hell.
Yeah.
Dumbasses.
Well, with that being said, my name... by the way, just as a warning, we're not recording next week.
Oh, yeah. We're going on a little break.
We're going on a little break.
None of your business.
None of your business. But
we'll be back.
We got some business to take care of. But because of that, watch out. I'm serious. Watch your fucking back this week, because every time we go on break, something crazy happens.
But I hope it does, because then we have something to talk about.
I hope it doesn't, because then I'm going to be distracted by it.
No, you won't. I won't tell you.
I'm going to find out.
Don't look.
I'm going
Just rely on me for the news.
Okay, I'll rely on you.
Just be like, Liz, what's the news today? And then I will be your ex.
Everything's going really good. They just made peace with everybody. They released a
I'll be like, oh my god, the lady from what's the movie? Venus Vagina?
Elena Perez.
She said something crazy again.
No, but it wasn't her. She was hacked, and it's all good now.
You know, there's
Steve Witkoff's son didn't die in the OxyContin overdose. He's back. They invented time-traveling Narcan.
Yeah, I'll just tell you stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And then you stay off your phone.
Well, how are you telling us that? Well, we'll get to that.
Carrier pigeon.
My name is Bryce.
I'm Liz. We are, of course, joined by...
Producer Young Chomsky.
And this is Tronon. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I just discovered the True Non podcast. They're fired.
Securing Zone A.
Elon Musk.
Taking Bravo underway. Locking down all zones. Controlling Bravo. B locked down. We're losing Charlie. Losing Bravo. Securing Alpha. Location secure. Maintain current posture. Losing B. Bravo locked. They're taking C.
I wonder what some of their other stuff
Securing
is.
B.
That was their most recent. Damn, that was 2 weeks ago. What did
We're
they
losing
have?
Charlie. Taking Bravo away. They're taking C. We're losing Charlie. We're losing Alpha. Charlie. Securing Charlie.
Destroyed your trophy system.
Losing A. Taking B. Securing C. We're losing Alpha. Controlling Bravo. Losing A. Bravo's on. Securing Charlie. Taking C. We're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
You didn't think I was done.
Knocking down Charlie. Losing B. Losing Bravo. Losing A. Lost B.
Upgrade destroyed.
We're losing Alpha. Securing B. Taking A. Taking C. Securing Alpha. Alpha secure. Losing A. Taking Bravo underway. Taking B. B secured. We're losing Alpha. Knocking down Charlie. Losing B. Securing C. Bravo lost. Losing A. Controlling Bravo. Securing Zone A. Taking Bravo underway. They're walking all over you. Have some goddamn pride. Bravo is ours. Securing Charlie. You lost
Yeah, but 2 people quit.
Langley won't be pleased.
2 people quit, bro. I mean, dude, we're fine. They have 2 extra people. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. Maybe you were trying harder when we had more people. I don't fucking know. Do you get paid for video games? Because I do. I'm getting paid right now to play this. Are you? I hope you are. Yeah, I have that too. I have that too. Dumbass. I have a man's job, bitch. Motherfuckers really be dumb, bro. Fuck Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Face off team deathmatch. Station windows open. Go, go, go!
Pretty nice to see you again.
Heaps of gold galleons, stacks of silver sickles, piles of bronze nuts. Harry stood there and stared with his mouth open at the family vault. He had so many questions he didn't know where to start. From just outside the door of the vault, Professor McGonagall watched him, seeming to lean casually against the wall, but her eyes intent. Well, that made sense. Being plopped in front of a giant heap of gold coins was a test of character so pure it was archetypal.
These coins, the pure metal?
Harry said finally.
What?
Hissed the goblin Griphook, who was waiting near the door.
Are you questioning the integrity of Gringotts, Mr. Potter Evan Verez?
No,
said Harry absently.
not at all. Sorry if that came out wrong, sir. I just have no idea at all how your financial system works. I'm asking if galleons in general are made of pure gold.
Of course,
said Griphook.
And can anyone coin them, or are they issued by a monopoly that thereby collects seigniorage?
What? Said Professor McGonagall. Griphook grinned, showing sharp teeth.
Only a fool would trust any but goblin coin.
In other words,
Harry said,
the coins aren't supposed to be worth any more than the metal making them up.
Griphook stared at Harry. Professor McGonagall looked bemused.
Actually, I'll tell you
I
what it
mean,
is.
suppose I came in here with a ton of silver. Could I get a ton of sickles made from it?
For a fee,
Apparently
Mr.
some
Potter.
The goblin watched him with glittering eyes.
For a certain fee.
But I think
Where
they're
would
making
you
it
find a
worth it.
ton of silver, I wonder?
I was speaking hypothetically.
Harry said.
Yeah.
For now, at any rate.
It's pretty cool.
So, how
It's
much
pretty
would you
cool.
charge
They're
in
really,
fees
I
as a
like
fraction
them. I
of
just
the
kind of
whole
discovered
weight?
them today.
Griphook's eyes were intent.
Really,
I would have to consult my superiors.
I should have done a more Jewy one.
Like
It
they
sounds
really hate it.
eerily similar.
Like almost as much.
Really?
Probably a little bit. And they're actually like
Give me a
smart.
wild guess.
So
I
how
won't
they
hold
hate 'em is, like,
Gringotts to it.
Intellectual.
A
hate. It's
20th
like
part of the metal would pay well for the coining.
Harry nodded.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Listen,
Griphook.
I'm streaming.
So
right now.
not only is the wizarding
Disagree
economy
with you.
almost completely decoupled
I'm
from
not
the
gonna
Muggle
disagree with you.
economy,
But
no
you know,
one here has ever heard
you know what I'm saying?
arbitrage.
But you know,
The
we both
larger
know
Muggle
neither of us will do
economy
that
had a
because we're just
fluctuating
hardworking
trading
Americans.
range of
But
gold
if
to
it
silver.
happened, we
So
ain't gonna
every time
trip.
the Muggle gold to silver ratio got more than 5% away from the weight of 17 sickles to 1 galleon, either gold or silver should have drained from the wizarding economy until it became impossible to maintain the exchange rate. Bring in a ton of silver, change to sickles and pay 5%, charge the sickles for galleons, take the gold to the Muggle world, exchange it for more silver than you started with, and repeat.
Let me chill.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. That was an excerpt, of course, from Liz's upcoming book, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. I'm just kidding. It's not by Liz. It is by one of her headmates, Eliezer.
But before we get into any of that,
Okay, Yudkowsky.
I'm Liz.
My name is Bryce. We are, of course, joined by producer
Young Chomsky.
And this is Troanon. Hello.
Warning. This episode will contain info hazards.
Many info hazards. Wee, 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 wee.
Which is, I believe, kind of like a trigger warning.
To be fair, you did text me earlier and you basically got rockoed.
I came up with a new basilisk, which I'll get to once we get to Rocco's basilisk, but I think I have Brace's basilisk. Brace's badass basilisk.
That's too many B. That's the triple B promise.
That's the triple B, baby. Yeah. I'm going to change. Here's the problem. the rational community has never seen a character like me. Has never met a brother like me before.
No, I
Because
think you are ready to square their circle.
I'm just like, I'm reading your stuff here. It seems a little bit kooky to me, but they seem very. I'm not saying you all. They all seem very crazy and horny, which I'm used to dealing with those types of people. There's all kinds of those people all over society. I think that today marks my entrance into the rational community, and I am battling, I think today, for the most rational man in America, if not the world, and if not the world, through maybe all of time and space.
Yeah, you're going into that battle with a katana sword. I think that you would break their brains. I genuinely think that you could, like, I think you could bring down whatever's left of the rational community by just being like, wait, I don't get that.
What are you talking about?
Over and over and over again.
Yeah,
like, I think you literally could, like,
sometimes I'm
dismantle them from the inside.
I have tried to get Eliezer Yudkowsky
I'm calling him
on
Yudkowsky.
this show for literally years. You guys can attest to this. I have sent emails. I have replied to please DM me.
You sent an owl over there, Harry Potter style.
I sent an owl over there, Harry Potter style.
Or Hegel style.
But he has never responded. In fact, I was denied by one of his bodyguards an email an exchange with him via email.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, his bodyguards took his email?
He has like a go-to guy. He has a guy. I'm sure I could just somehow get to him, but he is being.
Do I really want to do another race? I don't really want to do another race. I don't really. What do I want to do? Do I want to play a little Stardew? Or maybe Overwatch? Stardew would be chill. Overwatch. I haven't played Overwatch in forever. I'd be like a detriment to the team right now. Ah. Getting back into Overwatch would be crazy right now. A little FIFA. I really don't even want to play FIFA. The tryhards in FIFA are so annoying.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Hmm?
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy for one payment upfront.
Montoya. Oh, shit. Yeah. There is a Spanish dating show, and it's essentially Temptation Island, but
en español.
So this guy, Montoya, his girlfriend, gets the dookie dog shit piped out of her.
Yo.
In this other villa because her man's got a lap dance. Kanye is somebody that pushed the boundary. His body of work is so important, not just to me, like as an artist, but to like a bunch of people, like man, like all around the world. I feel like ever since like Pablo, like he's just been on this downward spiral, and like every time I think that it's the last straw and I think that he can't possibly let me down anymore,
he's like, yo, hold it, watch this.
So I'll tell you who not a fan favorite right now at the moment, Taylor Swift.
No,
getting booed by an entire stadium at your boyfriend's championship game.
It's crazy because like, who boos Taylor Swift?
A victory like. Yeah.
You parked out front. You found a spot. Yeah. Let's get
I'm
it.
gonna save this. I'm gonna save this one for tonight. The homie got the head tatted. I didn't even realize. What do you call it? I'm gonna save this podcast for tonight.
weather front as we get ready for this match. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry. Sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And we have action from foot rivals coming up for you. It's the Velvet Touches versus Arsenal.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere, and some very good players. And let's hope we all get a do from this position. Vinicius Junior. Zidane on the ball. Not showing good patience, but then the one that fails to hit its target. Count. Well read to put an end to that attack. Oh, superb skill. Over the final analysis, it was good defending.
as due for that good piece of defending. Who can he play it to? Not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Not be able to get him behind the defence. Well, that's common sense refereeing to play advantage. Tana Bonmati. And the decision offside here. Not a great pass. Good looking run. To put them in front once more. Still restart the game. They have work to do if they try to watch that basketball. Doesn't have to do it on his own. Can they carve out a chance? Cat. Tackling of the highest order. Vinicius Junior. Rodrigo. An encouraging Arsenal move. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Lucio. Here's Paredes. And on to Cat. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Vinicius Junior took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Zinedine Zidane. It looked a certain goal. That is that for the first half here.
What? Convenience. No, I doubt they are. Mr. Snyder, I'm pretty sure they are very happy and they have a full plan of what they want to do for the next couple of years. We are gonna. We don't need 1, 2, and mustard.
When my twin brother drinks Stella. I have taste, David.
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just their first month.
Parents moved constantly. And whenever we moved, my dad just got rid of our dog. Like the dog didn't come with us.
It's very common.
And I was always like, I never even thought to be like, well, why wouldn't we just bring our dog? He's like, you're not going to bring a St. Bernard to Florida. And I'm like, well, fair enough.
That's not terrible, though.
I know, but like, let me tell you, it wasn't like he went and sought out a good family. It was just the dog just is gone.
Yeah.
Well, that's one scenario. One time, my rabbit, my mom's like, well, we're moving. You can't bring the rabbit. I'm like, well, why can't I? That wasn't even a conversation.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry.
Well, listen, a lot of this stuff is the issues that you see before you. But now, I mean, good grief, I get so attached.
Yeah, you'd never.
And I don't even care about the pain that I go through when one of them dies.
Yeah.
I just keep doing it. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah. It's pretty excruciating.
Oh, it's rough.
So, for example, when COVID hit, it was all the shelters in Minnesota were empty because people were staying at home and they had time to go foster a dog
I mean,
or
the
adopt
whole
a dog.
country almost got rid of all of our shelter dogs
In
during COVID.
Tulsa, the problem doubled because people were thinking that their dogs were going to give them COVID.
Oh, see, okay.
So there's just...
I didn't even know about those people.
It got really bad in Tulsa around that time. And also, not even just that, but then people they got laid off. They couldn't afford their dog. They couldn't afford another mouth to feed. So then they would dump their dog because they didn't have a job. So I think I do think that if people's needs were met, then they wouldn't need to get rid of their dogs when times got hard.
You know what rabbit hole I used to go down?
What?
I don't do it anymore, but I used to go down adopting children, like looking to foster kids, and you'd see these videos that they make of themselves. They're cute, they're doing the big song and dance. Like, I'm great, come on, give me a home. And it would just tear me apart, but I'd watch these videos. But then what happened was years would go by, and I'd see the same kids 4 years later, like me and my sister still looking for a family, and it was just, it's just heartbreaking.
That would be horrible.
Oh, it's horrible.
So
you just see them age.
That's at 20, I wasn't ready for that, so I went to the dog route.
You went to the dog route.
Yeah.
What does red listed mean for a shelter dog?
Euthanasia listed. So that means that they'll say this dog is red listed for 2 p.m. and that means that they will be euthanized at 2 p.m. Yeah, I don't follow those pages anymore.
No? Oh.
I try not to.
And like, what do? Hustle down there?
Yes. Or people are posting, they're pledging money that's never collected, because you can just comment on Instagram and say, I pledged $50. And then someone's like, great, I grabbed the dog. Where's that $50 to help with the dog?
Got it.
For medical bills, and then you don't hear.
How many dogs have you found homes for in your life?
About 100.
And how many dogs have you fostered?
Probably over 100. I think I stopped counting at like 40 because I was just like...
You rename those foster dogs or no?
I'll name them. Sometimes I'll keep their shelter names. Sometimes they just have a kennel code name.
Oh,
like a...